it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. On the Run by Hilm Apollo. Dennis and Mac had been driving for almost a week, and they hadn't seen a single soul. They were worried. When they left the ranch, they thought maybe they'd run into someone, another survivor. But there was no one. The roads were almost empty. There was the occasional abandoned car, but that was it. They drove mostly on highways to make better time. Mac wondered if they might not have better luck on the smaller country roads, but Dennis wouldn't have it. Those roads had curves and were thick with trees. There was no way of seeing danger coming. If somebody wanted to spring a surprise on you, you wouldn't know it until it was too late. When the plague came, Dennis and Mac had been working as ranch hands on a cattle farm. Both had just finished their first year of college. Dennis went to school on the East Coast, Mac on the West. They found that they were very similar people. They both studied hard and read a lot of books, but they also both liked being outdoors. At the end of a good day, they came home smelling of sweat and dirt, and they quickly became friends. The ranch was a small, family-run operation, with only about 50 head of cattle. The family that ran it, the Griersons, would advertise in college newspapers in the spring. Well, there were plenty of ranch hands in the area who needed work, but Bucky Grierson felt city kids could benefit from exposure to country life. Young men would apply, and then the Griersons would hire about a half-dozen hands every spring to help them run cattle. It was tough work, but Dennis and Mac felt lucky to be picked. The farm didn't have a TV or the internet or a telephone, and as a result, the first they heard of the plague was on the radio. Every night the ranch hands liked to gather in the mess hall and play cards. While they played, they listened to the radio. Well, the ranch was so far up in the hills that the radio only got one station. At night they listened to the station's best DJ, Petey the Muskrat Coltrane, who spun old bluegrass records. Sometimes between records, the Muskrat told stories. Dennis and Mac thought he was hilarious. One night, though, the Muskrat's radio show was very different. It couldn't have been more than 6 months ago, but to Dennis and Mac, thinking back on it now, it felt like another lifetime. The Muskrat had been playing a cheery Bill Monroe song, Footprints in the Snow, when he cut out the record halfway through the chorus. The ranch hands stopped their game of gin rummy. They turned and looked at the radio. The Muskrat always played a record all the way through. What could be wrong? "Folks," said the Muskrat, "I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm going to ask you to stay very calm. The manager of my station has just passed me a note. It seems that the local health authorities are asking us radio folks to tell you, our listeners, that, well, a disease is spreading." The ranch hands put down their cards. Dennis and Mac exchanged a glance. "Now," the Muskrat said, his rich voice sounding uncharacteristically shaky, "I don't quite know what the disease is, but it's real bad. Oh, it's very contagious, and people who get it don't have a lot of luck recovering. Now doctors are trying to figure out a cure, but there's been no luck yet, so in the meantime, we're asking that you stay in your homes as much as possible and avoid public places until the disease dies down." One of the ranch hands, a big cocky boy named TJ, laughed. "Like heck, I'm not going into town." TJ chuckled. "I got a date." The other ranch hand stared at him. TJ stopped laughing. "Please, folks, do what the doctors say," the Muskrat pleaded. "I'm sure it'll just be for a few days." And he was quiet for a moment. Then the ranch hands heard the sound of a turntable needle hitting the record, and an old Earl Scruggs song came on. Well, that was just the beginning of it. For the next few days, the ranch went about its business. The Griersons told the boys not to worry, that this would all be over soon. They had enough food on the ranch to last months, and in the meantime there were plenty of new calves that needed branding. At night, everyone gathered around the radio and listened to updates. The news seemed to only get worse. More and more people were getting sick. The symptoms were very strange. strange. People would become violently ill, then fall into a long, deep sleep. The big cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, had become like ghost towns. No one would go out into the street for fear of catching the disease. The news kept getting worse until, finally, the radio station stopped transmitting. The Graysons called a meeting in the dining room of the main house. Everyone sat around the big dining table room where Ann Grayson served Sunday supper. After everyone was seated, Bucky Grayson stood up. He was a short, plump man with a droopy handlebar mustache. You wouldn't think it looking at him, but his voice boomed. "Now," he said, "I know you're worried about your families, and don't feel right chaining you here while you don't know what's become of your people. So, anyone who wants to leave is free to go. Ann and I will make do." Dennis and Mac looked at each other. They talked about leaving, but tried to pretend they wouldn't need to. They'd hoped the plague would soon be over, that the world would return to the way it was, that it had all been a strange hallucination. Now that they had the option to venture out into the world, to see how bad things really were, they weren't sure they wanted to know. "Well, by a show of hands," Bucky Grayson said, "how many of you want to leave?" Mac and Dennis looked around. They were the only two with their hands up. The Graysons gave them enough food to last a couple of weeks. Cornbread and apples and cured ham and syrupy peaches in mason jars. Mac and Dennis packed up their things and loaded everything into Mac's truck, a sputtering old pickup. The Graysons and the ranch hands gathered around to see them off. "You be safe, boys," said Ann Grayson, kissing them each on the cheeks and hugging them hard. "Remember your manners." As Mac and Dennis pulled away, they saw her husband holding her, her body shaking with sobs. A week later, Mac and Dennis had zigzagged through dozens of small towns and a few larger cities. What they found frightened them. Every place was empty. Not a person was out. Sometimes they'd stop and knock on doors. No one would answer. If they went inside, they wouldn't find a single soul home. Sometimes they'd find the dinner table set, plates piled high with molding food. Every time they entered a new room, they both winced, thinking they'd find a dead body. But they never did. It was indescribably eerie. Sometimes, if the place still got electricity, they'd try to use the phone. But every time, no matter what number they dialed, the same recorded message came on. "The number is not in service. Please check the number and try again." Finally, the young men decided to make tracks to the nearest big city. It'd be a full day of driving, but there had to be someone there. You can't abandon a whole city. Dusk had come, and Mac was at the wheel. Dennis had been driving for the last 8 hours and was taking a nap in the passenger seat. They were passing through a long, flat piece of pasture land when Mac saw a flicker of movement in the distance. He stopped the car, turned off the engine, and shook Dennis awake. "Look," Mac said excitedly. "I think someone's coming." Dennis squinted his eyes. The flicker of movement was becoming larger. What had been a dot of motion became a long line, stretching across the horizon. Mac and Dennis strained to see. "I think it's some people," said Dennis. "Now, let me get my binoculars." He rustled in his backpack and pulled out his pair. Dennis put them to his eyes and looked through them. Mac heard him gasp. "My gosh," whispered Dennis. What he saw was people. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, maybe 1,000,000. A swarm of people like the world had never seen. And the people were all running. They were running as fast as they could go, like something was chasing them, or like they were chasing something. As they grew closer, Dennis could just make out the people's faces. Their eyes were wild. "Hey, start the car," said Dennis. The swarm of crazed people was rushing toward them. Mac turned the keys in the truck's ignition. The engine sputtered but refused to turn on. "Hey, try again," said Dennis. Mac turned the keys again. And again the engine coughed and the emergency lights flickered before it cut out. Mac tried to stay calm, but he felt a wave of cold panic. "Keep trying the engine," said Dennis. "I'll hop out and try to push the truck to start." Dennis jumped out of the truck and ran to the back. He shoved the truck's bumper, pushing all of his weight against the vehicle. Inside the truck, Mac kept turning the key in the ignition. Dennis could hear the angry roar of the mob as they grew closer. Dennis gave one final push and felt the truck move. He scrambled into the truck's bed. "Go, go, go!" he screamed at Mac. Mac turned the truck into a U-turn. The wheels screeched as the back of the truck swung around. In the truck's bed, Dennis directly faced the people running at them. Well, he no longer needed binoculars to see their wild eyes. The crowd was only 20 feet away. "Go!" Dennis screamed again, and Mac slammed on the gas. The truck sped forward, and Dennis clung to the sides of it to keep from falling off the back. He was drenched in sweat now, and his hands were still shaking. Mac and Dennis drove back the way they'd come, away from the city and the hordes. Once they'd driven far enough that they thought it was safe to stop, Mac pulled over to the side of the road. He paused the truck just long enough for Dennis to jump back into the passenger seat. "Were those zombies?" asked Mac. "I don't know," said Dennis. "Whatever they were, they didn't seem completely human. That must be what the plague does to people." The young men talked over the next move as they drove. Big cities seemed dangerous, but the small towns were abandoned. Should they head back to the ranch, go deeper into the wilderness, or try to find other survivors who were also on the run? Well, there was no easy answer. No matter what decision they made, it would be risky. "Let's stop at the next gas station and fill up some extra containers," said Mac. "We need to get more gas. I don't want to be low on fuel the next time we come across a group like that." Dennis stared out of the window silently. He was hoping they would never come across a group like that again. They passed a gas station a few miles down the road. They approached it slowly, checking for signs of life, but there were none. Dennis hopped out and opened the gas cap. The gas pump seemed to be working, so he filled up the truck's tank. Once the tank was full, Dennis began filling up extra containers and putting them in the truck's bed. Mac decided he'd go inside the gas station to look for additional food and supplies. They still had some cornbread and apples from the ranch, but he didn't know when they'd be able to stop again. Mac was beginning to realize that life as he knew it was over. They needed to be ready to survive. "Yeah, I'm going to head inside to find extra food," Mac said to Dennis. "Here are the keys to the truck. Be ready to get in and drive away quickly if we have to make a fast escape." Dennis nodded and took the keys. "Be careful, Mac," he said. "Who knows what you'll find in there?" Mac opened the door to the gas station slowly. The inside was dark and silent. "Hello?" he called. "Anybody there?" Mac flipped a switch on the wall and fluorescent lights flickered on. He looked around at the empty store. There were signs of a struggle. Bags of chips and candy were trampled on the floor. One of the glass refrigerator doors had been torn off its hinges. Mac stood, holding his breath, listening. All he heard was the hum of the refrigerators and the sound of Dennis filling up outside. Mac grabbed a few plastic bags from the counter. He filled them with enough supplies for a few more weeks. Trail mix, bottled water, medicine, granola bars, and jars of peanut butter. Mac wondered if he should pay for these things. He wasn't sure if the owner of the gas station was even alive. Mac and Dennis might need the money later on. Then Mac remembered Ann Grayson's goodbye back at the ranch. She told them to remember their manners. Mac didn't want to let her down. So he reached into his wallet and found a $20 bill. He just placed it on the counter when he heard a sound behind him. Mac froze. He wasn't alone in the store. Part 2. Outside, Dennis had filled up 6 containers with gasoline. He climbed into the front seat and put the keys in the ignition. Turned on the radio, but all he could find was static. Dennis kept moving the dial, searching for a station. Suddenly, static cleared and he heard a voice. "Is anyone out there?" the voice said. It was a girl's voice. "My name's Anna Johnson. This is my father's radio kit. He's gone now. The plague arrived in Sunnydale 1 week ago." The girl's voice shook with sobs. "I just want to know if there's anyone else out there. Anyone who's still human." Dennis felt horrible for her. He and Mac at each other, but Anna was all alone. Dennis looked back at the clock now. It had been 15 minutes. He felt uneasy. It shouldn't have taken Mac this long to grab a few supplies. Suddenly, he heard his name. "Dennis! Dennis!" Mac was crying out for him from inside the store. Dennis jumped out of the car and ran toward the entrance. "Dennis! Dennis!" Mac sounded frantic. Dennis raced across the parking lot toward the gas station. "Yeah, I'm coming, Mac," he yelled to his friend and burst into the store. Mac was at the counter. When Dennis walked in, Mac pointed to the back of the store. The door of the men's bathroom was slowly creaking open. Just then the door swung wide and a man appeared. The man's hair was matted and disheveled. His clothes were ripped and dirty. Parts of his skin were covered in deep purple and black marks. Even from the door, Dennis could detect the man's stench. He smelled like the fermented slop that they fed to pigs on the ranch. It was obvious that the plague had gotten this man. He hovered in the doorway of the bathroom, looking first at Mac and then at Dennis. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and they rolled around in his sockets, unable to focus. The man growled, and drool dripped down his chin as he stepped forward. "Mac," said Dennis quietly, backing toward the front door. "Let's get out of here." Mac began edging toward the door too, taking the bags of food and supplies with him. Suddenly, the crazed man lurched forward and started running toward the two younger men. Thinking quickly, Dennis reached out of the shelves of soup behind him. He threw the cans at the man as hard as he could. Back when he and Mac lived on the ranch, Dennis used to throw stones to scare off the coyotes. He had a strong throwing arm and good aim. One of the cans hit the crazed man square in the face, and he crumpled to the ground. "Yeah, don't go near their body," said Dennis. "We don't know if he's contagious." "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere near it," said Mac. "All right, let's get out of here." They turned to exit when they heard another slow creak. Mac and Dennis paused. There was still someone else in the gas station. They turned around and saw that now the door to the women's bathroom was opening. Dennis picked up more cans and handed a few to Mac. They watched the door and readied themselves to throw the cans as soon as a target came into view. "Hello?" A young boy stuck his head out from the bathroom. He couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. "Is it safe?" he asked. Mac and Dennis looked at the boy. He seemed healthy but scared. "Yeah, how long have you been in there?" asked Mac. "Oh, a day or two," said the boy. "I locked myself in. I saw a group of people coming. They looked dangerous, so I hid. There's no one else around anymore." Dennis and Mac exchanged a look. Oh, they couldn't leave this kid here alone to fend for himself. He wouldn't last a week. "Well, grab some supplies and come with us," said Dennis. "We're looking for other survivors." The boy followed the two young men to the truck and climbed between them. As they drove, Dennis and Mac learned that the boy's name was Jeremiah. His parents had worked in one of the big hospitals in the city. When the plague hit, they'd volunteered to help nurse the first victims. His parents had never come home. Jeremiah had waited a week and then tried to go to the hospital. No one was there. The entire building was abandoned and vacant. "I don't know what happened to them," said Jeremiah. So I left the city on my bike. I rode and rode until I came to the gas station. I thought I was safe until a new group of plague people showed up. Dennis and Mac nodded. Oh, you knew how many families had been ripped apart by this plague. The important thing now was figuring out their next step. Dennis told Mac that he'd heard the voice of a girl on the radio. Her name was Anna. She was the last one alive in her town, Sunnydale. She was on her father's radio kit looking for others, said Dennis. Mac looked at Dennis. Well, we're going to Sunnydale, aren't we? He asked. Dennis nodded. And then? Asked Jeremiah. Mac cleared his throat. He had an idea. Mac pointed out that it was too dangerous to go to the cities and that they only had enough gas to drive another 400 miles. The safest thing to do would be to go somewhere rural. They should head to a place where they could set up a strong defense. Then they could wait out the plague for a few more weeks before trying to find other survivors. Dennis thought about Mac's plan. Well, it made sense. Okay, he said, but we look for Anna first. It might be her only chance at survival. In his head, Dennis could still hear the girl's voice and her sobbing as she made her radio broadcast. The sun was setting when the truck pulled onto the main street of Sunnydale. How are we going to find her? Asked Mac. Can't just knock on every door in this town. Dennis was fiddling with the radio again. Let's see if we can hear her, he said. Maybe she'll say her address. Static cleared, and there again was Anna's voice. She was still broadcasting. Is anyone there? Anyone listen? Suddenly, Anna's voice stopped. The young men heard a pounding on the door in the background. There was a crash and then sounds of a struggle. Dennis gripped the wheel so hard that his knuckles turned white. They were too late. Look, cried Jeremiah. On the main street, the doors to one of the houses had opened. A teenage girl was running out. She looked terrified, but not like the wild members of the swarm. And something else came out of the house, chasing her. Jump in the truck, screamed Matt. The girl ran and leapt into the back of the truck, and Dennis hit the accelerator. There was a howl of frustration from the plagued person as his victim escaped. Uh-oh, said Jeremiah. That doesn't look good. He pointed to the girl's leg. The zombie had cut a long gash in her shin. The wound was already starting to turn dark purple. That doesn't look good. Dennis and Matt glanced at each other, then over their shoulders at the girl. She was huddled in the back of the truck. Her eyes were wide with horror as she stared down at the gash in her leg. Dennis forced his own gaze back to the road ahead of him. Sunnydale was shrinking quickly in the rearview mirror. For a second, the only noise was the truck's engine as the group sped across the abandoned countryside. Well, guess we found Anna, said Mac. Now what? Let's find a safe spot like we planned, replied Dennis. Maybe we can set up camp in the woods around here. He gestured to the west, where a thick tree line rose up not far from the road. Whether the seclusion it offered was inviting or ominous, nobody could decide. Will Anna be okay? Jeremiah piped up, looking worried. He turned and mouthed, Are you all right? Through the rear windshield, and she gave a weak nod. I'm sure she'll be okay, said Mac with confidence. He didn't want the boy, who was clearly scared, to panic. But Mac felt close to panic himself. Would Anna be okay? He looked at Dennis, whose furrowed brow suggested that he was having the same thoughts. Mac glanced back at Anna again. She was hugging her legs to her chest, where her forehead was pressed against her knees. Mac saw that she was shaking. He couldn't tell if it was from the bumping of the truck or the uneven road or from crying. The wound on her leg stood out angrily against her pale skin. Yeah, how do you think the plague spreads? Asked Mac carefully. I mean, how does someone turn into a zombie? Dennis shuddered. then seemed to steel himself. "It doesn't matter," he said firmly. "We saved her, and we're going to help her. Geez, her leg is a mess." He steered the truck gently off the road toward the tree line. He slowed down, not wanting to jostle Anna in the back of the truck. Mac nodded. "So, we're a party of four now. Well, if I learned anything from my time on the farm, it's how to clean up messes." He tried to force some cheer into his voice, for his own sake as much as for his companions. "Jeremiah, you don't happen to take anything from the first aid aisle in the gas station, did you?" Jeremiah rifled through the stash of items he'd grabbed. The gas station now seemed like ages ago. "Band-aids." The boy held up a box of brightly colored Spider-Man bandages triumphantly. "Oh, and hand sanitizer." He looked so hopeful that Mac had to suppress a laugh. "Perfect," Mac replied. "She'll feel better in no time." "This seems like a good place to stop for now," said Dennis. Fortunately, the woods were sparse enough that he'd managed to inch the truck through. They stopped at a clearing. Dennis parked the truck and removed the keys from the ignition. He let out a breath that he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "I think we're safe for now." He opened the door, hopped out, and turned toward the back of the truck. "You must be Anna. I'm Dennis, and they're Mac and Jeremiah." He indicated his companions. "Yeah, we heard you on the radio. You okay?" Anna stood up, still shaky, and clambered out from the back of the truck. "You saved me." Her voice was ragged and breathless. "God, I thought I was a goner. Thank you so much." Matt came around to the side of the truck and put a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Don't mention it," he said. "We better take a look at that cut." He led her to a rock where she could sit while he attended to her leg. "This is going to sting," he told her apologetically, holding out the bottle of hand sanitizer. "And that just means it's working." Anna nodded bravely and bit her lip. She winced as the clear gel made contact with the wound, but she didn't complain. "Do you—" Her voice trailed off into a whisper. "Do you think I'm going to become one of them?" Mark didn't have to ask what she meant by them. With more confidence than he felt, he replied, "No way. Worst you'll get is a cool scar and a heck of a story to go along with it. If anything, you'll end up with superpowers from these Spider-Man Band-Aids." Anna managed a small smile as Mac finished dressing the wound. Despite his joke, he was worried. Maybe it was his imagination, but the gash seemed to be intensifying in color. It had deepened into an unnatural shade of purple that almost glowed in the fading daylight. Anxiety gnawed at his stomach. He hastily covered the cut with the friendlier hues of the bandages. "You're all set." He tried to grin then. "Now let's see how Dennis and Jeremiah are doing." Dennis and Jeremiah had set up camp as the sun set. They used old blankets and tarps from the truck to create improvised beds. The four companions looked at each other, unsure what to do next. If not for the frightening circumstances, it would have felt like a fun camping trip. Nobody had much of an appetite, and they were all exhausted. "Well, we can make plans in the morning," Dennis said. "Right now, I'm too tired to think." The others agreed and tucked themselves in as well as they could. Balling up his jacket to use as a pillow, Mac decided not to voice his fears about Anna's cut. He'd wait until tomorrow, when he could get a moment alone with Dennis. He didn't want to scare Anna or Jeremiah further. He closed his eyes. Images of the day's events swirled in his head, but eventually sleep overtook him. Part 3. Hours later, Mac awoke to a strange rustling sound. It took him a moment to remember where he was and why. Then, recalling his anxiety from the previous night, he rolled over and looked toward Anna's pile of blankets. He gasped. Anna was gone. Mac sat bolt upright and threw off his blankets. All traces of sleep had disappeared from him instantly, replaced by a rush of panic. Where could she have gone? Maybe she just needed some time to herself, he thought, but the idea rang hollow in his head. His creeping doubts from the night before returned. Anna had been wounded by a zombie. Was she infected? Was she already one of them? What should he do? What could he do? I have to find her, he said to himself. But did he have to go alone? Mac thought for a minute. He definitely didn't want to bring along Jeremiah into harm's way, but he also knew that he and Dennis shouldn't leave the young boy all by himself. Mac gritted his teeth, clenched his fist as if to prove he could use it, and let out a sigh. It was now or never. He fumbled around for the tiny keychain flashlight that they'd grabbed at the gas station. He wished desperately that he had something bigger. The light of the tiny beam barely reached his own feet when he pointed it down at them. Kneeling, he swung the flashlight across the dirt around Anna's blankets and finally saw the footprints that she'd left in the soft ground. The footprints looked strangely uneven, and he felt his stomach drop when he realized that she must have been dragging her injured leg heavily to make such long, deep marks. He wondered if she was as scared as he was. He began to wonder if people stopped being scared once they turned into zombies, then shook himself and stood up. If there was any chance that he could still help Anna, he needed to move fast. Walking parallel to the footprints, Max set off into the woods. Took one last look back at the pile of blankets where Dennis and Jeremiah were still asleep, trying to will them not to notice his absence. He crept along slowly as the trees grew thicker around him. He moved slowly to avoid making noise, but thoughts screeched through his head at dizzying speeds. He tried to convince himself that it might not be too late. Maybe Anna was fine. He worked to summon his earlier hope that she'd just gone for a walk, but it seemed less and less likely. What would he do when he found her? If worse had come to worse, then Anna had become a zombie. Would he be able to bring himself to fight her? Even scarier, did he have any chance of winning? As he walked, Mac began to hear the faint sound of running water in the distance. He realized that he must be nearing a stream or a creek. He followed the noise and was soon able to make out a soft glow, moonlight reflecting on the water. He drew in his breath when the beam of his flashlight passed over what he instantly knew was a human, or zombie-shaped figure. Mac stood as still as he could, trying to decide what to do. The figure was bent over and seemed to be looking down, unaware of his presence. Mac paused. Oh, if the figure was Anna, he didn't want to startle her. But if it was a zombie, or worse, a zombie-fied Anna, he didn't want to get within arm's reach. He checked his shoelaces to make sure they were tied, and braced himself to run away if necessary. "Anna," he called softly. Dennis awoke with a start. It took him a moment to figure out where he was and why he was sleeping on a pile of dirty tarps. "Damn, I should have stayed asleep," he mumbled to himself as the grim details of the previous day came back to him. He thought about trying for some more rest, but his stomach objected with a loud growl. They'd been too exhausted to eat before bed, and now he was starving. He shook Jeremiah gently. He could use the boy's help to get a fire going. Jeremiah only muttered and rolled over. Maybe Mac would be more cooperative. The hunger in his stomach turned into cold fear then. Mac's blankets were empty and he was nowhere to be seen. Anna was gone too. He knew that Mac wouldn't have left without telling him unless something was seriously wrong. "Jeremiah," he hissed, "you have to get up now. Something's wrong." The boy sat up and rubbed his eyes, hair sticking out in all directions. "What is it?" he asked in confusion. "Mac and Anna," Dennis replied. "They're gone." Jeremiah blinked. "Maybe they went for a walk," he suggested hopefully. Dennis shook his head. He didn't want to alarm Jeremiah, but there was no time for false hope. He considered the possibilities. Had the zombies gotten to Mac and Anna while they were sleeping? Well, he doubted it. Zombies weren't known for their stealth. He'd definitely have woken up to their loud groans and heavy, clumsy footsteps. And that meant that Mac and Anna must have left of their own will. But why? He shook his head again. At this point, all that mattered was finding their friends. "Let's go," he told Jeremiah, pointing to the truck. Sensing his urgency, the boy cooperated without further protest. He gathered an armful of blankets and secured them to the bed of the truck with the ratty old rope that had held the bundle together. Dennis paused. Which direction should they go? As Jeremiah hopped into the truck's passenger seat, Dennis strode over to collect the blankets that Mac and Anna had slept in. There was no point in abandoning their few supplies. As he bent to gather them up, he spotted the imprint of a shoe in the dirt. Tracks! Just one pair of footprints at first, starting from Mac's blankets, and then another starting from Anna's. Dennis frowned. Where they joined up, the two sets of footprints were strangely close together. Too close for two people to have been walking next to each other at the same time. One of them must have left the camp first, then the other followed later. But why? Brow furrowed, Dennis hurried to the truck. He remembered how worried Mac had been the night before, even after they'd used the hand sanitizer to clean Anna's wound. He hadn't seemed to share Dennis's relief that the sanitizer would kill any germs that might cause an infection. Oh, infection. That word rang in Dennis's head. Of course, Anna had been injured by a zombie. Wasn't that how the plague spread? Was she a zombie now? If so, would she infect Mac too? Dennis leapt into the driver's seat and peered out, tires whirring against the soft dirt. He steered the truck along the path of footprints as quickly as he could amid the thickening trees. The bumpy ground jolted the old truck around, and Jeremiah squealed as a particularly nasty bump lifted him straight off his seat and practically out of the window. "Buckle up," Dennis ordered. "This ride may get even bumpier." As they progressed, Dennis felt breathless, a combination of the truck's jostling and his own rising panic. They had no weapons, no way to defend themselves. He ran through a mental list of the items they grabbed from the gas station, but none of them would help. Out of habit, he punched on the radio, then remembered that it would just produce static. P.D. Muskrat Coltrane's bluegrass station and all the others had ceased broadcasting weeks ago as the plague intensified. Turning his full attention to the path ahead, Dennis focused his gaze and braked slightly. Ahead and to their left, he could make out a stream flowing through the trees in the distance. He squinted. Something was moving next to the water. Were those people? They were. It was Mac and Anna. Dennis and Jeremiah stared in horror. Anna had a hand firmly around Mac's throat. "What's she doing?" Jeremiah squeaked in fearful confusion. "Her wound," Dennis gasped. "She must be infected." As he spoke, something strange happened. Anna's left hand reached up and gripped her right arm by the wrist, wrenching it away from Mac's neck. Mac retreated hastily, maneuvering so that a boulder stood between himself and Anna. But he seemed unhurt. What in the world was going on? Then he stomped on the gas, launching the truck forward. Hearing the noise, Mac and Anna looked up. Relief flooded Mac's face, but Anna just seemed scared. Dennis pulled up a short distance away and hopped out, strains of bluegrass still trickling from the now functioning radio. "Hey, unbuckle yourself," Dennis told Jeremiah. He was reluctant to put the boy in harm's way, but they'd be safer together if they needed to fight, or flee Anna. "Stay near the truck, but be ready for anything." Jeremiah nodded bravely, making Dennis proud and a little sad. They'd all had to grow up quickly to survive this zombie plague. Only a few weeks ago, he, Mac, and the other workers had been sitting happily around the table in the Griersons' kitchen, listening to P.D. Coltrane and playing poker with hardly a care in the world. And now one of his friends was trying to strangle another. "Mac," Dennis yelled, sprinting toward them. "You okay?" Maybe it was his imagination or the rising sun's reflection, but he thought Anna's eyes held a glint of red. She didn't look hostile, though, just shaken and confused. "Yeah, great timing, Dennis," Max said, keeping a wary eye on Anna. "We might have a slight problem." He gestured toward Anna, whose frightened gaze was back on her hand. "Anna, you okay?" Dennis asked her. "What happened?" "I think..." Anna's voice trembled. "I think I'm turning into one of them." Dennis and Mac exchanged a glance. Neither needed to ask what them meant. They looked at her bandaged right shin and noticed angry purple streaks creeping upward from it. "It started with my leg," she continued. "It was tingling all night. Then it began pulling me." "Your leg pulled you?" Dennis asked, his stomach tight with fear. Anna nodded. "My arm started feeling funny too, almost like it was asleep, but also like something else was controlling it." Her right arm twitched violently when she spoke, as if to prove her point. Mac felt desperate. It seemed evident that Anna was infected and slowly turning into a zombie, one who wished them harm. She was also still Anna, and Anna was their friend. How could they help her? How much time did they have? Dennis's troubled face suggested that he shared these conflicted thoughts. "Don't worry," Jeremiah piped up suddenly. "We'll find a way to help you." The others looked surprised but appreciative of his clear determination. "Thank you," she replied, her eyes now clear. "I promise I'll try not to, you know." She regarded her rogue arm fearfully. "Right, let's start driving," Dennis said. "If we can find more survivors, they might know what to do. We've made a lot of noise. It's probably not safe to stay here any longer." They started toward the truck. As Mac passed Anna, her right hand leapt out and grabbed his shirt. He yelped, yanking himself free. "Oh, I'm sorry," Anna said, horrified. She grasped her right wrist with her left arm and stared down at her right leg, which was kicking out toward Mac. Dennis gripped her gently by the shoulders. "Not to be rude," he said, "but maybe you should ride in the back, Anna." She nodded mutely and climbed into the truck bed. Jeremiah arranged the tarps in a makeshift seat. Mac hated isolating her, but he worried about her rebellious limbs interfering with Dennis's driving. Jeremiah squeezed her hand before hopping into the truck. "Everyone buckled?" Dennis asked after Mac hopped in. "This could get bumpy." He threw the truck into gear and they rumbled back toward the highway. He fought the impulse to speed away, not wanting to jostle Anna. Dennis suspected Mac was casting his brain around for solutions as wildly as Dennis was, and without success. Uncomfortable in the silence, Jeremiah turned the radio back up. Petey Coltrane's lively bluegrass rushed in. Mac's head snapped up. "Hey, since when is the radio working?" Dennis shrugged. He'd forgotten about it. "I'm not sure. I turned it on out of habit when we left this morning. Bluegrass was playing. Why?" "We have to go there," Mac interrupted. "Don't you see?" When Dennis looked blankly, he continued excitedly. "If Coltrane's playing music, that means he's survived. If he's taking the time to spin bluegrass, his life must not be in danger, right? Well, maybe he can help." Dennis wasn't sure Petey Coltrane could help them, or Anna, but felt relieved to have a clear destination. Mac was already poring over the maps that had resided in the glove compartment. "Okay, co-pilot," Dennis said. "Just tell me which way..." But his words were drowned out by a violent thump on the rear windshield. The boys' heads whipped around, though Dennis quickly turned his eyes back to the road. "What was that?" Mac looked sick. "It's Anna," he replied. "Well, Anna's leg." Another thump shook the rear window, so forceful that Dennis felt the impact through his headrest. Anna had twisted herself around in the truck bed and was pounding the thick heel of her right hiking boot into the glass. Or rather, Mac suspected Anna had lost control and the zombie was taking over. "We're going the right way," Mac jabbed triumphantly at the map. "I recognize this stretch of highway from when we left the Grierson's ranch. The radio station's only 30 miles ahead." 30 miles didn't sound like much, but Dennis felt as though he was barely inching along. He was tempted to slam the gas to dislodge zombie Anna, but he knew their friend was still inside. He couldn't do it. Dennis drove, the heel kept coming down, its rhythm an ominous contrast to the bright bluegrass still playing. Glass was strong, but, well, how long could it hold? The answer to that came quickly. Dennis gritted his teeth at the unmistakable noise of shattering glass. Cold air whooshed against his neck as the rear windshield gave way. Anna's leg, now a hideous purple, kicked through the remaining glass, and her boot's motion continued directly into the back of Dennis's skull. Dennis felt his head zoom toward the steering wheel, and then everything went black. When Dennis's eyes reopened, Mac was gripping the wheel and yelling his name. Like a grotesque puppet master, Anna's leg wriggled into the cab, pulling the rest of her along with it. With a final heave, Anna landed squarely on the seat next to Dennis, her eyes again glowing red. Head throbbing, he braced for a blow, but none came. "Anna, it's okay," said Jeremiah, his voice shaking. "We're your friends. We want to help." Well, she didn't respond, but she didn't lash out either. They sat in tense stillness while the bluegrass played insistently on, a reminder of the radio station they were headed to and the station DJ they hoped was somehow still alive and safe. Then Anna's right arm swung forward, whacking the radio console. She struck it again, but her clumsy movements only nudged the volume louder. "I guess zombies don't like bluegrass," Mac joked weakly. Anna's left arm shot out and grabbed the right. She wrenched it away from the radio and clutched it to her chest, shaking. Jeremiah peeked out from behind his hands. "Anna, can you hear us? Are you a zombie?" he asked tentatively. Miraculously, she seemed to be regaining control. "I don't know." Her voice was low and raspy, as though unused for days. Mac reached to turn off the radio so they could hear her better, but she protested. "Leave it, please. Somehow the music helps." "Yeah, you're still Anna," said Jeremiah decisively. "I can tell. Keep the music on, she likes it," he told Mac firmly. Mac wasn't sure, but he thought the red in her eyes was clearing. Before they could ask any questions, Dennis yelped. "Hey, we're here." Giddy with relief, he swung the truck into the station's large parking lot. It was strewn with debris, and he had to park at the very entrance. The only other recognizable object around was an old truck, even more beat up than theirs. Dennis hoped desperately that it was Petey's. "What if it's a trap?" whispered Dennis. "I'm not sure we have any alternatives," Mac replied, eyeing Anna warily. "But let's stay quiet." Dennis pulled the keys from the ignition, and the group clambered out. Mac saw Anna's right limbs twitching. They moved as quickly and quietly as they could, peering nervously at the dark woods surrounding the lot. Suddenly, Anna's rogue leg kicked out and sent an empty can clattering across the concrete, deafening in the silence. They froze. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then Mac noticed the debris around them stirring, as if blown by distant wind. "What the—" he started, but Dennis pointed wordlessly. Mac gasped. From every direction, figures were emerging from the woods. A sea of zombies was closing in, slowly but steadily. They had nowhere to run. Mac picked up a long slat of wood, and Dennis grabbed a dented garbage can lid. Neither had much faith in their makeshift weapon. I survived the zombie apocalypse alone in a Wyoming bell tower. By Augustus Cordoba. Prologue. I came to Sheridan because it was supposed to be quiet. That was a lie I told myself anyway. Sheridan, Wyoming, just over 18,000 people on a good day, tucked up against the big horns like it was hiding from the rest of the world. Brick storefronts downtown, wide streets, pickup trucks parked crooked, and a skyline that never really rose above grain silos and church spires. The kind of place people pass through on the way to somewhere else. The kind of place where nothing big ever happened. Well, until it did. The Holy Name Catholic Church at a few blocks off Main Street, its bell tower rising above the low roofs like a finger pointed at the sky. Tan stone, narrow windows, old-world stubbornness baked into the walls. You could hear those bells all over town when they rang. Weddings, funerals, Sunday mornings. I'd noticed them the first day I arrived, standing outside a diner with a bad cup of coffee, listening to the sound roll across the streets and thinking how solid it all felt. Like history had weight here, as though things endured. When everything fell apart, people ran toward what they recognized. Familiar buildings, familiar symbols, hospitals, schools, churches. And Sheridan was no different. By the time the sirens stopped and the screaming started, the streets around Holy Name were already clogged with abandoned cars and bodies that hadn't figured out yet that they were dead. Didn't plan to end up there, just kept moving, following stone walls and instinct, until the bell tower was the only place left that still went up instead of out. That's how I ended up climbing for my life, hands slick with blood that wasn't mine, the sound of the town dying beneath my boots. Part 1. I hauled myself up the final steps and the trapdoor crashed shut under my boots. The impact echoed throughout the tower. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Took 3 tries to drag the iron bolt into place. The metal was ancient and eaten through with rust, but it slid home and caught, and for now it held. The bell tower was tighter than I'd imagined, maybe 12 feet across. The walls were thick, rough-cut stone, heavy enough to smother most of the noise from below. The screaming didn't disappear completely. It came through as dull, strangled sounds. Claws scraping wood, fists slamming, the occasional wet, solid thump of bodies hurling themselves at the door at the base of the spiral stairs. I sank down with my back against the wall and tried to breathe. God, my chest burned like I'd inhaled fire. There was blood smeared across my jacket, dark and tacky. I didn't think it was mine. My right ankle pulsed with pain where I'd rolled it jumping from the cemetery wall. God, that felt like a lifetime ago. In reality, it'd maybe been 20 minutes. The backpack I'd snatched from the parish office sat beside me. Still hadn't opened it. My phone was dead. The battery had given up while I was running. I watched the screen fade to black as I tore across the parking lot with those things gaining on me. No calls, no texts, no way to know if anyone else got out. Forced myself upright. God, my legs felt hollow like they'd collapse if I trusted them too much. But I needed a clear look. The tower had 4 narrow windows, one facing each direction, tall slits framed by stone arches that sharpened into Gothic points. There was no glass, just open air and rusted iron bars set deep into the masonry. The bars were decorative, twisted into crosses and fleur-de-lis shapes. They might have slowed a climber, but they wouldn't stop one. Not that it mattered. God, I was roughly 80 feet up, and the exterior stone was smooth and unforgiving. No cracks, no handholds. Above me hung the bells. 2 massive bronze monsters suspended from a wooden frame that looked original, dark with age and stress fractures. Late 1800s, if I had to guess. I'd read the historical plaque once, back when this place meant something else. Well, cut that thought off hard. Time to focus. The bells were dead silent. Thick hemp ropes ran from their mechanisms down to the holes in the floor, coated in dust and rot. No one had pulled them in decades. Well, St. Catherine's had switched to recorded chimes years back. Cheap speakers and digital schedules. These bells were basically just museum pieces now. The floor was old wood planking, wide boards warped by time and moisture. Pigeon droppings covered everything. Feathers stuck to the corners. Damn, the smell hit hard. It was sharp. Ammonia, rot, old timber, powdered stone. A ladder leaned against the wall, leading to a hatch in the ceiling. I climbed it and shoved the hatch open. Wind slammed into my face, raw and icy. The November cold sliced straight through my jacket and into my bones. And as for the roof, it was slate, steep and slick, angled enough to kill me if I slipped. A narrow widow's walk wrapped around the base of the spire, a 2-foot ledge and a thin metal railing that didn't inspire confidence. The spire itself rose another 20 feet above that, ending in a copper cross eaten green by decades of weather. Well, from up there, I could see everything. Sheridan spread out below like a broken model town. Main Street lay open and gutted. I spotted the post office, the elementary school. Smoke curled up from at least 3 different buildings. Cars sat abandoned in the roads, doors flung wide, some still running themselves dry. And there were the people, except they weren't really people anymore. God, they were everywhere. Dozens I could count from the tower, maybe hundreds across the whole town. Some wandered aimlessly, dragging their feet in that wrong, jerky shuffle. Others stood frozen where they'd stopped, twitching like damaged machines stuck mid-loop. A few clustered tightly around something I couldn't see from this angle. Feeding, most likely. I just turned away from the edge then. The church grounds below were choked with them. Damn, they packed the parking lot shoulder to shoulder, bodies crushed together, spilling right up against the stone walls. I counted at least 40 clustered around the base of the tower alone, probably more, hidden where I couldn't see. And some of them were staring up at me. Their heads were tipped back, jaws hanging slack, faces smeared dark down the chest like they'd been bathing in blood. And even from this high I could see it. One of them had been Father Val. I recognized the black clerical shirt, the white collar still hanging in place, even though most of his throat had been torn away. I dropped back through the hatch and slammed it shut. My hands were shaking again, worse this time. Right, the backpack. I needed to stop spiraling and inventory what I had. I unzipped it and dumped everything onto the floorboards. 1 plastic bottle of water, maybe 16 ounces, tiny bag of vending machine pretzels, a flashlight. When I clicked it on, it coughed out a weak yellow beam. Oh, the batteries were already dying. A bare bones first aid kit, bandages, gauze, nothing serious. A box of matches, a small notepad and a pen. And that was it. God, this was Father Val's emergency bag stashed in his office. Emergency for what? Fucking losing power during Sunday Mass? None of this would keep me alive for 3 days. I sat back down and forced my breathing to slow. Oh, the water came first. 1 bottle wouldn't last long and my mouth was already dry from running. Damn, my throat felt raw like sandpaper. There was no water source up here. No pipes, no tanks. When this bottle was empty, I was finished. Food came next. The pretzels were maybe 200 calories on a good day. And after that, nothing. Oh, my stomach cramped, but I couldn't tell if it was hunger or fear chewing through me on the inside. The first aid kit only mattered if I was hurt worse than I thought. I checked myself properly this time. The blood on my jacket wasn't mine. I remember grabbing Mrs. Chen when she fell. Remembered too late that she was already gone. My ankle was swollen but still solid. Not broken, just angry. My palms were scraped raw from the wall. Painful but manageable. I had light until the flashlight died. I had fire with the matches, but nothing worth burning except the ladder and the floor. I wasn't ready to go there yet. The notepad and pen were useless unless I decided to write a goodbye message. I was trapped in a stone tower 80 feet above the ground with less than a day's worth of supplies and no exit. Fuck, I should have kept running. I should have pushed for the highway, tried to flag someone down, anything. But the infected were everywhere, spilling out of houses, stores, alleys. The church had been right there, doors wide open. God, I hadn't thought, I'd just run. Now I was boxed in. The scraping below never stopped. It was still at the heavy oak door at the bottom of the tower, the one that led into the spiral staircase. I'd locked it behind me before I climbed, but didn't know how long it would last. The door was old, thick, really solid, built like something that was meant to survive centuries, and the frame was stone. But, god damn it, there were so many of them. I crawled over to the trapdoor and pressed my ear against it. The wood muted the sound, but I could hear them anyway. Moaning, wet and broken. That gurgling sound they made, feet dragging on stone, circling the tight spiral again and again. Oh, fuck, they were climbing. The bolt was all that stood between them and me. One piece of rusted iron and an old slab of wood. If they figured out how they could smash through it, or if that bolt failed, well, I scanned the tower for anything I could use. The ladder. I dragged it across the floor and jammed it diagonally over the trap door, one end braced hard against the opposite wall. Wasn't much, barely even a plan. But if they pushed from below, the ladder would bite into the stone and help keep the door closed. Probably. My watch read 3:47 p.m., Thursday, November 14th. I knew the date because I had a dentist appointment the next morning, something I'd been dreading for weeks. Funny what the mind clings to when everything else is burning down. The sun was already sinking, slipping behind the western hills. Got dark early this time of year. Maybe an hour of usable daylight left, then a brief grey fade, then full blackout. The flashlight wouldn't survive the night. If I was going to last, I had to get organized while I could still see. I picked the corner farthest from the trap door. It felt marginally safer. I shoved pigeon droppings and feathers aside with my shoe and cleared a space about 4 feet square. This was mine now. I dropped the backpack there and laid everything out in a pattern I could remember by touch. Water bottle, pretzels, first aid kit, matches, flashlight, notepad, pen. Well, loose wood was everywhere. Old planks, splintered pieces from the bell frame, wedges and shims left behind by repairs no one had finished. I gathered what I could and stacked it nearby. Could be fuel, could be a weapon, maybe both. I found a length of iron chain, rusted but dense and heavy, and set that within reach. God, up close, the bells were enormous. Bronze skins dulled to a green-brown crust, etched with Latin that had faded with the light. Sancta Caterina, ora pro nobis. St. Catherine, pray for us. Inside each bell hung a massive iron clapper, thick as a limb, suspended and waiting. The ropes vanished down through holes in the floor, running all the way to the base of the tower. A thought crept in. If I pulled the ropes, the bells would ring. Not a little, God, no, it would be thunder, sound that would carry for miles. Every infected thing in earshot would come running. But they were already here, swarming the building. What difference would it make? Unless it could be used as a lure. Draw them to one side, then do what? Scale the outside of the tower barehanded? 80 feet of smooth stone, no rope, no harness. No, I wasn't a climber. I'd fall and die, or fall and shatter myself and die slower. Nope, the bells were a terrible idea. Noise was death. Silence was survival. The sun was touching the hills now. I moved to the north window and looked out. Fires burned in the distance, orange against the bruised sky. The strip mall past the highway was fully involved. Could see it clearly from here, flames punching through the roof of the Walmart on Coffin Avenue. No engines, no sirens, nothing fighting it, just fire eating whatever it found. Below in the church parking lot, the infected was still there. And something was different. They weren't all packed against the building anymore. Some had drifted off. I counted maybe 20 now instead of 40. They were spreading out, peeling away like ants that had lost the trail. Searching maybe, hunting for easier targets. One of them wore a Hetty's Pizza delivery uniform from over on Broadway. Red shirt, black cap. Couldn't have been older than 19. His skin had gone grey, his jaw hung crooked and loose, but his name tag was still pinned to his chest. Tyler. I watched him shuffle across the lot, arms dangling uselessly, following a woman in a blue dress. She was missing her left arm below the elbow. Neither of them seemed to notice. I turned away. The temperature was dropping fast. I could feel it settling into the stone. November in Wyoming meant cold nights, and this tower was nothing but exposed rock and open air. No insulation, no heat. The wind slid straight through the empty windows. Fuck. I was going to freeze up here. My jacket was a thin windbreaker, useless against real cold. Jeans, sneakers, and that was it. I was already shivering and the sun hadn't even finished setting yet. I searched the tower again, more carefully this time. There was nothing. No blankets, no tarps, no forgotten maintenance gear. Just stone, wood, dust, and the ghost mess left behind by birds. The pigeons were gone now. They'd exploded out of the tower when I slammed the hatch earlier, wings beating in panic. But their nests remained, packed into the rafters, built from sticks, feathers, and bits of trash scavenged from a town that no longer mattered. I climbed the ladder and tore down an armful of nesting junk. It was foul. Sticks slick with droppings, clumps of feathers matted together, bits of trash woven through it. But it was something. I dragged it back to my corner and shaped it into a rough mat. If I curled into it, maybe the feathers would trap some heat. Well, this was my life now, sleeping in pigeon nests. Part 2. Well, dark humor kicked in before I could stop it. I laughed once, a short, ugly sound that cracked off the stone walls. It echoed for a long time. It was hollow. I shut it fast because it was one step away from sobbing. The light was almost gone now. I flicked on the flashlight and instantly regretted it. The beam was weak, sickly yellow, barely pushing back the shadows. I couldn't waste the batteries, so I shut it off and let my eyes struggle through the last scraps of twilight. The blue darkness seeped into the tower. The bells above became looming silhouettes. The windows turned into faint grey shapes, holding the final smear of sunset. The stars started to punch through. Venus hung low in the west, bright and steady. That dragged up memories that I hadn't asked for. My dad standing in the backyard with his old telescope pointing out constellations when I was a kid. Orion, Cassiopeia, the Big Dipper. He died 6 years ago. Heart attack at 58. I was glad he wasn't here to see this. My mum had moved to Nebraska 3 years back to be closer to my sister. Damn, I hoped they were okay. I hope Nebraska was far away enough for whatever this had become. Didn't even know what this was, to be honest. The news had been a mess before the TV died. Violence, riots, something about rabies, emergency declarations, martial law. And then the power cut out around noon. My phone lost signal not long after that. Been standing in my kitchen debating whether to try to drive out of town when I heard screaming next door. Mr. Lopez staggered out of his front door covered in blood. He just stood there for a second, swaying, looking confused. Then Mrs. Lopez stumbled after him, her throat ripped open. I watched through my kitchen window as she caught him and they both went down hard in the driveway. Oof, I couldn't look away, but I should have. When they stood back up a few minutes later, I knew it was time to run. I grabbed my keys and the backpack from the hall closet, the one I'd owned, not Father Val's, and bolted from my car. I didn't make it. The street was already crawling. They poured out of houses, stepped from behind parked cars, spilled in from the park at the end of the block. I turned and ran the other way, toward Main Street, thinking there'd be police, soldiers, anyone. There was nobody. Just more of them. The church was the last option. The doors were open. Father Val must have unlocked them, maybe thinking he was offering sanctuary. I sprinted inside. The nave was empty. Crashing and screaming came from the administrative wing. I didn't check. Just saw the door to the bell tower stairwell and took it. Slammed it shut, locked it and climbed. Well, that really only been 3 hours ago, maybe 4. Felt like days. The tower was fully dark now. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The noise from below had died down. They were still there. I could hear the occasional scrape, a dull thud, a low moan, but the constant pressure had stopped. Maybe they'd slept. Did they sleep? I had no idea. Nobody did. This was day one of the end of the world, and there was no handbook. My mouth felt like sandpaper, so I allowed myself 3 small sips of water. The liquid was warm and tasted like plastic, but it eased the burn in my throat. I tightened the cap and put the bottle back in the exact spot where I could find it without light. I didn't eat the pretzels. No, they had to last. Hunger was just discomfort. I could live with discomfort. Oh, the cold was worse. I was shivering non-stop now, my teeth clicking. I crawled into the pile of nesting material and curled up, knees tight to my chest. Well, the feathers helped a little, trapping what heat I had. God, it was miserable, but better than bare stone. Try not to think about my bed. Oh, the memory foam mattress, the electric blankets, the down comforter, the warm, soft place I'd probably never see again. No, come on, stop. Don't spiral. I focused on breathing, in through my nose, out through my mouth, slow and controlled. This was survival. I'd read about survival. People lasted weeks without food, days without water. The human body was tougher than it felt. Come on, I could do this. I just had to make it to morning. Then I could reassess. Maybe help would come. Maybe the military would roll in and clear the town. Maybe this was contained. Maybe the rest of the country was still intact and rescue was already moving. Above me through the narrow windows, the stars burned cold and brilliant. The Milky Way cut across the sky like a pale scar, visible now that the town's lights were dead. Every streetlight was dark. Houses lay black and hollow, except where flames chewed through them. The stars burned brighter than I'd ever seen, to be honest, clear and sharp and merciless. It was beautiful in a way that made my stomach twist. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But the cold dragged me back up, or maybe it was the noise, I couldn't tell. Time meant nothing up here. My watch face was useless without the flashlight. I wasn't wasting the battery. The stars had shifted, though. Orion had climbed higher, which meant hours had passed. 10 p.m. maybe. Midnight, maybe later. The sounds from below were different now. Not the wandering shuffles. Not the broken moans. No, this was heavier. It was rhythmic and intentional. I sat up straight, wide awake, my heart slamming against my ribs. They were hitting the door at the bottom of the stairwell, again and again. This wasn't frantic, it wasn't random, no. A steady pulse like a battering ram. The noise rolled up the spiral stairs and punched through the trap door. I crawled across the floor and pressed my ear to the wood. And it was louder there, clearer. Between the impacts I could hear voices. Not words, just layered sounds rising and falling together. Then a shared moan, and another coordinated slam. They weren't just mindless. They were working together. And they were learning. The door would hold. It had to. Thick oak reinforced with iron sunk into a stone frame, built centuries ago by people who expected violence. But the frame worried me more than the door. Yes, old mortar, old stone, and the hinges on my side of the door. That meant they were pulling, not pushing. If they tore hard enough, the hinges could rip straight out of the wood. Right, I needed to think, needed to assume the door would fail. The ladder bracing the trapdoor suddenly felt laughable. I scrambled around for anything heavier, anything solid. I dragged over chunks of broken wood, old beams, thick planks, and stacked them on top of the trapdoor. It wasn't much, maybe 50 pounds total, but it was all I had. The chain. I grabbed it, turned it over in my hands, and then stopped. There was nothing to anchor it to. The bell frame was wood, old and stressed. I didn't trust it to take that kind of load. The stone walls were bare, no hooks, no rings, nothing. My breathing sped up, sharp and shallow, and my fingers tingled. Right. Slow down. Forced the air back into my lungs and counted the breaths. Went to the west window and looked down. Fuck. The parking lot was worse than before, way worse. The crowd had thickened. They'd come back, drawn by the noise, or by memory, or by whatever passed for instinct now. Counted at least 60 near the church, and more were staggering in from the street, drawn out of the dark. Shit, this was spiraling fast. I climbed to the roof hatch and pushed it open. The night air hit me like a punch. My breath fogged instantly. The widow's walk glistened with frost. It was slick now and dangerous. Could I hide up here? If they broke through, could I climb out and wait it out? No, it was already below freezing. I was shaking uncontrollably in my thin jacket, even with the nesting material. Up there, exposed to the wind, I wouldn't last an hour. There was nowhere to go. The roof was too steep. The widow's walk went nowhere. The spire was smooth, copper over wood. Impossible to climb. A dead end in every direction. Well, this landed hard, like ice water down my spine. There was no escape from the tower. Not up, not down. I was here until I died, either of thirst, of cold, or hunger, or because they finally got through. I dropped back down and curled into my corner. My whole body shook now. It wasn't just the cold anymore. My throat burned with the need to scream. My eyes ached with tears I didn't want to give in to. I wanted this to be a nightmare. I wanted to wake up anywhere else. But instead, I hugged my knees to my chest, pressed my face into the feathers and filth, and waited. The pounding went on for hours. Sometimes it slowed to an irregular thud, long pauses between hits, but then it ramped back up harder than before. They never tired, never quit. They just kept throwing themselves at the door like time meant nothing to them. At some point, I must have passed out because I jolted awake to grey light leaking through the narrow windows. Pre-dawn. And the banging was gone. I was so cold I couldn't move at first. My hands felt dead, useless slabs at the ends of my arms. My face was stiff, skin stretched tight like frozen leather. I forced my fingers to bend, one joint at a time. Pain flared, sharp and electric, and then pins and needles as blood crept back in. My whole body ached from hours of violent shivering. But the tower was quiet now, just the wind sliding through the open windows, making the stone hum. I crawled to the trapdoor and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No movement, no sound. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. Still nothing. Slowly, carefully, I shifted the wood I'd piled on top and dragged the ladder aside. I slid the bolt back and lifted the trapdoor a few inches. The stairwell below was empty. Dim morning light filtered upward from the far below. For a split second, I wondered if the door at the bottom had been smashed open and sunlight was pouring in. But I didn't see any of them on the stairs. I raised the trapdoor higher and flicked on the flashlight. The beam was barely alive, so weak, but it showed stone steps spiraling down into darkness. Empty? Where had they gone? Closed the trapdoor again and shoved the bolt back into place. No chances. This could be bait. They could be waiting just out of sight, pressed against the walls. Or maybe they lost interest and wandered off to hunt something easier. I went to the windows. The parking lot below was mostly clear now. 5 or 6 infected remained, scattered and still, frozen in place like mannequins. But the rest were gone, dissolved back into the town. Well, that was something, I guess. If most of them were gone, I had options. Maybe I could make a break for it, find a better shelter, find supplies, or maybe the second I opened that door, they would just come flooding back. I sat down and took 3 careful sips of water. Oh, fuck, the bottle was already half empty. I ate one pretzel, chewing it until it was paste, trying to trick my body into thinking it was more than it was. The salt made my mouth dry, but I needed the calories. The sun climbed over the eastern hills, spilling gold across the town. Smoke still rose from several places. In the daylight, I could see bodies in the streets now, dark shapes that didn't move. The truly dead, not the infected. There were dozens of them. I spent the morning watching. It was all I could do. Watch, wait, and look for patterns. The infected, still in the parking lot, barely moved now. They swayed where they stood, heads tilted at wrong angles. One of them was a woman in a business suit. Her blonde hair was matted dark with dried blood. She stood facing the street, unmoving, like she was waiting for a bus that would never come. Around 9, based on the sun's position, they started coming back. One here, one there, shamblers drifting in from different directions, drawn toward the church. Within an hour, the lot was crowded again. 20, 30, 40. They clustered close to the building, near the base of the tower, like they remembered I was up there even if they couldn't see me. I stayed away from the windows. I didn't want to give them a focal point. As the sun climbed, the temperature followed. Still cold, but survivable, maybe mid-40s. I wasn't shaking anymore, which felt like a victory. I spread the nesting material out to dry. It was damp from my breath and body heat. God, the tower stank. Wet bird, old stone, and my own sweat layered together. Then another problem hit me. I had to pee. There was no solution to that. No bathroom, no container. I used the corner farthest from where I slept, turning my back to the windows just in case one of them could somehow see up here. It was humiliating, but it had to happen. The urine soaked into the ancient wood and the smell joined everything else. Wiped my hands on my jeans, went back to my corner. Yeah, I'd live with it. By noon, I'd eaten 3 more pretzels. The bag was past half gone. My stomach twisted and grabbed at itself, sharp cramps rolling through, but I made myself stop. Took 2 small sips of water. The bottle felt light now, maybe a quarter full. I was rationing hard, but the numbers didn't care about discipline. 2 days of water if I was lucky. 3 days of food if I stretched it to the breaking point. And after that, nothing. The truth was I needed more supplies. Or I needed out. Those were the only 2 outcomes that didn't end with me dying up here. I spent the afternoon crawling over every inch of the tower. I'd already searched it once, but panic made me meticulous. I dragged my hands along the stone, feeling for hidden alcoves, old storage spaces, anything hollow. Nothing. I inspected the bell frame inch by inch, hoping some long-gone maintenance worker had left a crate, a toolbox, or anything useful. All I found was dust, rot, and bird nest packed into the corners. Up close, the bells were ever more monstrous. The larger one stood maybe 4 feet tall, the smaller just under 3. Both hung from a thick oak beam anchored directly into the stone walls. The rope system was surprisingly clever. Pulleys, counterweights, all designed so a single person could ring both bells in rhythm. The ropes themselves were thick hemp, as wide as my chest, stiff with age and coated in grime and droppings. I gave one a cautious tug. The bell shifted slightly. The clapper swung just enough to kiss the bronze. Dun. The sound was soft, almost polite, but it made my blood freeze. I stood perfectly still, waiting for chaos below. A minute passed. Nothing changed. Either they didn't hear it or they didn't care. The ropes vanished through holes in the floor, following the spiral staircase down to where the ringing chamber would have been. Someone at ground level could have rung the bells without ever climbing the tower. That sparked an idea. Not a good one, but an idea. If I cut one of the ropes and dropped it out of a window, it'd be close to 80 feet long enough to reach the ground, or close enough to matter. I could tie it off to the bell frame and try to climb down the outside of the tower. Except, I had nothing to cut it with. Matches wouldn't burn through the hemp that thick. I had no knife, no blade, and even if I did manage to cut it, could I climb 80 feet? I wasn't strong. I never worked out. My arms would give way halfway down and I'd fall and die anyway. Still, I was going to die of thirst up here. Might be worth the risk. Went back to the first aid kit and dumped it out again. Bandages, gauze, tape, antibiotic ointment, alcohol wipes. Oh, and a tiny pair of scissors. Art 3. They were barely 2 inches long, meant for trimming tape, not cutting rope. The blades were thin and dull. Pressed them against the hemp and tried to snip. Nothing. Could barely fray the outer fibers. Cutting through even a single strand would take hours, maybe days. But it was possible, technically. I put the scissors back and locked the thought away. Not yet, but maybe. The afternoon crawled by. I was so bored it felt physical. There was nothing to do but watch the infected drift around below and count down the light. Tried to sleep, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I was exhausted and wired at the same time, running on fear and leftover adrenaline. Too tired to move, too tense to rest. My thoughts drifted to my apartment, my books, my laptop. TV I used as background noise. My job at the insurance company. Mind-numbing but stable. Co-workers, Friday drinks at the pub, trivia nights on Tuesdays, my regular Chinese takeout order, Kung Pao chicken, extra spicy fried rice. All of it was gone, wiped out. The world had ended and I was hiding in a bell tower, eating stale pretzels and pissing on a wooden floor. God, how did it come to this? That question circled endlessly with no answer waiting at the end. The news had been a mess even before it went dark. One channel said virus, another swore it was a bioweapon. A preacher screamed about divine judgment. Online the theories multiplied by the minute until the internet itself vanished. Now there was no way to know the truth. Not that it mattered. Whatever caused it didn't change the outcome. The dead were walking and everyone I knew was probably dead, or worse. I cut that line of thought off hard. Letting my mind sink into that hole wouldn't keep me alive. As the sun slid down again, I got ready for another night. I dragged the nesting junk back into a heap. I repositioned the water bottle and food so I could grab them blind. I checked the trapdoor. It was still bolted, still braced with a ladder and stacked wood. I pulled on every layer I had, jacket over hoodie, trying to trap heat any way I could. The air was cooling fast. It was going to be another brutal night. I started hitting the door around 8. Same rhythm as before. Steady, patient, unstoppable. I tried to tune it out, but the sound climbed the tower and drilled straight into my skull. Every impact was rattling my teeth. God, I wanted to scream at them to shut up, but I didn't. That would only make it worse. Instead, I curled into my corner and clamped my hands over my ears. I dragged up anything I could think of to drown it out. Poems I'd memorized in high school, song lyrics I hadn't thought about in years. Counted backward from 1,000. Missed numbers, started again. The banging went on until I guessed it was midnight. The stars overhead suggested it was late. And then, just like the night before, it stopped. Dead silence. Only the wind. I was exhausted down to my bones. I was cold. I was hungry. I burrowed into the feathers and shut my eyes. Sleep came eventually, dragging me under whether I wanted it or not. Day 3 began the same way Day 2 had. Grey dawn, frozen fingers, empty lot. But something was different. It was quieter. When I checked the windows, I counted only 3 infected nearby. Just 3. The rest had drifted off somewhere else, pulled by some instinct I still didn't understand. This was it. Yes, if I was going to try to get out, it had to be now. I spent an hour thinking it through. The door at the bottom of the stairs had to be open or broken, otherwise how were they getting inside to slam against it every night? If I could get down the stairs and through that door before the others wandered back, I might have a shot. Find a car, pray the keys were inside, drive until I hid help or ran out of road. Well, it was a terrible plan. There were dozens of ways to die, but staying meant dying for sure. I drank the rest of the water, every drop. Yeah, if I was running, dehydration would kill me faster than anything else. I ate the last of the pretzels, 4 sad little twists that tasted like salt and dust. Wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. I stuffed the first aid kit and the matches into my jacket pockets. I left the flashlight behind. The batteries were useless. I left the notepad and pen. No more goodbyes. I wrapped the rusted chain around my hand, letting it dangle like a crude flail. It was a weapon, barely, but better than empty hands. Well, this was as ready as I was ever going to be. I pulled the wood off the trapdoor and dragged the ladder away. I slid the bolt back, and slowly, carefully, I lifted the door and looked down. Empty. Spiral stairs dropped away into shadow. I could see the bottom. The door was there, hanging open, torn loose from its hinges. Morning light poured through it, bright and unforgiving. Right, this was the moment. I eased myself through the trapdoor, my boots finding stone. My ankle still flared with pain, swollen and stiff from days ago, but it held. I started down, slowly and silently, sticking to the outer edge of the spiral where the steps were widest. The stairway was narrow, barely enough room for my shoulders. The stone walls were cold and damp, slick to the touch. The steps were worn smooth in the center, polished by centuries of feet climbing up and down. Now it was just mine. Oh, and whatever was waiting below. I counted the steps as I descended. 10, 20, 30. At 40, something moved below me. A scrape, a wet, dragging breath. I stopped dead. There was one in the stairwell. At least one. Somewhere beneath me, hidden in the curve of the spiral. I held my breath until my chest burned and listened. The sound came again. It was closer now, unmistakably below, maybe 20 feet down past the next bend. I had 2 choices. Back up, retreat to the tower and wait it out. Or push forward and try to get past it. If it was only one, maybe I could take it. I tightened my grip on the chain, imagining the weight of it cracking a skull. Well, I knew the rules. Smash the brain, end it. But this wasn't a movie. This was real. Whatever was down there had once been human. It was strong, it didn't feel pain, and if I got close enough to swing the chain, it was close enough for it to grab me. My hands were shaking. Cold? Fear? Probably both. I took one careful step down, then another. The stone didn't make a sound under my sneakers. I reached the next curve and leaned just enough to see. It was Father Val, or what remained of him. He sat slumped on the steps, back against the wall, head twisted at an angle no neck should allow. His throat was gone, just a torn cavity crusted with dried black blood. His eyes were open, clouded over, useless and watching at the same time. His hands rested on his knees, fingers twitching in small, nervous spasms. He blocked the stairs completely. There was no squeezing past him in that tight spiral. As I stared, his head snapped toward me. Not smooth, just sharp, like a bird jerking to attention. His mouth fell open and the sound came out again, wet and bubbling through the ruined mess of his throat. He saw me. He unfolded himself off the steps and surged upright with that awful liquid motion that they all had, joints bending where they shouldn't, body moving too easily. He started climbing toward me, arms reaching, mouth opening wider. I ran. Tore back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, pain exploding through my ankles. Behind me, he was coming faster than he had any right to. I could hear him, those wet breaths, the shoes scraping the stone, always too close. I tore through the trapdoor and spun, slamming it down just as his hand shot through the gap. Grey fingers, blackened nails, grasping. I grabbed the ladder and drove it down onto his arm. Wood crunched against flesh and bone, but he didn't recoil. No, he just kept reaching, clawing for my leg like nothing was wrong. I swung the chain. Once, twice, 3 times. The skin split, but no red came out, just this dark sludge seeping over my knuckles. On the 4th strike, something gave way. Bone or tendon snapped, and the hand went slack. I kicked the arm back through and slammed the trapdoor shut. Threw the bolt, jammed the ladder across it. From below he moaned and scratched and scraped at the wood. God, he was right there, just inches away, separated from me by a thin layer of planks. I staggered back and collapsed into my corner. My lungs were on fire now, and my ankle throbbed like it had been shattered. The chain was still wrapped around my hand, slick with that dark, oily fluid. Well, that was it. No escape. I was trapped for real now. The stairwell was lost. Father Val was down there and more would come. The door at the bottom was wide open. They could move in and out freely, fill the stairs and wait me out. Thirst would finish the job if nothing else did. I wanted to cry, but my body couldn't spare the water. My eyes burned dry. I sat there for a long time, breathing, trying to steady myself while the scratching continued below. So slow and so methodical. Eventually, I forced myself to move. If I was going to die, it wouldn't be because I'd given up. I reinforced the trapdoor, piled everything I could find on top of it. Every piece of wood, the chain, chunks of the bell framework I'd managed to wrench loose. I built a barricade out of desperation and fear, knowing the thing below me would never get tired. But neither could I. I built the barricade until it stood nearly 3 feet high, a crooked mound of broken wood, splintered beams, twisted metal, and whatever weight I could drag across the floor. It wasn't pretty. It didn't have to be. It was heavy, brutal, and stubborn. He wasn't going to push through that, I hoped. After that, the day dissolved. I sat with my back against the wall and stared at nothing. Too empty to move, too beaten to think. The hunger gnawed constantly now. It was a dull, relentless ache. But the thirst was worse. The thirst was torture. My mouth felt stuffed with cotton. My tongue was thick and swollen. I hadn't had water in hours, and my body was screaming for it in waves of panic and nausea. I even thought about drinking my own piss. I knew people did it in survival situations. I'd read about it. But knowing and doing were different things. I couldn't make myself try. Not yet. I told myself maybe tomorrow, if tomorrow came, and if I was worse than this. The sun went down in a blaze of red, angry light. It smeared the stone walls in blood colors like the tower itself was bleeding. I watched from the west window and felt nothing at all. No fear, no sadness. Just a flat, hollow acceptance. The night fell, and the scratching never stopped. Father Val worked at the trapdoor all night, scraping, clawing, moaning softly to himself. He didn't rest, didn't even pause. He didn't tie, just waited me out with the patience of something that was not alive. I didn't sleep either. I couldn't. I was too cold, too thirsty, too aware of my body shutting down piece by piece. Dawn crawled in, grey and miserable. Was this day 4? Maybe 5. I wasn't sure anymore. Time had lost all meaning. When I stood, the room tilted. Black spots swam in my vision. My head felt full of pressure, like it might split open. Oh yeah, the dehydration had sunk its teeth in deep. I remembered reading that humans could last 3 days without water, 4 if they were lucky. I was past that line, or standing right on it. I needed water. I thought about rain. If it rained, I could catch it somehow, tear pages from the notepad, shape them into a crude funnel, let the water drip into my mouth. But the sky was a hard, empty blue. No clouds, no mercy. I looked at the bells. Bronze was metal, and metal sweated. Early morning cold air against warming air. There should be condensation. I dragged myself up the ladder and pressed my face close to the larger bell. The surface wasn't wet enough to drip, but it was damp, coated in a thin, shining film. I ran a finger across it and licked it. The taste was awful. Metal, birchit, old dust. But it was water. I did it again, and again. I ran both hands over every inch I could reach and licked the moisture from my palms like an animal. God, it wasn't much. Maybe a tablespoon when I was done. It was something. Enough to keep me alive one more day. I repeated the process on the smaller bell. Another miserable tablespoon. Well, my mouth eased slightly. The dizziness backed off just enough to matter. It could work. Every morning I could harvest the condensation. Well, it wouldn't be enough, never enough, but maybe it would keep me breathing, barely. Unless the weather changed. Unless it got warmer. Unless 100 other things went wrong. But at least for that day I had water. And below me the scratching continued. Father Val never stopped. Part 4. I wondered if any part of him was still in there. Trapped, where? Watching through dead eyes as his body clawed and moaned on autopilot. Fuck, I hope not. I hoped it was just infection and instinct, nothing left to suffer. The day passed in a fog. I drifted in and out of half sleep, never fully resting, never fully awake. My thoughts came apart. My dreams made no sense. I was back in my apartment, but the walls were stone. I was at work, but everyone was dead. I was in the bell tower, and my dad was there, pointing out constellations like nothing was wrong. When I woke again, the sun was low. Hours had gone by. My hunger had changed. The sharp cramps were gone, replaced by a deep, hollow emptiness, like something vital had been snooped out of me. My body had started eating itself, I guess. Fat first, muscle next. Well, people could survive weeks without food, they said. I didn't have weeks. Oh, fuck, I was already weak, already damaged by cold, fear, and thirst. I needed food. The pigeons. They used to live up here. I hadn't seen them since the first day when everything had gone to hell, and they'd exploded out the tower in a frenzy of wings, but birds came back to familiar places. They roosted at sunset. If one returned, I could catch it, kill it, eat it, roar if I had to. The thought made my stomach twist, but hunger was louder than disgust now. Protein was protein, calories were calories. I watched the windows as evening crept in. The sky turned orange, then purple. Stars began punching through the dark. Oh, it was beautiful. Then movement. A flutter at the north window. Pigeon landed on the stone still, grey and white, plump and dumb. It didn't move. I barely breathed. The bird hopped inside, pecking at the floor. It's about 6 feet away. I had one chance. If I missed, it would be gone forever. I waited until it lowered its head again, and then I lunged. My hand snapped shut around the pigeon's body and it detonated into chaos. Wings hammered my face, feathers exploded into the air. Its claws raked my forearms. They were sharp and desperate, and I tightened my grip. It was stronger than I expected. Warm, alive, I could feel its heart smashing itself to pieces against my palms. I squeezed harder. I had to end it fast or it would slip free. I twisted its neck the way I'd seen people do it on screens, pretending it was easy. Something cracked, and the bird went slack instantly. I sat there shaking. Fuck. I just killed something. Something small and breathing and heartless. I knew I needed to do it, but the guilt still hit me like a wave of filth. I stared down at the dead pigeon lying in my lap, its head hanging at an unnatural angle. Now what? I had no idea how to prepare an animal. I never cleaned anything bigger than a fish fillet wrapped in plastic. Didn't have a knife, no tools, just my hands and the pathetic little scissors from the first aid kit. So, I used my fingers. I tore at the feathers, ripping them out in greasy handfuls. They came free easier than I'd expected, drifting down to join the mess already covering the floor. The skin underneath was pale and bumpy. I split it open with my nails. It resisted. It was tougher than it looked, but then gave way. Heat spilled out. The inside was disgusting. I reached in and pulled out organs I couldn't name, dropping them onto the stone. And then the smell hit me full in the face, raw, coppery, unmistakably recently alive. God, this was savage. I was crouched in a bell tower, dismantling a bird with my bare hands like something prehistoric. But hunger drowned out the shame. I tore into the breast meat with my teeth. It was stringy, grey. It tasted like blood and iron. I chewed anyway, and swallowed, and took another bite, then another. I ate until there was nothing left but bones, feathers, and wet scraps I couldn't force myself to touch. But it wasn't enough. One pigeon might be several hundred calories if I was lucky. My body needed 10 times more than that, more with the cold chewing at me non-stop. But still, it was something. I wiped my hands on my jeans, streaking them dark. Sat there for a long time afterward, staring at nothing, stunned by what I'd just done. And I was alive. Night came, and the scratching started again below. I curled up in my filthy nest of feathers, my feathers now mixed with the pigeons. I tried to sleep. Tomorrow, I told myself, I'd lick water from the bells again. Tomorrow, I'd try to catch another bird. Tomorrow, I'd survive one more day. That became the rule. One fucking day at a time. All the days smeared together until counting them felt pointless. A week had passed, maybe more, and every day was the same loop. Wake cold and stiff, scrape moisture off bronze with my tongue, watch the windows, listen to Father Val claw at the door, sleep in broken pieces, and repeat. I caught 3 more pigeons, but it was never enough. My body shrank fast. My jeans sagged at the waist, my ribs stood out when I looked down. My reflection in the curved bronze of the bells barely looked human now. God, my eyes were sunken, hollow cheeks, skin pulled tight and pale. I was slowly dying. Below, the infected thinned out again. Most days, only a few lingered in the parking lot, motionless, waiting. The rest wandered the town, drifting through streets and buildings in patterns I couldn't understand. The fires had burned down to embers. The smoke had cleared. I could see farther now. The highway to the south was a solid mass of dead cars. The strip mall was a black shell. The elementary school's flag still flew, but it was torn and faded, snapping weakly in the wind. There were no helicopters, no soldiers, no rescue. I was alone. The isolation was worse than the hunger had ever been. I started talking to myself just to hear a voice. I held conversations with people who weren't there. I told my dad about the stars at night. I described the sunrise to my mom in detail, like she could still see it through my eyes. And I screamed at Father Val through the trapdoor, told him to leave, to stop, to just let me die in peace. Well, he never answered. He just scratched. I knew I was losing my mind. I could feel it happening, slowly and steadily. I remembered reading about solitary confinement, how people unraveled when cut off long enough. Well, I was living it. One morning I woke up and couldn't remember my own name. Not for several long, terrifying minutes at least. And when it came back, it hit me like a slap. Don. My name was Don Chen, 32 years old, insurance adjuster. That scared me more than the infected ever had. I was disappearing. Well, to fight it, I started writing. The notepad and pen was still there, and I filled page after page with whatever I could drag out of my head. My address, my phone number, my mom's birthday, my first grade teacher's name, the plot of my favorite book, anything to nail myself in place. I wrote about the infected, about the bells, about the cold, about the pigeons. I wrote letters to people who would never read them. Dear Mom, I'm alive. I'm in the bell tower of St. Catherine's Church. I hope you made it out. Hope Nebraska was far enough away. Hope you and Karen are together and safe. I miss you. Love, Dawn. There was no one left to send it to, but writing it made the silence hurt a little less. And then the weather turned. One morning I woke up to snow drifting through the open windows, dusting the floor in white. The air burned my lungs. Winter had arrived. I had no fire, no heat, no shelter beyond stone and wind. That was it. This was how it ended. Not torn apart, not eaten alive, not starved, but frozen in a bell tower, scratching sounds below, snow falling softly around me. I told myself I'd fall asleep one night and simply never wake up, freeze solid in my pile of feathers and be done with it. The idea didn't scare me as much as it should have. It sounded quiet, final, clean ending, I suppose. But something in me refused to roll over and die. Some stubborn, feral scrap of instinct kept digging in its heels. I gathered more nesting debris and rebuilt my corner, thicker this time, tighter. Forced my body to move, jumping jacks, push-ups, anything that would spark heat. God, my muscles screamed and gave out fast, but it was enough to warm me for a while. I wrapped the chain around my torso under my clothes, the cold metal stealing heat at first and then holding it close once it had warmed. I made it through another night, then another. The snow stopped falling, but the cold never loosened its grip. I could see my breath all the time now, pale clouds blooming in front of my face. Frost crept across the inside of the windows like veins. Some mornings the condensation on the bells was frozen solid. I had to press my hands against the bronze, wait for my body heat to soften it, and then scrape and lick it off like an animal. I caught another pigeon, then another. I got better at it, quieter, faster. The hesitation had disappeared, the guilt burned out. They were food, nothing more. Survival burned morality down to ash. I used the tiny scissors to slice thin strips of meat and then drape them over the bell ropes to dry. Pigeon jerky. Revolting, but it kept longer. I rationed it with grim precision, eating just enough to keep my body from shutting down. This was my life now. This was what I turned into. A scavenger squatting in a stone tower, killing birds with my hands, licking water off metal, talking to myself while something dead scratched at the door below. Time dragged forward inch by inch. I marked the days on the wall with charcoal scraped from burned matches. 23 lines now, almost a month. It didn't feel real. It felt endless. My body adapted in ugly ways. Hunger never left, but I learned to ignore it. My hands were rough with calluses and scars from feathers, bone, and claws. My ankle had mostly healed, though it screamed when the temperature dropped. My beard grew wild and knotted, and I stank. Sweat, old blood, and rot. I was still alive. But I was becoming something else. Then the scratching stopped. It just ended. 3 days passed with nothing from below. No moaning, no claws on wood, no patient eternal noise. I didn't know if Father Val had wandered off, collapsed, or simply wore himself down to nothing. And to be honest, the silence was worse. I'd grown used to the sound. It had kept me sharp, and without it, the tower felt wrong. It was just too empty and too still. But I finally cracked the trapdoor and looked down. The stairwell was empty. No Father Val, no infected, just shadows, stone, and the broken door at the bottom spilling grey winter light into the shaft. This was another chance. Another opening. But God, I was weak now. I didn't trust my legs to carry it all the way down without folding. And even if I made it outside, then what? Run on shaking limbs? Fight with arms that barely lifted my own weight? Oh, I'd die out there. Up here I had stone walls, a little water, a few pigeons. It wasn't life, but it was survival. I closed the trapdoor and bolted it again. Maybe later. Maybe never. Then the next morning I woke to voices. Human voices. At first I thought my brain had finally snapped, but they kept going. Clear, layered, real. They floated up from outside, carried on the cold air. I scrambled to the north window and looked down. There were people in the parking lot. Living people. 5 of them, 3 men, 2 women. Rifles, baseball bats, heavy winter gear, backpacks. They moved tight and disciplined. Survivors. Oh, my chest locked up. I wanted to scream, but fear crushed it back down. What if they weren't friendly? What if they saw me as a liability, or worse, as infected? I watched them approach the church. A tall man with a red beard tried the door. It was locked. They talked briefly, then split up, checking the building. They were going to leave. They'd search, find nothing useful, and disappear forever. They'd never know I was even here. I couldn't let that happen. I tried to shout. My voice came out shredded and weak. Barely anything. Help! Nothing. I tried again, louder, my voice cracking. Up here! The wind swallowed it. At this point, desperation took over. I grabbed the chain and slammed it against the bell. The sound detonated across the parking lot, pure, violent, and impossible to ignore. They all froze. Their heads snapped up. One of them pointed straight at me. I waved like a madman, arms flailing. God, I was alive. I was here. The red-bearded man said something sharp to the others. Then they moved toward the tower entrance. God, hope hit me so hard it hurt. After all this time, after all of it, I was going to be rescued. Zombie Apocalypse, Queens, by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. I dragged myself awake at 6 sharp, yanked out of sleep by my neighbor's alarm screaming through the paper-thin walls of my Queens apartment. That same tinny stabbing beep I'd been hearing every weekday for 3 damn years. I stayed on my back for a minute, my eyes locked on the water stain spreading across the ceiling, a crooked shape like a map to some place I'd never see, and I listened to the city claw its way into morning. Sirens whining far off, the subway grinding under the pavement. Somebody 2 floors down, barking in Spanish like they were already in a fight. October in New York cut different. The air leaking through my cracked window had teeth. Not cold enough to justify heat, but not warm enough to be kind. Just uncomfortable enough to keep you tense. I hauled myself out of bed and brewed instant coffee in the dented little pot on the counter, right beside a pile of unpaid bills I've been dodging for a couple of weeks. The stuff tasted scorched and metallic, like it had been filtered through rust, but it was hot and wired me up, and that was enough. I showered, pulled on the same jeans and button-down I'd worn a few days earlier, and headed downstairs to the street where my cab waited. Yellow paint worn thin, rear bumper still crumpled from some tourist who clipped me and then vanished before I could get a plate. I turned the key. The engine fought me, coughed twice, and finally caught on the 3rd try, spitting blue smoke into the morning before settling into its usual ugly growl. 7:30. Time to bleed the day for cash. On the expressway was its usual war zone. Delivery trucks choking lanes. Some BMW asshole slicing through the traffic like the rest of us didn't exist. A bus vomiting diesel that burned my eyes even with the windows sealed. I slid into the current and let instinct take over. Stop, surge, calculate, switch lanes, repeat. 8 years behind the wheel meant my hands moved before I even thought. My phone chirped at 7:45. First fare. Upper West Side pickup. I took the Queensborough Bridge, skyline looming bigger with every mile, all glass and steel flashing under the morning sun. Well, the city looked normal, same as always, like nothing bad had ever happened here unless you were the one living it. The next hour passed clean. Routine runs, routine gridlock, routine faces. Kid with a gym bag glued to his phone. A woman in a sharp suit arguing into hers the entire ride about some meeting she'd probably forget in a week. Nothing strange, nothing off. And then 8:30 hit. The phone pinged again. Pickup near Columbia. I rolled uptown and something twisted in my gut before I even reached them. They were on the corner of Amsterdam and 116th. The guy was half carrying a girl about his age, college kids maybe. Well, she was bent forward, clutching her shoulder. Even from inside the cab I saw it, the stain spreading across her white blouse. Dark and slick, soaking through in uneven blotches that glistened wet. They tumbled into the back seat, the guy gasping like he'd sprinted a mile. "Hospital," he choked. "Mount Sinai, fast." I poured into the traffic, checking them in the mirror. God, she looked ghost pale, sweat shining on her skin despite the chill. Eyes clamped shut, soft broken noises slipping out of her throat. He wrapped an arm around her, gripping her hand so tight his knuckles blanched. "Hey, what happened?" I asked, cutting south on Broadway. "Some guy on the subway," he said, voice shaking. "We were waiting for the doors, and he just grabbed her, bit her, right there on the platform. People started screaming. He let go. She's bleeding, man. She's bleeding so fucking much." I looked again. Her eyes were open now, but fixed on nothing. Tears streaked down her cheeks, blending with the sweat. Her lips moved without sound. "Hey, you see him?" I asked. "Drunk? High?" "I don't know." His voice cracked a little. God, his eyes were just so weird, like he wasn't even looking at us. Oh man, and his teeth. He swallowed hard then. There was blood on him before he even bit her. Well, I kept driving. Some junkie, I figured, or someone cooked on whatever new chemical nightmare was floating around this month. It happened. Not every day, but enough. "Hey, she'll make it," I told him. "You hang on." Mount Sinai had a solid emergency department, or usually did. The girl let out another thin, broken sound. Oof, it was barely even human. The boyfriend leaned close, murmuring something I couldn't catch, his voice low and increasingly desperate. I drove harder than I should have, slipping through gaps, ignoring lights I normally wouldn't risk. Got them there in 18 minutes flat. Well, the first real hint that something was off hit me the second I rolled up to the emergency entrance. Well, the place wasn't busy. Busy, I understood. This was something else. It was drowning. People were jammed outside the doors, spilling onto the pavement. Some sat on the ground, wrapped in makeshift bandages, arms and legs and heads bound in gauze already soaked through. Others stood swaying like drunks about to drop. Security guards tried to herd the chaos into lines, barking instructions that nobody followed. Their faces were tight, all of them, strained even, men who knew they'd already lost control. Oh, the boyfriend hauled the girl out of the back. She could barely keep her feet under her. I locked an arm around her waist and half dragged her toward the entrance. No payment, no words. They vanished into the knot of wounded bodies like they'd been swallowed. I shut the door and pulled away, hands clenched on the wheel harder than they needed to be. In the mirror, the hospital shrank behind me. The crowd got smaller with distance, but not less disturbing. That's when I did something I almost never did. I turned on the radio. Oh, fuck, I hated the damn thing. I really hated it. Celebrity garbage dressed up as news. Manufactured shouting matches designed to rile people up. Ads pushing insurance. Couches. Lives I couldn't afford and didn't want. It all felt engineered to needle at you. Make you feel lesser, scared, jealous. I didn't have the bandwidth for that. Oh, I preferred silence. Let the city provide its own soundtrack. Horns, sirens, the grind of millions clawing towards somewhere else. But that morning, after the hospital, after watching a kid with blood on his hands vanish into a crowd that had no business existing at 8:45 on a Tuesday morning, well, I needed something. A frame, a reason, anything that made it fit. I spun the AM dial till I caught a news station. Unusual levels of violence reported across multiple boroughs this morning. Police responding to what they're calling an unprecedented surge in assault calls. Sources at local hospitals say emergency rooms are nearing capacity. Static crackled, so I adjusted the knob. CDC has not issued an official statement, but health officials advise anyone bitten or scratched by another individual to seek immediate treatment. Early symptoms may include fever, confusion, heightened aggression, and more static, so I switched again. Residents are urged to remain calm. The mayor's office stresses there's no cause for panic, but recommends limiting travel and avoiding large gatherings until further information. I lowered the volume, left it murmuring. Those fragments circled in my head while I drove. A virus carried through teeth and blood. Aggression, hospitals buckling. My phone buzzed again, another fair request. I glanced at it and hit accept. What was the alternative? Hide in my apartment and rot in front of the TV? Oh, driving meant motion. Motion meant distraction. The next hour smeared together in hindsight. Pickups, drop-offs. Traffic thicker than usual, but still manageable. Yet things kept happening. Small fractures in the routine. Signs I should have read better. On Fifth Avenue, a man walked straight into my cab. When I was crawling, maybe 10 miles an hour. He stepped off the curb without a glance, moving in this off-balance, jerky shuffle. I slammed the brakes, my tires squealing, but the bumper clipped him and dropped him onto the asphalt. I jumped out, my pulse hammering. He lay flat on his back in the street, didn't move. People began drifting closer, forming that familiar city circle of curiosity. But what stuck with me, what stayed lodged in my head, was how he didn't react. There was no groan, no clutching his side, no shouting blame, just nothing. He just lay there completely still, staring upward with eyes that weren't focusing on a damn thing. Sir, you okay? I dropped to a knee beside him, my hands hovering, not quite willing to touch. There was nothing. No blink, no twitch. His chest rose and fell, slowly, shallowly. Well, he was alive, just vacant. The ambulance showed up in under 5 minutes. 2 paramedics spilled out. I recognized the older one, grey hair wrenched into a tight bun, the kind of face that had seen too much and stopped pretending otherwise. "What happened?" she asked, kneeling opposite me. "Oh, he stepped right out in front of my cab," I told her. I was barely moving, but still clipped him. He hasn't reacted to anything since. She flicked a penlight into his pupils, her fingers checking his pulse. Her partner ran practiced hands over the man's arms and legs, searching for breaks. Oh, they worked fast, automatic muscle memory, but something about them felt wrong. There was a heaviness, like they were already worn down past caring. Then the older paramedic leaned back and laughed. Well, it wasn't a laugh of joy. It was a sound someone made when reality stopped being funny hours ago. "Hey, what?" I asked. She looked straight at me, and something in her eyes prickled the back of my neck. "This," she said. "This is the most normal call we've had all morning." Before I could press her, they were lifting him onto a stretcher and sliding him into the ambulance. He never reacted, didn't even speak, didn't even acknowledge being flattened by a car. The door shut, the siren lit, and they vanished into the traffic. I stayed there on Fifth Avenue a moment longer than I should have, watching the lights disappear. My hands were shaking. When I got back behind the wheel, I just sat there gripping it, my knuckles pale. And the radio kept murmuring. National Guard units being mobilized to strategic locations. Governor urging calm while acknowledging a rapidly evolving situation. Similar incidents reported in New Jersey, Connecticut, and parts of Pennsylvania. Then my phone buzzed again. Another fare. I accepted. 3 more pickups over the next 90 minutes, each one dragging me closer to the airport. Each passenger more frayed than the last. A family hauling luggage like they were fleeing a fire. A couple snapping at each other about whether leaving was overreacting. Phones pressed to ears, voices sharp and rising. Everyone trying to decide what this thing was and how fast they needed to outrun it. The radio dripped new fragments into the air. Infection may require several hours before symptoms fully appear. Avoid contact with individuals exhibiting abnormal behavior. Multiple hospitals reporting security breaches. And then I heard the word. Social media describing infected individuals as zombies. Though officials stress this is inaccurate and unhelpful when referring to what appears to be a neurological viral condition. Zombie. Fucking zombie. Damn, it hung there inside my cab, thick as exhaust fumes, tangling with horns and engines and the growing awareness that the city was slipping sideways. At 11:15 another ping came through. Midtown pickup. Good fare, airport run to JFK. I pulled up outside a glass and steel tower on Park Avenue. A man waited at the curb, late 40s, dressed in money. Suit sharp enough to cut skin. Italian leather on his feet. A watch worth more than my rent. Phone glued to his ear, briefcase clenched tight. He slid into the back without even acknowledging me. No, I don't care what Burnett says. He snapped into his phone. Tell him the jet's ready when I arrive. Then a pause. Yes, I'm aware of the ground stop. That's commercial traffic. This is private. Another pause. Don't inform anyone else. No calls. Just prepare everything. I'll be there in 30. Then he lowered the phone, met my eyes in the mirror. Hey, JFK, private aviation terminal, south side. Oh, step on it. I bored into the traffic, while he resumed dialing, one call bleeding into the next. Clipped orders, logistical triage, closed accounts, move money, fuel the aircraft, keep quiet. The message underneath it all was obvious. He was running, and he had the kind of cash that let him run in leather seats above the clouds while everyone else stayed grounded. Part 2. Well, traffic thickened the closer we got. Then it stopped being traffic at all, just a solid wall of metal. Cars crammed together so tight we crawled inches at a time. Horns blared non-stop, a shrill chorus that set my teeth on edge. What is it? He demanded, leaning forward. Find another route. Yeah, there isn't one, I said. Everyone's headed for the airport. He cursed and went back to his phone. Yeah, I see the congestion. I'm in it. A pause. How long before they shut the airspace completely? Another pause, and then the color drained from his face. What, that soon? And we leave the second I arrive. Have the pilots start pre-flight now. I nudged the cab forward gap by gap. The terminals came into view ahead. And that's when I saw the people. They were pouring out of the buildings and running, flooding toward parking lots, toward the roads, toward anywhere that wasn't inside those terminals anymore. Hey, why are they running? I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. But he heard. He leaned forward, his face nearly pressed against the partition, trying to get a look. Oh, Jesus Christ, he whispered. And that's when I spotted the plane. It stood into view above the skyline ahead of us. Everything wrong about it from the start. It was too low and was moving too fast. Its nose angled in a way that made no sense. Big commercial jet, wide body, the kind that should have been climbing clean into open sky, not dropping like a stone toward the ground. For maybe 2 seconds I believed, stupidly, that the pilot would correct it. Pull up, fix the angle, save it. He didn't. The sound came first. Not a bang, not even an explosion. This was something deeper. A ripping, tearing roar that felt older than machinery. was like the earth itself was splitting open. It punched through the air and straight into my chest, rattling my ribs, vibrating my teeth, my bones, every nerve ending. Then, impact. I watched the aircraft slam into the main terminal at a speed that had to be pushing 200 miles an hour. The building didn't crumble. No, it detonated outwards. Glass, concrete, steel, everything blasted in all directions as thousands of tons of metal and fuel transferred their violence into the structure. The fireball followed, orange and red and black boiling skyward so fast it looked fake, like bad CGI bleeding into reality. The flames surged up and out in waves, towering over the surrounding buildings. Well, you could see the heat itself. The air was bending and shimmering like asphalt in July, only magnified beyond reason. And then the debris started falling. Not just scraps, slabs, torn sections of fuselage, fragments of wing, chunks of terminal wall, raining down hard enough to crush anything beneath them. Cars folded, and people vanished underneath it. The shockwave reached my cab 3 seconds later. The whole vehicle lurched on its suspension, rocking so violently I thought we might tip over. Every window rattled like it wanted to be out of the frame. The blast then rolled over us, not just loud, but physical, pressing against my eardrums until they throbbed. Car alarms erupted across the highway, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. A screaming mechanical chorus. My passenger shouted something to me, but my ears rang too hard to catch it. Through the windshield, I saw people abandoning their vehicles. They were running, not toward the airport anymore, but away from it. Some were shrieking, others just fled in silence, faces blank with shock. But the fire kept building. Thick black smoke clawed upward in a column so dense it looked solid. Secondary blasts rippled through the terminal as fuel tanks ignited, each eruption vomiting fresh towers of flame into the sky. I sat there frozen, my hands locked on the wheel, watching the world collapse. Well, that was the moment it clicked. Not the hospital, not even the man I'd hit, not the radio whispering about bites and violence and overflowing ERs. No, it was this. A passenger jet crammed with people slamming into a building packed with even more, hundreds erased in a single blooming inferno still reaching toward the clouds. And something inside me cracked. Not emotionally, well, not yet. That would come later. This was deeper. The part of my brain that had kept reality at arm's length, letting me drive through a worsening day pretending it was just bad luck. That part shattered. A clean break, no illusion left. The world had ended. Sometime between waking up that morning and now, it had ended. And I'd been cruising through it like an idiot, picking up fares, dodging traffic, worrying about bills. "Hey, we need to go back," my passenger said. His voice sounded far away, though, muffled. "We need to get out." I checked the mirror. Behind us, traffic was already trying to turn, but there was nowhere to turn to. Cars jammed bumper to bumper both ways, trapping everyone in a steel cage. Ahead, the blaze devoured everything. People scattered in every direction, and through smoke and flame I saw movement. Figures. Human shapes, but something about them was off. They were moving toward the crowds, not away. Their bodies jerked forward in broken, stuttering rhythms, purposefully. Drawn in by the noise, the chaos, the screaming mass with nowhere left to run. The infected. I slammed the cab into reverse and started backing up, crawling onto the shoulder, the median, any scrap of space I could claim. My passenger was back on his phone, but his voice had lost that steel edge. He sounded small now, frightened, younger even. "Hey, I'm not making it," he said. "The airport's gone. The terminal's building. I need a car ready at my apartment. Not a jet, a car. We're leaving by road." I kept retreating inch by inch, muscling the car through the deadlock because stopping felt like surrender. Motion was the last thing that still made sense. Behind us, the fire kept climbing, licking higher into the sky. The screaming swelled until it blurred into one endless sound, and then a single thought snapped into place in my head, sharp and undeniable. There was nowhere safe in hell. This thought landed fully formed, like a voice had leaned in close and whispered it straight into my skull. I knew it was true the moment it appeared. All safety was gone. Hospitals, airports, apartment buildings, shelters. Anywhere people clustered was already lost or about to be. The idea of refuge was a lie we'd been telling ourselves to stay calm. The only rule left was simple: stay away from wherever everyone else was running. It took me 40 minutes to pry the cab loose from the mess near JFK. 40 minutes of reversing, edging around stalled and abandoned cars, tires crunching over debris. My guy in the back, some finance type in his expensive suit, just kept hammering his phone, his voice rising as he talked about private jets still, and contingency plans that were evaporating in real time. When I finally got us pointed away from the airport, away from the smoke and flame, he stopped talking. Well, the quiet that followed was worse than his panic. I dropped him back at his building in Manhattan and didn't bother asking for the fare. He stepped out, stood on the curb like he'd forgotten what he was supposed to do next, and then wandered into the lobby like a sleepwalker. Never saw him again. It was 12:30 p.m. now, and the city had been bleeding out since morning, but this was the moment it seemed to realize it was dying. I turned back toward Queens, but the streets were mutating while I drove. What had been bad traffic an hour earlier now turned feral. Cars sat dead in intersections, doors flung open. People ran any direction they could, dragging suitcases, clutching kids, or carrying nothing at all. And threading through them, with a horrible single-minded purpose, were the infected. I saw my first one clearly at a red light on Lexington. She stumbled out of a Starbucks, yoga pants shredded, grey hoodie soaked with something dark and tacky. Her blonde hair clung to her face in greasy ropes. Everything about her was wrong in ways my brain could not even catalogue. The waxy grey skin, the slack mouth chewing on nothing, teeth smeared red. But it was her eyes that locked my hands to the wheel. They weren't empty. No. They were hunting. They snapped to motion, tracked it, stayed fixed with a predator's focus. When a man sprinted past her on the sidewalk, she pivoted her whole body toward him and went after him, movements sharp and stuttering, like a corrupted video file skipping frames. She caught him at the corner. In the rearview mirror, I saw her hook his jacket and drag him down. God, he was still screaming when I forced myself to look away. Now the radio had given up on pretending. A broken voice cut through the static. All bridges and tunnels would be closed in 30 minutes. Final warning to evacuate Manhattan. Military forces authorized to use lethal force. Do not approach military positions. Containment zones were already full. Repeat, containment zones were full. The signal fractured then, dissolving into static, then snapping back into clarity like the stations themselves were being torn apart mid-sentence. I turned onto Fifth Avenue and nearly plowed into a wall of people. 200, maybe more, pouring toward me at a dead run. Behind them came the infected, too many to count now, moving together, pulled forward by the noise and motion like sharks to blood. I slammed the cab into reverse and shot down a side street as the crowd surged past the intersection in a human flood. Hands smacked at my windows as they ran, leaving smeared red prints on the glass. Some screamed, others made no sound at all. All the while, the infected followed. Now, they didn't run like normal people. Their bodies jerked and lurched, too fast one second, dragging the next, driven by a broken rhythm that made my skin crawl. But they were closing the distance, and they didn't stop. One of them wore what was left of a business suit, the tie still knotted at his throat like a bad joke. His left arm dangled uselessly, broken or torn loose, flailing as he moved. His right hand was twisted into a claw, his fingers curled and grabbing at the air. Blood soaked the front of his white shirt, pulled at his belt in a dark, wet bib. He grabbed a woman wearing a green dress. She hit the pavement hard. Her scream ended almost instantly when he folded over her. Two more of them piled into the same spot, dragged there by the noise and the thrashing. I made myself keep reversing. Just keep rolling. Stopping was how you died. Another rule was locked into place, cold and absolute in my mind. Away from people meant away from the infected. Every crowd was bait. Any cluster of humans was already halfway to becoming something worse. Victims and vectors packed together, waiting for the spark. And the smart move, the only move, was to disappear from everyone else entirely. I cut through side streets, angling south and east, hunting for roads that weren't jammed solid with cars, bodies, or the things that followed bodies. The taxi radio now spat out broken updates between bursts of static. The governor had ordered the National Guard to set a secure perimeter. All civilians should... cut. CDC confirmed transmission via bodily fluids. Bites, scratches, blood, saliva. Incubation estimated at 30 to 90 minutes. Symptoms? Fever, confusion, and escalating aggression. Damn. 30 to 90 minutes. The girl I'd driven to the hospital that morning would be gone by now. The man I clipped on Fifth Avenue. The crowds at the airports. How many people had been tagged in that mess? How many were still walking around, breathing, thinking they were fine, already counting down without knowing it? I passed a police cruiser sitting crooked in an intersection, lights still flashing. No cops, though. Both doors hung open. Blood had pooled beside the driver's side, drying dark on the asphalt. I didn't slow down. Not for a second. At 2nd Avenue, the military showed up. Humvees blocked the road, steel and camouflage cutting the city in half. Soldiers in full kit waved a few surviving vehicles through like they were managing livestock. I rolled my window down as one of them stepped up, barely old enough to shave, an M4 tight against his chest. "Sir, you need to proceed to the containment zone at the Javits Center," he said. His voice stayed level, but his eyes kept flicking to the side streets. "Yeah, I'm getting to Queens," I told him. "I'm trying to get home." "Queens is being evacuated too. Everyone needs to report to designated safe zones. Those are your orders." Orders? I stared at him. This kid, 22 maybe. "Hey, I'm not military." "Martial law's in effect," he said. "Everyone follows orders now." His grip shifted on the rifle. Not aggressive, just ready. Damn, I thought about the hospital, the airport. 200 people stampeding down Fifth with monsters snapping at their heels. I pictured the containment zones. Thousands of scared people crushed together, some already infected, ticking bombs with no idea what they were carrying. "Right. I'll go to Javits," I said. Well, I lied. He waved me through. I drove 10 seconds past the checkpoint and cut left at the first chance, steering away from Midtown, away from wherever they were herding people like cattle. Everyone follows orders now. Orders had funneled thousands into a burning airport. Orders were stacking human beings into pens where one bite could light the fuse. Orders were about control, and control was already dead. The rules of the world had cracked wide open, and pretending otherwise was suicide. Part 3. I headed east, sticking to narrow streets, avoiding big avenues where more checkpoints would bloom. The city looked awful in the bright afternoon light. Smoke climbed from scattered fires. Sirens screamed non-stop, layering until they lost meaning. And underneath it all, people ran. People cried. People died. At First Avenue, a woman wrestled a rolling suitcase into the trunk of a Honda while two teenagers, her kids probably, shouted at her to hurry. An infected man stumbled around the corner in ripped jeans and a flannel shirt, saw them, and sped up. Well, the woman saw him too. She ditched the suitcase, shoved her kids into the car, and floored it. The Civic tore away just as he reached them, his hands slapping the trunk as it vanished down the street. He stood there for a second, his head tilting, scanning for the next thing that moved. The flannel might have been blue once, but now it was mostly dark red. His skin looked bleached, his mouth hung open, a low, wet moan leaking out without purpose. Then he noticed me, sitting 30 yards away in my cab, and he started towards me. I pulled off, not fast. No, sudden moves got you noticed. Slow and steady kept you invisible. I watched him trail me for a block before something else twitched in his peripheral vision and stole his focus. We turned away. The radio crackled again, sharper this time. All bridges into Manhattan will be destroyed at 1500 hours. Repeat, all bridges will be destroyed at 1500 hours to prevent spread of infection. This was not a drill. All evacuation must be complete by 1500. Damn, 3 p.m. I glanced at the clock on the dash, 1:15, less than 2 hours before they dropped the bridges and sealed everyone still breathing on the island into a concrete coffin. For a second, I considered making a run for the Queensboro Bridge, bailing out of Manhattan while escape was still technically possible. Then I pictured it. Gridlock from end to end, thousands of people all thinking the same desperate thoughts. The noise, the panic. A perfect feeding ground for anything that hunted crowds. And the military would be there too. Rifles up, eyes scanning for bites, turning people back, maybe putting rounds into anyone that twitched wrong. No. The bridges were going to be death traps. I drove past Roosevelt Island and watched the tram cables stretch across the East River like slack nerves. The cars hung frozen in midair, either powered down or simply abandoned when the world had snapped. Below them, the river slid along, dark and heavy, uncaring. It didn't scream, it didn't burn. It just kept moving. The water. The idea hit me like it had been waiting its turn. The bridges would be blown, the tunnels would be sealed or collapsed. But the river didn't need permission. No checkpoints, no crowds, no orders, just cold, black flow cutting through the city. I'd grown up in Queens, summers at public pools, weekends at Rockaway. I wasn't an Olympic swimmer, but I could stay afloat. And the East River wasn't endless. Half a mile, maybe less, if I picked the right spot. If I could reach the shore, if I could rig something up to help me float, I might be able to drift downstream and slip out before the city slammed shut for good. Well, it was insane. God, the water would be cold, maybe 60 degrees. Current strong enough to tear at you. Debris, God knew what else. Maybe infected too. I could cramp, go under, just freeze. There were 100 ways to die. But staying in Manhattan was a death sentence. The bridges were coming down, the infected were multiplying by the minute, and the military, those kids with rifles and shaking hands, drowning in orders cooked up somewhere far from the streets. Yeah, I'd seen it in that soldier's eyes. Fear wrapped tight around discipline. How long before the command shifted from contain to erase, from hold the line to shoot anything that moves? Well, I needed supplies. Water bottles, empty ones I could tape together for flotation. Something waterproof to carry whatever mattered. And I needed to reach the river before the hammer fell. I spotted a bodega on 2nd Avenue. Its windows were already smashed, metal gate hanging crooked. I pulled the cab over and sat there for a beat, scanning the street. No infected in sight. No crowds, just distant sirens and the thud of my heartbeat in my ears. I left the engine running and moved fast. Inside, the place looked like it had been shaken upside down. Shelves tipped over, chips and cans ground into the floor. The register gaped open, gutted. Well, I ignored it. Money was dead now. Water. I found a case in the back room, ripped it open, grabbed 6 bottles, a roll of duct tape from behind the counter, a lighter near the cigarettes. In the back I spotted a messenger bag, synthetic, heavy seams, maybe waterproof enough. I dumped everything inside, slung it over my shoulder and turned for the door. That's when I saw them. They were coming down 2nd Avenue in force. Not just a handful, no. Not dozens even, hundreds. They filled the street curb to curb, a slow grinding tide of ruined bodies and torn clothes, skin smeared dark with drying blood. They moved together, pulled by some distant sound or vibration. I couldn't hear, all of them locked into that same broken rhythm, fast, stiff, but never stopping. Well, instinct took over before my brain could even catch up. I was back in the taxi in a heartbeat. The engine growled, already alive. I slammed it into gear and punched the gas, tearing south away from the oncoming mass. My hand shook on the wheel as the horde swallowed the street behind me. Oh, relentless, unstoppable, and getting closer to everything that was still alive. Now the radio wouldn't shut up, even as it fell apart. Military reports said containment zones in Brooklyn and the Bronx had been breached. Infected numbers were climbing exponentially. All remaining civilians should... Sound of static. Estimates put more than 10,000 infected in Manhattan alone. The infection was spreading faster than... More static. Then a different voice cut in, higher, shaking. Not just bites anymore. Scratches, maybe even contact with infected blood. Anyone exposed needs to... The signal died. I cranked the dial, hunting for anything else. Most stations were gone now. The survivors looped automated warnings or broadcast nothing but dead air. I kept driving, angling south and east, chasing the river. The streets were rotting in real time. More cars left where they stalled. More trash, more bodies. Some of them twitched, but most didn't. At Houston Street, I rolled past the corpse of a containment zone. The military had tried to carve out a safe pocket. Barriers, razor wire, a perimeter wrapped around what looked like a parking structure. But it had failed. The barricades lay scattered. The wire was crushed flat. Soldiers in uniform were sprawled among civilians, torn open, trampled, eaten. Whatever had hit the place had done it recently, within the last hour. Damn, that could have been me. If I'd followed orders, if I'd gone to the Javits Center like the soldier said, I'd be dead now. Or worse, just another infected body inside a secure zone that never stood a chance. The third rule settled in hard and final. Movement was life. Don't stay put. Don't let yourself get boxed in. Don't trust fences, walls, or promises. Just keep moving, keep adjusting. The second you stopped believing that safety was temporary, you were already dead. I drove past the wreckage and kept east. The building shrank. The streets tightened. The air changed. I could smell the river under the smoke and copper stink of blood. At Avenue C, I had to stop. A delivery truck had jackknifed across the road, sealing it off. I sat there with my engine running, scanning for a way round. That's when the explosion hit. Well, it wasn't close, maybe 10 or 15 blocks away, but it was huge. The ground shuddered, windows rattled. A thick column of black smoke climbed into the sky, blooming outward at the top. It was the bridges. Fuck, they'd started early. I didn't think. I bowed out of the cab, grabbed my bag, left the engine running, and moved on foot toward the water. More explosions rolled in from different directions, north, south, west. They were chopping the city into pieces all at once. The streets dissolved into panic. People poured out of buildings, screaming, running blind, crashing into each other. They had no plan, no destination, just terror in motion. I shoved through them, my head down, locked on the river. Oh, the infected were everywhere now. Saw a man in a security uniform with his throat ripped open, sprinting after a woman down an alley. A teenager in a hoodie hunched over something on the pavement, tearing into it. Two infected wrestling over a shape I refused to look at too closely. They swarmed, the noise, the crowds, the chaos, like insects to light. All the while I kept moving. I didn't run. Running marked you. Instead, I walked fast and steady, like I belonged there, like I knew exactly where I was headed. It was bullshit, but confidence was camouflage. I reached the East River at 2:15. The park was almost empty. Anyone smart had fled. Anyone unlucky was dead or hiding. The river lay ahead of me, dark and restless, sliding south toward the bay. On the far side, Brooklyn looked eerily calm. There was no smoke, no visible fires. Looked like they stayed ahead of it, or slowed it enough to keep order intact. Well, behind me, Manhattan was collapsing. Smoke clawed up from dozens of fires. Gunshots cracked non-stop, tangled with sirens, explosions, and screaming. I could see infected drifting through the streets, pulled toward the sound of soldiers fighting a losing war. I walked down to the edge and stared at the water. Oh, cold, black, and moving fast. Oh, this was madness. I was about to throw myself into near-freezing water with nothing but taped-together bottles and some hope. The current could slam me into debris, drag me under, smash me against whatever was left of the bridges that they were blowing apart. The cold would gut my strength in minutes. But, well, behind me was Manhattan, and Manhattan meant death. Certain, absolute, and inevitable. They would have found me sooner or later, the infected or the military. I'd end up herded into some so-called safe zone that would collapse in hours, or they'd decide the island was a lost cause and level it from the air. Either way, I wouldn't be choosing anything. I'd be just another body following arrows and orders until the end came. Now, the river was a risk, but it was my risk. It's the only option that didn't involve crowds, checkpoints, or monsters chasing noise. It gave me agency, even if it would kill me. I dumped all 6 water bottles, screwed the caps down tight, and duct-taped them together in pairs. It was crude, ugly, and barely functional, but they floated. I packed what little I had, the lighter, the small knife I'd lifted from the cab, the bottle bundles, into the waterproof bag, and I sealed it. And I stood at the edge, staring at the black water, the far shore, the smoke boiling up behind me, and tried to convince myself to move. I hesitated, maybe 30 seconds, listening to Manhattan tear itself apart behind me. Then another explosion thundered through the air. It was closer this time. The ground trembled. Maybe the Williamsburg Bridge giving up. Well, that did it. I stepped off the concrete and dropped into the water. Part 4. The river hit me like a punch from something ancient and angry. Oh, ice flooded my chest, the air blasted out my lungs and vanished. For a few seconds I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even think. Just felt the water clawing at me, dragging me down. My clothes turned into anchors, and my shoes filled instantly. The bottle strapped to my chest hauled me back up, though, and I broke the surface, choking, sucking in air that scorched my throat. The current grabbed me immediately and started hauling me south, away from the park, away from everything familiar. I tried to swim, tried to angle myself, but the river didn't care. It rolled me like trash, slowly spinning me so Manhattan and Brooklyn traded places in my vision. From water level, Manhattan looked like the end of the world. Smoke climbed in thick, oily columns, blending into a single black mass overhead. Fires burned everywhere. The noise carried across the river, explosions, gunfire, sirens that never stopped. And beneath it all was the screaming. Thousands of voices layered together into a constant ragged howl that crawled under my skin even through the cold. I focused on staying afloat. The bottles helped, but not much. The current twisted and surged, pulling me sideways, down, back up. Debris drifted past. Wood, plastic, a tire. Shapes I refused to study too closely. I kicked to stay vertical, kept my mouth above water, and tried not to think about how fast the cold was winning. Well, it was worse than I'd expected. 5 minutes in and my fingers had gone numb. 10 minutes my feet were gone. My teeth chattered so hard I split my tongue. Blood mixed with the river every time I swallowed. I drifted past the Williamsburg Bridge, or what remained of it. The center span was gone, dropped into the river in shattered slabs of concrete and twisted steel. Cars sat at insane angles on the broken sections that still clung to the towers. Some had bodies inside. Some were empty, doors yawning open. Whoever had been inside had probably been thrown clear when it blew. The infected lined both approaches, drawn by the blast. They crowded the edge where the bridge ended in open air. Some of them just walked straight off. I saw one fall. A woman in shredded jeans and a tank top stained almost black. She hit the water maybe 50 yards from me, vanished under the surface, and never came back up. Could they swim? Did they still know how? I didn't want to learn the answer to that, so I kicked harder, desperate to put distance between myself and where she'd gone under, even as the current dragged me past. The river widened as I drifted south. Brooklyn slid away to my left, Manhattan to my right, both shores stretching farther out of reach. The water got rougher, short waves slapping my face, stealing breaths. My arms felt like dead weight. My legs barely answered when I told them to move. The cold sank deeper, fogging my thoughts, slowing everything down. I needed land, soon, before my body shut itself off. Well, Brooklyn was too far. I didn't have the strength to fight the current. Manhattan was closer, but Manhattan meant death. I could still see infected prowling the waterfront, still hear the city coming apart piece by piece. And so I floated, fought to stay awake as I watched it burn. I passed under the Manhattan Bridge around 3 o'clock, though time had stopped meaning much by now. The bridge still stood, barely. Military vehicles blocked both ends. Soldiers fired down at infected trying to cross from Manhattan. Muzzle flashes lit the underpass. Tracers stitched red lines through the smoke. Bodies tumbled from the bridge and hit the water around me. One landed so close I felt it through the river. A man in a police uniform, vest strapped tight, badge still pinned. He floated down, arms spread, drifting toward Brooklyn. I watched him until the current bent and carried me away, and he slipped out of sight. The Brooklyn Bridge came next. I saw it from a distance, the stone towers rising like tombstones, the cable stretched between them like strings on some massive instrument. Then I saw the F-18 lining up its run. Jets had been screaming overhead all afternoon, but this was the first time I saw one commit. The missile dropped from under the wing in a cough of smoke, surged forward and punched straight into the bridge's center span. Oh, the blast was colossal. Even from a quarter-mile out, the shockwave ripped through the river and into me, hammering my chest and popping my ears. The span didn't fall, though. It vanished. It broke apart in midair and fell into the water as everything from car-sized slabs to fine grey dust. The suspension cables snapped loose and whipped wildly, one of them scything through a trapped truck. The truck detonated a heartbeat later, its fireball folding into larger inferno. Debris poured into the river. I dove instinctively as concrete and steel smashed down around me, dark shapes tearing through the water like falling planets. When I clawed my way back to the surface, gasping, the bridge was gone. Only the towers remained, standing alone like gravestones, marking where a crossing used to exist. That was it. Every bridge was down. Manhattan was an island again, sealed tight. Anyone still there was finished, dead or infected sooner or later. Faces flickered through my head. Oh, that businessman with his frantic calls and imaginary escape plans. The family with the little girl clutching a broken stuffed elephant. The college couple at the hospital. The woman in the business suit yelling into her phone. Everyone I'd driven that day. Everyone who was probably already gone. Then my thoughts drifted to Queens. My apartment, the unmade bed, the water stain on the ceiling, instant coffee, unpaid bills, my neighbor's alarm screaming every morning at 6. Small, stupid things, all of it erased, or about to be. The city I'd spent 8 years driving through was dying, and I was drifting away from it in a river that was trying to kill me too. The cold deepened. My shivering stopped, which I dimly understood was bad. My thoughts came apart, sliding away from each other. I kept losing track of why I was in the water, what I was trying to do. The bottle still held me up, but I couldn't feel my hands anymore. Wasn't sure if I was gripping my bag. Now Brooklyn looked closer. Or maybe I was just moving without noticing. The current twisted unpredictably, dragging me sideways, then forward. Through the fog creeping into my brain, I saw a concrete barrier along the shore. Beyond it, the shape of a pier or marina. I tried to swim. Oh, my arms moved slowly, clumsily, like they belonged to someone else. My legs were dead weight. The river carried me anyway, pushing me until my shoulder smacked hard into concrete. I tried hard for the barrier, missed. Tried again. This time I managed to hook one arm over the edge. I hauled with everything I had left and dragged myself partly out of the water. I collapsed onto the concrete, shaking, sucking air, trying to remember how to make my body obey. The sun was low now, stretching long shadows across the waterfront. The air felt warm compared to the river. Probably wasn't more than 60 degrees, though, but after that water it felt like July. I stayed there until sensation crept back into my legs, until the shaking eased from violently to barely manageable, and then I forced myself upright. Rolling to my side, pushing to hands and knees, standing unsteadily, using the barrier to keep from falling. And across the water, Manhattan burned. The skyline was swallowed by smoke. Orange fire flickered in dozens of windows. Explosions still rolled now and then, each one sending fresh smoke into the darkening sky. The noise was distant, dulled by water and space, reduced to a constant low thunder broken by occasional heavy booms. I turned away from it and faced Brooklyn. This stretch was quiet, empty. A few squat buildings, warehouses, a road running along the water. No people. No infected that I could see. Just shadows, stillness, and the stink of river water mixed with smoke. I staggered away from the barrier, my legs barely cooperating, and found a warehouse with its door hanging open, and slipped inside. The darkness felt safer than the exposed shore. I collapsed on the concrete floor, wet clothes plastered to my skin, and lay there listening to my heartbeat, my breathing, and the distant sound of a city finishing its death. I must have blacked out. When I woke again, it was fully dark. The warehouse was lit only by the orange glow of fires reflecting off low clouds. I was shaking violently, my body clawing for heat it couldn't find. I needed dry clothes, warmth, movement, anything to stop the cold from shutting me down for good. I forced myself up. My bag was still slung over my shoulder. Somehow the seal had held. The lighter was dry, though my hand shook so badly it took effort to spark it. I searched the warehouse, found old cardboard and broken pallets, and built a small fire in the corner, far from anything that could let it spread. The heat was indescribable. I stripped off my soaked clothes and laid them near the flames. Sat there naked, shivering, staring into the fire, thinking about the 3 rules that had kept me alive while the world fell apart. There was no safe place in hell. I'd learned that by watching the plane hit the airport, watching people run toward places they thought could save them. Hospitals, containment zones, bridges. Every one of them had turned into a slaughterhouse. Anywhere people believed they were protected became a magnet for death. Away from people meant away from the infected. Every crowd I'd seen that day had been swallowed up. Every cluster of humans had burned bright and fast, drawing the infected like insects to a flame. Safety didn't exist in numbers. It existed in absence. Movement was life. Staying put meant waiting to be boxed in when the rules shifted again. The cab driver who never stopped. The infected who never slowed. Motion wasn't chaos, it was strategy. 3 rules, brutally simple. Obvious once you survive long enough to see them clearly. They carried me through 12 hours of hell while thousands of others hadn't made it. I stayed by the fire until my clothes were mostly dry, until sensation crept back into my fingers and toes, until my thoughts stopped drifting apart. When my head cleared enough to think past the next breath, I packed what little I had and stepped back out into the night. Brooklyn was quieter now. Manhattan still glowed across the water, but the noise had thinned out. Fewer explosions, fewer sirens. Either things were stabilizing, or there was nobody left to scream. And I didn't believe in miracles. I walked north through empty streets, hugging shadows moving with care. A few times I spotted infected wandering in the distance, aimless now without crowds or noise to lock onto. Without stimulation, they looked almost harmless, just broken figures drifting through the dark. I gave them space, and they never noticed me. Near midnight, I reached a highway. Car sat abandoned, nose to tail, a frozen river of steel and glass stretching into the distance. I walked between them, peering inside, testing doors. Locked, empty, dead. Then I found the truck. An old Ford pickup, maybe 15 years old, parked crooked on the shoulder. Driver's door open. Key still in the ignition. I climbed in, half expecting nothing to happen. The engine fired immediately. The gas gauge sat just below full. On the passenger seat was a book. The Zombie Apocalypse Survival Guide. I stared at it for a second and then laughed. The sound surprised me. Rough, cracked, but real. This was probably some novelty junk, a joke gift, something meant to be ironic. I flipped it open under the dome light. Rule 1. There's no safe place during an outbreak. Hospitals will be overrun, military bases will fall. Any location that attracts crowds will become a death trap. Safety is temporary and usually imaginary. I laughed again, louder this time. I turned the page. Rule 2. Avoid other survivors when possible, especially in the early stages. Crowds attract the infected. Groups create noise and movement. The safest survivor is the one who travels alone. The book fell open on another section, like it was insisting. Rule 3. Keep moving. Never remain in one location for long. Static positions become targets. A moving survivor is harder to track, harder to corner, harder to kill. Movement equals survival. I sat there reading this while Manhattan burned somewhere behind me. Whoever had written this probably never thought anyone would see it. Probably wrote it as a joke. But, well, they'd nailed it. Every word matched what I'd learned the hard way, through fire, blood, panic, and freezing water. I closed the book, set it on the dashboard, and started the truck, and pulled on to the empty highway. I drove away from the city, away from the smoke, away from the infected and the dead and everything I'd known. The road ahead disappeared into darkness. Didn't know where it led. Didn't know what waited out there, but I was alive. Against logic, against probability, I'd survived the first day. In the rearview mirror, New York City burned. The skyline I'd known for 8 years barely showed through the smoke. Flames crawled up buildings that would never be lived in again. Bridges I'd crossed 1,000 times lay shattered in the river. Streets I knew better than my own apartment were packed with corpses, infected or both. 8 million people had lived there yesterday. How many were left? A few thousand, maybe. Scattered survivors hiding in ruins or running through the dark. The rest were dead, or worse, wandering the wreckage of their city, driven by instincts they didn't understand toward prey they couldn't stop chasing. I drove through the night. The book sat on the dashboard. The radio was dead. No broadcasts, no warnings, no voices begging for help that would never come. Just static. And then, nothing. As dawn began to thin the sky, I passed a sign. Leaving New York City limits. Well, the realization of this hit me harder than any explosion. I'd actually done it. Escaped from one of the biggest cities on the planet on the first day of the end. Not by following orders, not by trusting safe zones or officials or crowds, but by doing the opposite of everything everyone else had done. By breaking the rules. By jumping into a freezing river when sanity said stay on the land. I survived by making my own rules. The highway stretched ahead into morning. I didn't know what waited out there. Other survivors? Ruins? Maybe nothing at all. I didn't know if I'd live another day or another hour. But I had a truck with gas. I had a survival guide written as a joke and proven in blood. And I had the experience of surviving one day. Day one. Most importantly, I was still moving. The sun rose behind me, throwing my shadow long across the empty road. Ahead, the asphalt rolled on into the unknown, and I followed it, leaving the burning city in my past. Because movement was life. I glanced again at the book on the dashboard, smiled without humor, and kept driving. Hell didn't have safe places. It was time to move. Zombie Outbreak, Colorado, by Augustus Cordova. Part 1. Oh, God damn it, I should have gone the long way. That was a line stuck on repeat in my skull while I sat there, truck rumbling beneath me, staring at a river of brake lights bleeding red into the throat of the Eisenhower Tunnel. Mid-October, just another typical Tuesday, just another choke point on the I-70 carving through the Rockies. My fingers locked around the wheel of my F-150, gripped tight enough to ache, while the radio muttered about an incident somewhere in Denver. No details, just that polished, empty phrasing, the kind they use when they're hiding the real story. God, I'd been rolling since 6 that morning, wrapping up a job in Vail, pouring concrete for some millionaire's mountain escape. We'd finished the foundation, packed up. All I wanted to do was to crawl back to my place in Aurora, crack a beer, and disappear for a few hours. The tunnel was supposed to be quick, a little less than 2 miles straight through rock, 3 minutes on a normal day. I'd already wasted 20 sitting still. The guy behind me leaned on his horn, long ugly blasts bouncing off the concrete like pressure waves, like any of us could move even if we wanted to. I shut the engine off to save fuel and dropped the window. The air inside hit my tongue like old coins, stale metallic, soaked with exhaust that just pooled beneath the fluorescent strips overhead. People's voices drifted between the rows of cars, doors opening, folks stretching, chatting across lanes, putting on that thin mask of calm people wear when they're scared but won't admit it. But something was off. I felt it low in my gut, that subsonic buzz of trouble. The same instinct you get on a job site right before steel buckles or somebody makes a mistake that costs them fingers. 15 years in construction had taught me to trust that signal. It kept me breathing this long. My phone vibrated. Text from my sister. "You okay? Where are you?" I tapped back. "Stuck in tunnel. Why?" 3 dots blinked, then vanished. Came back, then nothing. The radio dissolved into static, snapped alive again with a different voice and that sterile emergency tone. Reports of violent incidents across the Denver metropolitan area. Authorities requesting residents remain indoors. Avoid hospitals and emergency rooms unless absolutely necessary. Updates forthcoming. Violent incidents, plural. Across the whole state, maybe wider. I twisted the dial, chasing clarity, landed on a local station halfway through a sentence. And don't know what's causing it. Calls coming in from Aurora, Lakewood, even Boulder. People attacking each other in the streets. Police stretched thin. If you're hearing this, stay inside. Lock your doors. Don't open them for anyone who... Static swallowed the rest. I sat there gripping phone and radio, that hum in my chest growing louder. Then a scream cut through the tunnel, sharp and distant, maybe 100 yards ahead near the western mouth, where traffic had piled up. The sound warped in there, ricocheting off concrete until distance didn't mean anything. More voices piled on, not quite screams, yelling, confusion, rising panic, a swelling chaos that prickled the back of my neck. I stepped out of the truck, and others did the same. Doors creaked open. People leaned forward, squinting toward the exit. 2 cars up, a woman climbed onto the hood of her Subaru, hands shielding her eyes from the glare. "Hey, can you see anything?" someone shouted. But she stayed frozen, just staring. Then she scrambled down, way too fast, nearly wiped out, dove back inside and slammed the locks. That's when I heard engines, deep, heavy mechanical. Not civilian, no, military weight, the kind that hauled hardware through combat zones. They roared in from behind us, pushing against the jam from the eastern entrance. 2 desert-tan Humvees barreled along the shoulder, lights slashing red and blue across the tunnel walls. Tires shrieked as they forced through. Soldiers leaned out of the windows, rifles visible, barking at everyone to get back in their vehicles. The Humvees blasted past my truck. Through the rear glass, I caught glimpses of their faces. Young, barely more than kids, early 20s maybe. And in their eyes wasn't control or authority. No, it was fear. One of them was yammering into a radio, words spilling out fast and sharp, his other hand clamped on the doorframe hard enough to bleach his knuckles. Then they were gone, the convoy vanishing toward the western mouth where the screaming had started. I threaded between the rows of cars, boots grinding over loose gravel and road grit, until I reached the Subaru. The woman who climbed onto her hood sat frozen behind the wheel, her spine straight, both hands pressed tight over her mouth like she was holding something in. I rapped on the window, and she jerked hard, her eyes snapping to me. "Hey, what'd you see?" I asked. She just shook her head, wouldn't meet my gaze, just stared ahead, breathing in thin, jagged pulls that clouded the glass. "Hey," I knocked again, lighter this time. "What's happening up there?" Her window slid down an inch. "People," she whispered. "Fighting, but not fighting. They were..." She stopped. "They were eating someone." Those words hung there, foul and heavy. "What, are you sure?" "I'm sure." Then the window sealed shut again. I stepped back, my pulse thudding in my ears, and I fished out my phone. Oh, fuck, no signal, not even a flicker. I tried my sister anyway. Nothing. Dialed 911. Dead silence. Behind me, another guy had climbed out of his vehicle. Big, thick through the shoulders, maybe 50 years old, flannel shirt and a trucker cap pulled low. He carried a CB handset, cable trailing back toward a parked semi a few cars behind me. "Hey, you getting anything on that?" I asked. He nodded, his face set. "Yeah, too damn much." He handed it over to me. "Here, listen." I pressed it to my ear. "All units, we have multiple reports of 10-10 in progress downtown Denver. Suspects extremely violent, not responding to verbal here." Another voice barged in, panicked. "They're not stopping. We dumped a full mag, center mass, and they're still moving. Dispatch, this is Unit 47. Need backup at Swedish Medical. People trying to force into the ER. They're... Oh, Jesus Christ. They're biting..." The sound of static ate the rest. The trucker took the handset back and cut the volume. "Man, it's everywhere," he said quietly. "Police, fire, EMS, every channel. Same message. Don't let anyone bidden near you. Aim for the head." We stood there letting that sink in, neither of us saying anything. More vehicles were creeping in from the eastern side now, adding to the mess. A sheriff's cruiser pushed through, its lights flashing. An ambulance screamed past. 2 more Humvees followed, barreling west towards whatever nightmare waited there. "Hey, name's Jim," the trucker said, offering his hand. "Turner." Well, his grip was rough, worn down by work. Same kind of hands I had. "Hey, you carrying?" he asked. I shook my head. Tools in the back. Hammer. Driver's pry bar. "Tire iron? Wrench?" Yeah, probably." He glanced toward the distant strobing lights at the west end. "Well, you might want to grab 'em." I didn't argue. We headed back through the crowd that had started pooling between vehicles, families clutching kids, office types in wrinkled suits looking stripped of purpose without their phones, an old couple holding hands and whispering. I pulled my tool belt from the truck bed and strapped it on. The hammer settled into my palm with a comforting weight. Solid, understandable. One thing left in the world that hadn't gone sideways in the last 15 minutes. Not single cracks, though. No, a sustained roar. Automatic fire shredding the air. Lasted about 5 seconds, maybe 6, and then it cut off. The silence slammed down. Conversations died mid-word. Every face turned toward the darkness where the shots had come from. Then the screaming returned, but louder and closer. People burst into view, sprinting through the jam, weaving between bumpers and concrete dividers. 20, 30 of them maybe, running blind, tripping, crashing into metal and walls. Some went down and stayed there. Others kept charging, driven by raw panic. Behind them, shapes emerged in the wash of headlights. But they didn't run. No, they staggered. They dragged themselves forward with broken, jerking rhythm that made my brain reject what my eyes were telling it. Human silhouettes, but, just about human. Limbs moving out of sync, joints loose and useless, like puppets whose strings had been cut. And they kept lurching forward, catching themselves at the last second, never fully falling, just lurching ahead, again and again. One of them still wore a paramedic's uniform. Half her face had been ripped away, meat and bone laid bare, shining wet under the tunnel lights. She marched straight into a concrete pillar, smacked off it, adjusted like nothing had happened, and kept advancing. "Hey, get in the truck," I said. Jim didn't budge. He just stood there watching, his eyes locked on the horror closing in. "Man, get in the truck now." Well, that snapped him loose, and he scrambled into the passenger seat while I yanked off my tool belt, tossed it behind us, and twisted the ignition. The engine growled awake. Ahead, other drivers were trying the same thing, cars jerking forward, crunching into one another in blind panic. Metal screamed somewhere close as a panel peeled back. Glass popped. A woman shrieked for her husband. Well, we weren't going anywhere. Packed in tight, boxed in by abandoned vehicles and terrified people. The infected, that's what they were, no point pretending otherwise, kept spilling toward us. More and more, flooding out of the western entrance like something had blown a dam apart. "Hey, there!" Jim pointed to a sliver of space between a minivan and the wall. "I think we can slip through on foot." "Go where?" "East. Away from... that." He jammed a finger back at the advancing mass. "Hey, maybe the exit's open. Maybe we make it out." Maybe. Fuck, that word was doing heavy lifting, but staying put was suicide. I killed the engine, grabbed my belt, and we ran. Part 2. Well, we weren't the only ones. 50, maybe more, surged in the same direction, a ragged column shoving east through the tunnel. Behind us, the infected hit the jam. Windows burst. People screamed. There were wet, tearing sounds that my mind refused to label. We ran past a Honda Accord with doors flung open, engine idling. Someone's purse spilled across the seat. Past a semi stamped with Horizon Freight, the cab empty, driver's door swinging. Past a motorcycle on its side, rider gone. Overhead, emergency lights flickered, some alive, some dead, leaving stretches of darkness that swallowed the road ahead. The eastern mouth had to be close. Less than a mile. Just keep moving, stay ahead. Reach daylight, air, and whatever waited outside. Well, I glanced back just once. I shouldn't have. Well, they'd multiplied. Not dozens anymore, hundreds now. Wall to wall, clogging the tunnel with flailing limbs and ruined faces. Their low, droning moan bounced off the concrete until it sounded like the mountain itself was grinding its teeth. Some crawled. Others dragged shattered legs, bone pushing through fabric. But none of them stopped, and none slowed. They just kept coming, driven by something empty and relentless. And in the center of that swarm, I spotted the fuel tanker. It had been part of the jam earlier, part a couple of 100 yards back. Now the driver stumbled toward us, uniform drenched in something dark, mouth open in a silent scream. Behind him, the tanker leaned crooked, nose crushed into the wall, side panels split open. And the fuel was spilling. I smelled it, sharp gasoline cutting through exhaust, blood, and waste. It spread across the concrete in a slow black sheen, catching the emergency lights like a warped mirror. "Hey, Jim," I said, "we need to pick it up." "I'm trying." Soldiers appeared ahead, moving fast through the gridlock. 8 of them, maybe, armored up, rifles ready, advancing with cold precision. The sergeant barked commands, spreading them across the tunnel in a firing line. "Fall back," he shouted. "Civilians, behind us." Well, we didn't hesitate. I shoved through the press with Jim on my heels until we reached them. The sergeant grabbed my shoulder and hauled me past. "Down. Stay down." He then turned to his squad. Right, fire on my mark. Headshots, control bursts, make it count. The infected closed in, close enough now that I could pick out faces in the mass. Ordinary people, wrapped in ordinary clothes, stripped of everything human. A businessman with his tie still neat, one eye dangling loose. A woman in yoga gear, stomach ripped open, guts swinging as she walked. A teenager with headphones around his neck, skull crushed in on one side. All of them kept advancing. "Mark," the sergeant said. The tunnel detonated with gunfire. Muzzle flashes strove through the gloom, chopping everything into slices of light and shadow. Shell casings rained onto the concrete, their metallic clatter drowned under the thunder of rifles. Rounds slammed into flesh, heads snapped back, bodies folded, infected dropping where they stood. But it didn't matter. There were too many. For every one that hit the ground, 3 more crawled over it. God, they poured forward, trampling their own dead, squeezing through the wreckage, relentless and rising like floodwater. "Reloading," the soldier shouted. "Keep firing," the sergeant snapped. "Do not let them through." But they were already through. One of them, a man who'd been a cop, I guessed, still dressed in tactical pants and vest, erupted from between 2 cars on the flank. He slammed into a soldier before anyone reacted. They crashed down together, his rifle skidding away. The infected tore into him, jaws finding the seam between helmet and armor. The sergeant spun and fired 3 shots straight into its skull. Bone and grey matter burst across the pavement. But it was done. The soldier lay there, blood surging from a shredded throat. "Medic!" someone yelled. But nobody came. No medics, no rescue. Just us, the swarm, and a tanker bleeding gasoline 200 yards back. The bitten soldier spasmed once, twice, then went still. "Hey, back away from him," the sergeant ordered. "All of you, now." We retreated, forming space around the body. His eyes were dull glass, his chest motionless. He was dead, no question. Then his fingers twitched. His head rolled sideways, tendons pulling tight along his neck. His jaw snapped open and shut, teeth clicking. Then a guttural noise crawled up from inside him. "Oh, Jesus," someone breathed. He sat up, stiff and unnatural, like his limbs were relearning motion. His eyes locked onto us then. There was nothing human left behind them. Only hunger, blank and absolute. The sergeant ended it without blinking. 1 round through the forehead. "Fall back to the eastern entrance," he shouted. "Move!" We ran again. Soldiers kept firing behind us, burning through magazines to cover the retreat. I grabbed an older man who'd stumbled, dragged him upright, hauled him forward, and Jim was shouting now, but the roar of gunfire, the screaming, and my own pulse drowned everything out. The smell of gasoline thickened, sharp and suffocating. I risked another glance back. The tanker driver, twisted now, changed, staggered into the spreading slick. The sergeant saw it too, saw the chain reaction lining up. His face drained of color. "God, get down!" he screamed. "Everybody, down!" Gunfire sparked into the fuel. The world went white. A blast of superheated air smashed into me, ripped me off my feet, hurled me forward like I weighed nothing. I slammed into the ground, rolled, stopped against something hard. My ears shrieked with a high, piercing whine that drowned the universe. Heat rolled over me in crushing waves, searing, stealing the breath from my chest. God, I couldn't see, I couldn't hear, couldn't even pull air. Then, slowly, piece by piece, reality crawled back. The ringing faded enough for other sounds to bleed through. Crackling fire, twisted metal, some sobbing. I blinked through streaming eyes, smoke tearing at them, and forced myself upright. The tunnel entrance was gone. Where daylight and open air had been, there was now rubble, Rock, concrete, rebar tangled together. The explosion had collapsed the western portal, burying it under tons of debris, a solid wall from floor to ceiling. We were sealed in. Cars near the blast burned fiercely. The tanker had turned into a blazing monument, flames clawing toward the ceiling. Black smoke boiled upward, mixing with drifting dust and chemical haze. Emergency lights flickered and then died, one after another, dropping whole stretches of the tunnel into darkness. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Some of them twitched, but most didn't. The soldiers were finished, every last one of them. Our shield gone in a matter of seconds. I spotted the sergeant about 20 feet away, pinned under a slab of broken concrete. His arms were bent at angles that shouldn't exist. Blood pooled beneath him, creeping slowly through the dust and rubble. Jim staggered out from behind an overturned sedan, face smeared with black soot, one hand clamped over his ear. Can't hear right, he shouted, voice too loud. Everything's muffled. Same, I said, though my own words barely even reached me. Other survivors clawed themselves upright. 30 maybe less. Hard to count through smoke and chaos. A woman in medical scrubs was already moving around the injured, focused and steady. Nurse or EMT, I figured. She dropped beside a man skewered through the leg with rebar, studying the wound like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Hey, we should help, I said. Jim grabbed my arm. We should leave. Eastern exit now, before more of those things show. People are hurt. People are dying. We stay here, we die with them. Well, he wasn't wrong. But the sound of crying, of wounded people begging, locked my feet into place. The woman in scrubs looked up at me. Blood streaked her hands and clothes, but her expression stayed calm and sharp. Hey, you military? She asked. Construction, I answered. He's a trucker. She nodded once, filing that information away. Sharon, EMT, off-duty. Guess that doesn't matter now. She motioned at the injured. I can stabilize some, but I can't move them alone. We can't stay, Jim added. Sharon glanced toward the flames. He's right. That fire's going to chew through the oxygen. The smoke's already thick. She wasn't exaggerating. The air had turned heavy, layered with soot, each breath rougher than the last. How many can walk? I asked. Half, maybe. She shook her head then. The rest, I'll do what I can. The next 10 minutes blurred into controlled chaos. Jim and I hauled the walking wounded upright, grouped them together. Sharon handled the worst cases, stuffing wounds, building splints from twisted metal and ripped clothing, making brutal choices with the kind of cold necessity that sticks to you afterwards. Some we couldn't help. A woman crushed beneath a fallen light fixture, a man breathing in wet, broken rattles, his ribs gone, his lungs torn. We left them. Moving them would have only stretched out the pain. Behind us the fire roared stronger. Smoke thickened overhead, forcing us low where the air wasn't poison yet. But heat built, turning the tunnel into an oven. We go now, Sharon said. Now. Anyone who can't walk gets carried. We got most of them moving. 23 survivors by my count. They leaned on each other, limping forward. Jim and I lifted an unconscious woman between us, her head hanging, her breath shallow but steady. We headed east, away from the blaze, away from the collapsed entrance, deeper into the mountain's gut. Most emergency lights were dead now, just a few flickering on stubbornly. Headlights from abandoned cars lit the path, throwing long twitching shadows over the walls. And behind us, shapes stirred through the haze. Didn't see them clearly. No, just hunched outlines pulling themselves over debris. Then more. Survivors of the blast. Right. Faster, I told the group. Don't look back, just move. We pushed on toward the promise of daylight at the eastern end. Oh, don't know how long. Not far now. but enough through wrecked vehicles, flickering gloom, and the air thick with the taste of blood and burning rubber. A distance with the transformed somewhere behind us. A distance with no guarantee the far side wasn't sealed too. I adjusted my grip on the woman, felt the weight of the hammer on my belt, and kept going. Stopping meant dying, and I wasn't ready for that. Not buried under rock, not in the dark, not forgotten. The tunnel swallowed us whole, and we let it, because there was nowhere else left. Dust drifted down like ash. I stood there, my lungs raw, tasting copper and concrete, watching the haze curl lazily through the passage. The woman Sharon and I had carried started coming around now, groaning, her eyes blinking open to a world she didn't yet understand. I eased her down beside a wrecked Honda CRV, windows blown out, interior packed with debris. "Stay here," I told her. "Don't move unless you have to." Well, she nodded, too drained to argue. Around us, the survivors huddled in tight knots between dead vehicles. 23 people. That's how many we dragged out of the wreckage. 23 out of how many? 100? 2? I didn't run the numbers. Doing that would have cracked something inside me. Jim stood a few feet off, the CB handset jammed to his ears, flipping through channels. I could read the result on his face before he even spoke, though. "Nothing," he said quietly. "Static. Screaming. Every frequency." He lowered the set then. "We're alone." Sharon kept moving among the injured, checking pulses, inspecting wounds by the pale wash of headlights. She paused beside a middle-aged guy slumped against a minivan, fingers pressed to his neck. After a long beat, she shut his eyes and walked on. "How bad?" I asked when she reached me. 3 dead, 4 critical. The rest can walk, barely. She wiped her hands on scrubs already ruined beyond saving. We need proper supplies. Antibiotics, surgical tools, clean water. She let out a short, bitter laugh, though. We need a hospital, and that's not happening. "Nope," I said. "It isn't." She glanced towards the collapsed west end, flames still licking rubble and throwing orange light across the concrete. "So, what's next?" "East," I said. "Couple of clicks to the other exit. We make it there, we get out." "If that end's blocked too?" I didn't answer because, if it was, we were finished. Sealed in a concrete coffin with thinning air, no supplies, and monsters trailing us. A scream snapped through the quiet. A woman in shredded business suit pointed between the cars. I followed her line of sight and felt my gut drop. One of the wounded had stood up. He'd been lying near the back, a construction guy with a split forehead. I'd seen him earlier, awake, talking. Now he swayed upright, shoulders hunched, head cocked sideways, his arms limp. His eyes were different, cloudy and distant. "Nobody move," I said. Too late. An older man, Dawson, someone had called him, stepped forward, hand extended, concern etched into his face. "Hey," he said gently. "You okay? Sit back down. You've got a bad head." The infected lunged for him. Dawson stumbled too slowly. Jim moved faster. 3 strides closed the gap and he swung the tire iron. It cracked into the man's temple with a wet, ugly sound that bounced between the vehicles. The body hit the ground, twitched once, and stopped. Dawson stood there shaking, staring down. "He was alive," he whispered. "Talking to me 15 minutes ago." "No," Sharon said softly. "He was bitten. Explosion or before, it doesn't matter. The bite killed him." She trailed off then, her voice thinning. "What came after?" "Hey, how long?" I asked. "From bite to turning." She shook her head. "Minutes, maybe less." Her eyes swept the group, the professional mask sliding back into place. "Right. We check everyone. Anyone bitten gets isolated." "Isolated where?" Jim asked. "We're stuck in a tunnel." "Separate then, marked." Her voice hardened. "Because if we don't know who's infected, then we're all already dead." No one argued at that. We spent 5 minutes inspecting everyone. Bites, scratches, anything breaking skin. We found 2. Claire, mid-20s, teeth marks on her forearm. And an older man with his shoulder torn open, barely conscious, grey and slick with sweat. "I'm fine," Claire insisted, clutching her arm. "It's just a scratch. It doesn't even hurt." Sharon studied it, her face blank. "When?" "During the panic before the blast. Someone grabbed me. I pulled away." Her eyes jumped between us. "I'm fine. I feel fine." "For now," Sharon said quietly. Claire stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you're infected, both of you." She nodded toward the older man then. "Soon, minutes, maybe an hour, you'll become like them. Look, I'm sorry." Claire staggered back, shaking her head violently. No, you're wrong. I won't. "Hey, we can't risk it," Jim said, his voice flat as steel. "So, what?" Claire's voice cracked and spiked, scraping the ceiling of hysteria. "You were going to shoot me? End me over a damn scratch?" Well, I looked at Sharon then. She didn't blink, but she locked onto me, hard and steady, then shifted her eyes to the older man slumped against a car door. He'd gone completely vacant now, just sitting there, staring through the windshield like his soul had already clocked out. "We don't dump people," Sharon said. Her voice didn't shake. "Not yet. We watch them. The second they change, we handle it. But until that second, they're still human." Jim opened his mouth, ready to argue, but I cut him off with a raised hand. "She's right," I said. "We don't know how fast this infection burns through someone. We're not executioners." "We might have to be," Jim muttered. "When that day comes," I said, "we'll do what needs doing, but not before." Claire's shoulders collapsed like someone had cut her strings. Relief hit her so hard she almost folded. "Thank you. Oh, God, thank you." "Look, just save it," Sharon said flatly. She shoved a flashlight into Claire's trembling hands. "Right, you walk at the back. Stay with him." She jerked her chin at the older man. "You feel anything shift, fever, confusion, anything, you tell us immediately. No hesitation, you understand?" Claire nodded quickly, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Hey, and, Claire," I added, if either of you turn, we won't hesitate." Her lips quivered at this. "I know." There were 23 of us left. That was it now. Part 3. We moved out in a loose, jagged formation through the graveyard of stalled vehicles. Jim and I took points. I carried my hammer, he gripped a tire iron so tight his knuckles had gone bone white. Sharon kept to the center near the injured. Dawson limped at the rear with Roy, the mechanic, each of them armed with crowbars ripped from abandoned trucks. Claire and the old man walked between them, boxed in but still part of the line. Her flashlight beam jittered wildly, slicing through the dark in nervous spasms. The deeper we pushed into the tunnel, the more the emergency lights died off. What little illumination we had came from forgotten headlights, our flashlights, and the sickly glow of cell phones that had long since lost signal. The beams carved narrow tunnels through smoke and dust, revealing fragments of the world and nothing beyond them. And to tell you the truth, every shadow looked like it was breathing. Every open car door, every flipped semi, every blind corner felt like a loaded gun. We advanced inch by inch, checking angles, pausing to listen. The only sounds were boots scraping pavement, strained breathing, and the distant crackle of fire still chewing through wreckage behind us. About a quarter-mile in, we found the first body. It was draped across the hood of a Jeep Wrangler, face down, arms flung wide like he'd tried to fly. Early 30s. A reflective vest stretched across his back. Colorado Department of Transportation. His throat had been ripped open so violently the spine showed through. Sharon checked for her pulse anyway. Nothing. "Right, keep moving," she said. We stepped around him. More bodies followed, some intact, but most weren't. They were scattered through the tunnel like broken mannequins, slumped behind steering wheels, folded over hoods, crumpled against concrete barriers. The infected had passed through recently. The blood still shone wet and dark and was sticky underfoot. Halfway to the next emergency exit junction, we saw movement. She'd once been a businesswoman. Pencil skirt, blouse, one high heel still clinging to her foot, the other foot bare, her toenails painted a bright coral pink that looked obscene in this gloom. She crouched between two sedans, hunched over something we couldn't fully see. Wet, tearing sounds filled the air, steady and deliberate. My skin crawled. Jim touched my shoulder and nodded past her. Shape shifted deeper in the dark. 3, maybe 4 of them, hard to count with the flicker and haze. "Back up," I whispered. "Slow, no noise." We retreated step by careful step until we'd put 50 feet between us and the feeding infected. The group tightened up, our breaths shallow, panic simmering just below the surface. "We can't go that way," someone breathed. "Well, there is no other way," Jim shot back. "Unless you feel like climbing over all this." "Could we?" the same voice asked. "Maybe, if we stay quiet." His eyes then flicked over the wounded. Dawson's heavy limp, the woman who'd only just regained consciousness and can barely stand. "But, well, they can't," he finished. Sharon stepped forward then, squinting into the murk. "How many?" "4 at least," I said. "Maybe more." "Hey, we could take them," someone suggested. 4 on 1 is garbage odds, I replied. "And that's if there's only 4. "So what then?" Jim demanded. "We wait?" Before I could answer, a sound roared through the tunnel behind us. A moan. Long, low, starving. Came from the direction of the collapsed entrance, the one we'd escaped. There were more of them, drawn by the noise, or just drifting blindly, pulled by whatever animal instinct still twitched inside them. We were pinned in. Feeders ahead, hunters behind, with no path forward, no path back. "There," Roy said, stabbing a finger toward a slit of space between an overturned bus and the tunnel wall. "We squeeze through that. We come out past those things." Dawson squinted at it. "Oh, that's tight, real tight." "Well, then we get skinny," Roy shot back. He was already moving, palms sliding over dented metal, testing the gap like he was checking a coffin for size. "Yep, we'll take one of us at a time, but it's doable." Well, no one had a better plan. Jim went first. He turned sideways, tire iron raised over his shoulder, and slid into the crack. The dark quickly swallowed him whole, and for a few seconds there was nothing, no sound, no signal, just the hum of my own pulse in my ears. And then his voice drifted back. "Clear. Move." One by one, we fed ourselves into the slot. Well, the injured took longer. Sharon stayed glued to them, whispering steadily, calm words while guiding her shoulders and hips through the metal choke point. Dawson struggled, his breath rasping, chest heaving as if the walls were trying to crush him flat. But he forced it, and inch by inch he dragged himself through. I brought up the rear. Hammer locked in my fist, I kept glancing over my shoulder at the shifting dark behind us. Shapes were moving back there, slowly at first, and then not so slow. Oh, the gap was a steel vice. The bus frame dug into my chest, the concrete wall shaved skin off my back. I had to twist my head sideways just to fit my skull through. There wasn't room to breathe properly. My lungs kept trying to expand and hitting metal instead. And then, halfway through it, I heard it. Footsteps. Not the dragging kind. No, Running. They were closing fast. I tried to turn and look, but I was wedged too tight. All I saw was shadows snapping into focus, figures barreling straight for the slit where I was pinned like meat in a trap. "Turner! Turner!" Jim's voice cracked sharply through the dark. "Move!" I drove myself forward, ignoring the burn as steel skinned my shoulders raw. The gap felt like it was shrinking, clamping down, holding me there as those footsteps pounded ever closer. Then hands seized my arms from the other side, and they yanked hard. I shot through the opening like a cork under pressure, stumbled out, and slammed straight into Jim. He caught me before I went down. Behind us, something smashed into the bus, and the whole vehicle jolted. Hands forced into the crack, grey, twitching fingers clawing for space. Nails ripped off against metal with wet snaps. A face shoved into the slit, its jaw snapping, teeth clacking inches from freedom. It tried to push through, but bone and skull wouldn't compress. The gap was too small. We backed off fast, putting space between us and the trapped infected. The tunnel opened up ahead. There were fewer vehicles and more breathing room. Overhead, a strip of emergency lights still flickered, coughing out a sick yellow glow that made everything look diseased. "Hey, everyone good?" Sharon asked. A chorus of shaky yeses answered her. One woman sobbed quietly into her sleeve. Dawson looked like death now, his skin drained, the limp worse than before, but he was still upright. Being alive counted. We pushed east, flickering to the center lane now, away from the vehicles where anything could be crouched and waiting. The blaze behind us had dwindled to a faint smear of orange in the distance. Smoke still clung to the ceiling in drifting layers, twisting through the light beams like it had a mind of its own. Well, time seemed to blur. 30 minutes, maybe an hour, could have been longer. Oh, my legs throbbed, my shoulders felt flayed where the metal had scraped them open. The hammer grew heavier with every step until I had to keep swapping hands just to stop my fingers from locking up. There was a noise from behind me then. Someone going down. I turned to look. Dawson was on one knee, his face knotted with pain, clutching his ankle like it was about to come off. "It's nothing," he snapped, waving Sharon away. "I just need a second." "Let me see," she said. "No, it's nothing." She ignored him and rolled his pant leg up anyway. God, his ankle was a mess, swollen to twice its size, blotched purple and black like rotting fruit. "That's not nothing," she said. "That's a bad sprain. It could be fractured." "Can you walk?" I asked. Dawson forced himself upright. He put weight on it and sucked in a sharp breath. Tried again. Then his face went the color of ash. "Yeah," he lied. "I can walk." Well, he made it 3 steps before his leg buckled. Roy caught him before he hit the ground. "Right. We need a break," Sharon said. "Just a few minutes. They're done for now." She was right. The group was fading fast, their eyes dull, their movements slow and sloppy. The adrenaline that had carried us this far was burning out, leaving nothing but exhaustion and fear in its wake. "Okay, 5 minutes," I said, and not a second more. We found a patch of open ground near a row of abandoned sedans and dropped there like broken machines. People perched on hoods, slumped against dented doors, shut their eyes and finally let the shock seep in. Oh, the things we'd crawled through, the people we'd left burning behind us. I walked the edges of our little camp, scanning sight lines between vehicles, listening for anything that didn't belong. Jim fell in beside me, his jaw tight and his eyes hollow. "Listen, we're not all getting out," he said under his breath. "You know that." Don't. I'm not being dramatic, I'm being honest. Dawson can barely stand. Half of them are bleeding or limping. We've got maybe a mile left and we're already running on fumes. He hesitated, then continued. "And of course that's if the east exit isn't blocked." "It's not," I said. "You don't know that." "I have to believe it's open," I answered. "Because if I don't, I'll sit down right here and let it end. and I'm not ready for that." He studied me, then gave a slow nod. "Yeah, fine. We keep moving, but if it comes down to it, if we have to choose between saving all of them or just some, you need to be ready to make that call." Before I could fire back, though, Roy's voice tore through the tunnel. "Dawson! Hey! Somebody help! He's down!" I spun, hammer already raised. People were scrambling backward from the rear of the group. Dawson lay twisted on the pavement, his bad ankle folded at a sick angle, his body jerking violently. Roy knelt beside him, hands on his shoulders. "Hey, don't touch him!" Sharon shouted as she ran. But too late. Dawson's arms shot up and clamped around Roy's wrist. His head snapped back, and I saw his face gone. The skin drained to grey, the mouth hanging loose, the eyes empty. "Back up! Back up!" I shoved through the crowd. Dawson lunged at Roy with a guttural snarl. Roy ripped his arm free just as Dawson's teeth clacked shut on air. "No!" Roy gasped, stumbling back. "He was fine. I checked him. He wasn't even bitten." Sharon moved in a slow circle, calm as a surgeon. "Dawson, can you hear me?" He jerked toward her voice, the movements twitchy and broken. She slipped around him, her eyes scanning his neck, his arms, and then she yanked up his pant leg. There it was. A bite on his calf. Small, almost clean, easy to miss in the chaos. "He was already infected when we did the checks," she said. "Must have happened in the first rush. Adrenaline covered it. Let him keep moving." She looked at me then. "He's gone." Dawson turned toward the sound of us breathing. He staggered forward, tripped on the ruined ankle and crashed down, then clawed himself upright again. Nobody reached for him this time. "Hey, someone has to do it," Sharon said quietly, "before he hurts someone." Jim stepped up, the tire iron ready. "I'll handle it." "No," I said. "I will." Didn't fully know why. Maybe because I'd talked to Dawson. Maybe because sending Claire and that silent old man to the back had already hollowed something out inside me. Or maybe I just didn't want Jim adding another ghost to his pile. I moved in slowly, the hammer gripped in both hands. Dawson's head tracked me. His jaw was grinding, that wet rasp building in his throat. He came at me faster than I expected, though, fingers clawing for my chest. I stepped aside and swung. The hammer connected with the back of his skull, with a dull, final crack. He dropped hard, twitched once, then nothing. I stood over him, my lungs burning, staring at what used to be a man. Maybe someone's grandfather. Maybe someone who'd kissed his wife that morning and never pictured dying under a mountain, skull crushed by a stranger's tool. "Right, we move," I said. "Now, no more breaks. We don't stop until we hit the exit, or we don't stop at all." No one argued with me. We left him where he lay and pushed deeper into the tunnel. 22 of us now. Maybe less than a mile to go. The eastern entrance had to be close. It had to. I glanced back once. Claire was still upright, but her steps were dragging. The older man beside her had gone vacant again, moving only when Roy shoved him forward. They were both fading. Time was chewing through them. Then ahead, I saw it. Light. It was faint and distant, but real. Daylight spilling into the tunnel like some promise, and for a second hope punched through the exhaustion. We were going to make it. We were going to make it. And then the sound started. Low at first, not a single voice, many. Dozens. It rolled through the passage from the direction of the light. It was growing louder, filling the space wall to wall. It wasn't a scream. It was a chorus of hunger. Oh, I felt it in my chest, in my teeth, in the base of my skull. Something ancient and terrified was waking up inside me. And we rounded the last bend. Well, the eastern exit wasn't sealed. The tunnel mouth stood open, flooded with golden daylight. Beautiful, wide open, and completely out of reach. Because between us and that light stood the transformed. They were stacked at the mouth of the tunnel, dozens on dozens of bodies jammed together in a writhing mass. Some stood and swayed like drunks, others crawled under bumpers and between axles. A few dragged themselves forward with dead legs scraping uselessly behind them. The noise they made bounced off the concrete and came back at us, amplified, a layered, grinding chorus that set my teeth on edge. Behind them, past that wall of twitching flesh, I saw what was left of a failed defense. Military trucks angled across lanes, concrete barricades, coils of razor wire. The government had tried to lock this end down too. They hadn't managed it. Now all of those things were sealed in here with us. Oh, God, someone breathed. The horde had noticed us. Heads turned at the same time, like a single organism snapping to attention. The sound sharpened, eager and urgent. They started forward in that broken-off rhythm march, closing the gap. And from behind us, back toward the west end, we heard the answer. Part 4. Calls, echoing down the tunnel. Well, the ones we'd slipped past earlier had caught the scent, drawn by the noise. They were coming from that direction too. Oh, we were so deep inside a mountain, boxed in by the transformed on both ends, with no exits, no cover. Gunfire rattled somewhere above us. Tight, controlled bursts. Military. They were up there on the surface fighting their own war, clueless that survivors were trapped underground waiting to be erased. I grabbed Jim's CB radio and keyed the mic. This is Tanner Stokes. Civilians trapped inside the Eisenhower Tunnel. 22 survivors. Hostiles closing in from both directions. If anyone hears this, we need immediate extraction, please. Static. I tried again. Tanner Stokes, in the Eisenhower Tunnel. 22 civilians requesting immediate assistance. Please respond. And then a voice cut through. Eisenhower Tunnel, this is Officer Douglas, Colorado National Guard. Confirm you are civilians trapped inside the tunnel. Confirmed, I shot back. Relief hit hard enough to make my knees weak. 22 survivors, hostiles inbound from both sides. We need extraction now. A pause. Eisenhower Tunnel, be advised. The tunnel is considered lost. Orders are to seal both entrances. Demolition charges are currently being set. You have approximately 15 minutes before detonation. What? No! I yelled into the radio. There are survivors down here. You can't blow the tunnel. I'm sorry, Douglas said, his voice tight. I don't have authority to countermand these orders. The infection is spreading. Containment is priority 1. The horde was about 50 feet away now, getting closer. I could make out faces, normal faces that had been twisted into something else. Teachers, mechanics, parents. The skin intact, but the eyes wrong, like something had crawled inside and taken over the controls. There has to be another way out, I said, forcing my voice steady. Emergency exits, maintenance shafts, anything. Oh, the silence stretched. And then Douglas spoke again. There is one option. A maintenance access shaft, vertical climb. Should put you roughly 200 meters back toward the tunnel center, but you'll have to move through hostile territory to reach it. Well, we'll take it. All right, listen carefully. You got 15 minutes before those charges go, maybe less. The ladder in that shaft runs 40 feet straight up. Can everyone in your group make that climb? Well, I looked at the survivors, the wounded, the exhausted, the drained. Claire barely standing, skin gone the color of ash. The old man beside her drifting further away with every step, his eyes clouding, body moving on borrowed time. Yeah, we'll make it, I said. Right, talk us through it. Coordinates won't do you any good in there, Douglas replied. I'll guide you. Follow my directions exactly and move fast. That horde isn't going to give you space. Their sound was swelling now. 30 feet away, 20. Their broken march echoing through the tunnel like a heartbeat. Right, everyone, I shouted. Back toward the tunnel center. Now, move. Well, we ran like prey, our lungs tearing, feet hammering pavement while the mountain geared up to bury us alive. Next left. Douglas's voice cracked through the CB. Between the semi and concrete barrier, you'll see a yellow maintenance door marked E7. That's your exit. I took point, sprinting flat out, cutting between dead cars and jackknife trucks. The sound behind us was swelling, rasping throats, broken shrieks, echoing from both directions now. Well, they were converging, pulled in by our noise, by the heat of us. We weren't working in minutes anymore. We were burning through seconds. The yellow door showed up exactly where Douglas said it would, half hidden behind a trailer's crushed fender. Jim hit it first, grabbed the handle and yanked. Nothing. He slammed his shoulder into it. The metal rang but didn't budge. "Oh, it's locked," he shouted. "Emergency release," Douglas barked through the static. "Red panel to the right. Pull it down hard." I spotted it and ripped it down. Something inside the mechanism clanged and the door snapped loose, swinging inward to reveal a narrow vertical shaft. A steel ladder was bolted to the wall. Climbing into darkness, our flashlights couldn't fully pierce. "Right, go!" I shoved the nearest survivor forward. "Climb, and don't stop." They scrambled up one at a time, frantic and clumsy. Hands slipped on rungs wet with condensation. Boots scraped metal. Sharon stayed low, steadying the injured, pushing them upward, talking them through the panic. The horde was so close now, a solid wall of grabbing hands and gnashing teeth. Roy climbed, then another man, then the woman with broken ribs, clutching her side with every breath. 2 people boosted her, guiding her feet to each rung until someone above reached down and dragged her higher. "Hey, Turner!" Jim grabbed my shoulder and pointed. They'd hit the ring of vehicles around us. They poured over the hoods, squeezed through shattered windows, crawled under bumpers. It was a tide that didn't slow. Couldn't. The closest one wore a highway patrol uniform, badge still polished, one eye socket empty and black. I swung. The hammer crushed his jaw sideways. Bone gave with a wet crack. He dropped. Another one filled the space immediately, then another. "We can't hold this," Jim yelled, backing toward the shaft. The older man was at the ladder now, trying to climb. His hands kept missing the rungs. He grabbed, slipped, grabbed again. His skin had faded to the color of old paper left out in the sun. Sharon and Roy tried to steady him, but his body wasn't listening anymore. "Right. Leave him," I said. "We can't get him up," Sharon snapped. "No, we can't." I locked eyes with her. "You know we can't." She looked at him, his glazed stare, the slack mouth, and something inside her folded. "Oh, God forgive us," she whispered. Claire stood at the mouth of the shaft, shaking. Her skin had gone that same ash gray, but her eyes were still clear. It was still her. "Hey, can you climb?" I asked. She nodded once. "Then go, fast." She grabbed the ladder. Her hands trembled as she pulled herself up. 1 rung, 2, 3. Each movement looked like it could cost her everything she had left. Her breath was coming in tight, broken gasps. 4, 5, and then she wavered. "Just keep going," Sharon shouted. "Don't think about the top, just the next rung." Claire's fingers started to slip, and her head sagged forward. And when she looked down at us, her eyes were changing, irises clouding over, that hollow vacancy spreading across her face like frost. I can't," she whispered. "I'm sorry. I can't." Her grip opened. She fell. Oh, she hit the concrete hard. A crack of bone echoed in the shaft entrance. Her neck bent at an angle that should have ended it all. For a second she lay still. Then her chest jerked. Her eyes snapped open, fully clouded now. Nothing left inside. She rolled onto her hands and knees, her joints bent all wrong, movements jerky and unnatural. And she lunged at Sharon. But I moved first. I grabbed Sharon's arm and yanked her clear, shoved her toward the ladder. "Climb, now!" And Claire, well, what had been Claire, pivoted toward me instead. So I brought the hammer down. I hated it, hated every second, hated the world that forced my hand. She dropped and didn't get back up. The other transformed were only 10 feet away now, then 5. Oh, I could smell them. Rot, copper, something chemical that burned the inside of my nose. Jim was halfway up the ladder, Sharon right behind him, Roy climbing above her. I jumped, caught the bottom rung, and hauled myself up. Oh, hands snapped at my boots, fingers scraped across leather, clawing for purchase as I climbed into the dark. I kicked straight down, felt bone give under my heel. Something crunched. The grip loosened, and I climbed. Well, the shaft was tight, barely room for my shoulders, and every time I moved up a rung, the hammer at my belt slammed into the wall and threw me off balance. I kept climbing anyway, because below us, they'd found the ladder. They started up after us, jerky, uncoordinated, but relentless. Hands and feet scraping metal, closing the distance. "God, how much further?" Someone above me choked out. 30 feet. Douglas's voice crackled from the radio clipped to my belt. "Keep climbing. You got maybe 5 minutes before detonation." God, 5 minutes. My arms were on fire, my muscles were shaking, though the ladder felt endless, disappearing into shadow that never seemed to get closer. And the sound below grew louder, that wet, rasping chorus bouncing around the shaft until it felt like it was vibrating inside my skull. Oh, a hand clamped around my boot, and it yanked hard. I kicked backward and connected with something soft, and the grip slipped free. I didn't look down again. I just climbed faster. Didn't think about what would happen if my hands failed, if the strength ran dry. And then, light. Real light. A square hatch, maybe 10 feet above, propped open. Sky beyond it, silhouettes of soldiers framed in gold. "Move," one of them shouted, reaching down. "Come on." Jim hit the top first. They grabbed him and hauled him through. Then Sharon, then the others, dragged out one by one and shoved away from the opening toward waiting vehicles. I was 3 rungs down from the top when something below wrapped both hands around my ankle. I looked down. God, the shaft was packed with them. Faces stacked one under another, pale and tilted upward, eyes locked on me, climbing with mechanical persistence. So I kicked again, and the grip tightened. It dragged me down half a rung. My hand slipped on sweat-slick metal. Then Jim was above me, leaning through the hatch, and he grabbed my wrist. "I've got you." He pulled, but they pulled back. For a second I was suspended between them, arms stretched, tearing, my body caught in a tug-of-war between the living and the dead. Jim roared and yanked harder. My boot tore free with a wet, sucking sound. I scrambled the last 3 rungs and burst through the hatch onto the mountainside. The air hit me cold and clean. The Rocky Mountains spread out under a sunset soaked in gold and blood. Soldiers slammed the hatch closed and spun the wheel tight. Almost immediately something inside began hammering against it. Ruined fists pounding for daylight. "Clear out," a lieutenant shouted, waving us toward the line of Humvees 50 yards away. "Charges blow in 2 minutes. Move." We stumbled across uneven ground. Sharon helped the injured. Jim supported an older woman who twisted her ankle during the climb. I counted heads. 20. We'd started with 23. Dawson was gone, taken by the infection. Claire had fallen. The old man never made it onto the ladder. 20 survivors out of the hundreds who'd been trapped in that tunnel. The Humvees idled near a makeshift command post. Radios crackled. Soldiers moved with tight, controlled urgency. Officer Douglas stood by the lead vehicle, radio still in hand. He was younger than I'd pictured, maybe 30 at most. His face looked like it had aged 10 years in a day, though. He met my eyes. "Hey, you made it. Because of you." He gave a small nod, but there was no pride in it, just fatigue. "Right, get in. We're pulling back to Peterson Air Force Base. It's the last secure site within 50 miles. "What about the others?" Sharon asked. "Anyone else inside?" Douglas glanced toward the tunnel entrance, where the Transformed still pressed against the barricades. "No other survivors in there," he said quietly. "And soon there won't be a tunnel either." Right on cue, the mountain trembled. Deep, subterranean. The demolition charges went off. The sound was distant but heavy, a muffled concussion that traveled up through my boots and into my bones. The ground shook. Dust burst from both tunnel mouths in thick plumes. Then the mountain groaned. Rock and earth collapsed inward, swallowing the western entrance in a rolling avalanche of stone. Seconds later, the eastern side folded in on itself, concrete and steel crumpling like paper under the weight. In under half a minute, the tunnel was gone. All that remained was a scar carved into the mountainside, a wound that would take years to fade. Everything still inside, the Transformed, the bodies, the ones we couldn't save, buried, erased. I watched it happen and felt nothing at all. I was too drained. "Load up," Douglas ordered. "We move before dark." We climbed into the Humvees without a word. I ended up in the lead vehicle with Jim, Sharon, and 3 soldiers who looked just as wrecked as I felt. None of us spoke. The doors slammed shut, engines revved, and the convoy rolled out, leaving the crushed tunnel behind us as we headed east, toward whatever scraps of civilization were still standing. Through the window I watched the sun bleed out over the Rockies. The peaks burned amber and gold, calm and perfect, like nothing in the world was wrong. It was a lie. Down in the valleys, everything was falling apart. The dashboard radio crackled, and a woman's voice came through, steady, trained, but stretched thin. "All units be advised. Denver is lost. Repeat, Denver is lost. Infection has spread beyond containment. The governor has authorized evacuation of all remaining military personnel. Civilian population is..." Again, static swallowed the rest. The driver twisted the dial, searching for something clearer, but all he found was more noise, fractured emergency broadcasts, half-heard screams, the digital death rattle of a country tearing itself open. Jim leaned toward me. It's everywhere, isn't it?" "Yeah," I said. "I think it is." Sharon sat across from us, staring at her hands. They were still smeared with blood. Claire's, Dawson's, others we'd never had time to know. She tried to save every one of them, and it hadn't been enough. "Hey, you did everything you could," I told her. She looked up, tears tracked down her face, but her voice didn't shake. "It wasn't enough." "Well, it never is," one of the soldiers muttered. "But you're alive. That counts." Did it? 20 of us had made it out. 20 out of hundreds trapped in that tunnel. How many had we left behind? How many had slipped through our fingers because we weren't strong enough, fast enough, ruthless enough? The Humvee hit a pothole and jolted me back to the present. Through the windshield, the highway stretched empty into the fading light, vanishing into a horizon that promised nothing good. Behind us, the mountain stood quiet, sealed up tight, holding its dead. Somewhere under tons of rock, Claire lay still, the fight finally over. Dawson too, the old man, all the others whose names no one would ever log. Families would wait for them, call their phones, search shelters, cling to hope. They'd never know the mountain had swallowed them whole. "Yeah, Turner." Jim touched my shoulder. "You okay?" "No," I said, "but I'm breathing." He nodded. "Yeah, that's enough for now. Maybe it was. Maybe survival was the only currency left, even if it meant leaving parts of yourself buried in the dark, even if it meant carrying the weight of every call you made every time you chose to live instead of dragging someone else along with you. The sun slipped behind the peaks. Night dropped fast, turning the world into headlights and long shadows and distant fires flickering on the horizon. The radio kept spitting out evacuation orders, containment failures, desperate voices begging for help that wasn't coming. The infection was spreading, and the world was ending, and we were driving toward whatever came after. All we carried were our lives, our guilt, and the memory of a tunnel under a mountain where hundreds had died so 20 could crawl back out into the light. I closed my eyes. Claire's clouded stare looked back at me. The chorus of those inhuman voices echoed in my head. I could still feel the phantom pull on my ankle, the choices I'd made again and again. We'd survived the tunnel. I wasn't sure if we'd survived what it had taken from us. The Humvee kept moving into the dark, and we let it. Because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering. And I wasn't ready for that yet. Zombie Outbreak, Chicago O'Hare International Airport, by Augustus Cordoba. Part 1. Well, I never figured I'd end up perched above a dead city staring out over a world that doesn't care about clocks anymore. No departures, no arrivals, no schedules barking through headsets. But that's where I've been for the last 2 months, holed up in the control tower at O'Hare International Airport, a relic from another life, back when the world still moved around. The glass that once looked down on neat lines of aircraft taxiing in perfect choreography now faces cracked runways splitting open like old scars. It didn't take long for weeds to push through the asphalt. The occasional body drifts across the tarmac now, not walking, not searching, just wandering. Airports used to hum 24 hours a day, and now it's the silence that hangs over the airfield like wet concrete. Every gust that slams the tower windows feels like the world reminding me how empty it's become. My name's Dan Mercer, 42. I spent nearly 20 years as an air traffic controller. Chances are, if you ever passed through Chicago, I was one of the calm, invisible voices guiding your pilot down through bad weather and crowded airspace. I lived for the structure of my day-to-day life, the tight coordination, the precision. Aviation was like an orchestra to me, and as a team we kept it in precise rhythm. Then the outbreak tore the sheet music in half. Flights were grounded, terminals clogged with stranded passengers. The great artery of the Midwest just stopped. We'd heard something had hit NYC. JFK and LaGuardia grounded just like that. Threats to quarantine Manhattan and the Bronx, followed by Queens and Brooklyn. When the first reports filtered in from downtown Chicago, telling of people collapsing in the streets, then getting back up meaner than before, we assumed it would just burn out. Contained, managed. The Chicago PD had sealed off city blocks, so we were told. The Illinois National Guard rolled in with Humvees and checkpoints. News anchors played their part, smiling a little too much and promising us that everything was under control. Then the calls started bleeding through the secure aviation channels. Pilots refusing to taxi to gates. Captains demanding diversions away from Chicago airspace. Airlines grounding entire fleets across the Midwest. And nothing inbound from New York or LA, although there were rumors that trains were still running. I remember the moment it shifted. A Delta crew calling in, their voices stern, saying a passenger had attacked a flight attendant at 30,000 feet. Not drunk, not panicked. Nah, this was something else. That's when I knew this wasn't just bad turbulence. This was full-scale collapse. Within hours, O'Hare had turned into a cage. Thousands of people were trapped between security lines, customs, and locked gates. Families clutching luggage. Businessmen screaming into dead phones. Flight crews waiting for orders that never came. TSA and airport police were overwhelmed before they even understood what they were fighting. When the first infected made it into Terminal 3, it spread like a fuse racing through dry grass. I watched it unfold on the monitors from the tower. Crowds breaking apart, carry-on scattered, shoes abandoned mid-stride. The stampede with nowhere to go. Damn, it's hard to believe that was only 2 months ago. Now the airport is becoming a monument to rust. Jet bridges hang useless and skeletal. Most of the aircraft still sit in long, silent rows, their white fuselages streaked brown with the onset of corrosion. Their tails throw long shadows when the sun drops low. Some were gutted for fuel and parts in the early weeks. Others are sealed coffins. And trust me when I tell you, I don't go near those. No, I stay in the tower. It's the only place that still feels like command. Nearly 300 feet up, with narrow stairwells that can be defended by one man with enough nerve. The glass walls give me a full sweep of the airfield. Some of the old ATC consoles still flicker to life when I hook them to car batteries. Weeks back, I stripped solar panels from a maintenance hangar and dragged them up piece by piece. With enough rewiring, I even managed to get a fridge humming, a few radios crackling, and the tower lights burning again. At night, that light turns the tower into a lone beacon in a sea of dark. Sometimes I dim it, worried it'll draw the wrong kind of attention. Other nights, though, when the silence presses in too hard, I let it blaze, just to prove to myself I'm not another corpse rotting between runways. On my own now, but I wasn't at first. There were 4 of us who'd made it up here when everything fell apart. Marianne Smith, 30, an ER nurse from Evanston in Cook County, just north of Chicago. She'd been waiting for her brother's flight when the terminals erupted. And there was Hector Ramirez, a former army mechanic who worked cargo handling on site, tough and practical with steady hands. Then there was Kevin Williams, a college kid fresh off a semester abroad, dropped straight into hell when he'd landed. Well, we'd somehow sealed the tower together. Barricaded the doors, boarded the lower windows, rigged rain collectors across the roof. For a while it felt impossible, like we might just outlast it. But, well, the truth is survival chews at people, in different speeds and different ways. Kevin was the first to break. Lasted about 4 weeks with us, then he decided he'd rather take his chances on the ground. Well, Kevin was sure he could eventually make it to Wyoming, where his brother lived in a small town called Sheridan. He convinced himself they'd be there, safe behind some invisible line the chaos hadn't crossed. He packed light, took one of the service roads out past the perimeter, and disappeared into the dead sprawl beyond the airport. We never saw him again. Marianne held on longer, more than a month, long enough for winter to sink its teeth in. January hit us like a hammer. She got pneumonia, without antibiotics, without a hospital, without anything but blankets and boiled water. It was a slow execution. She drowned in her own lungs while the snow piled up along the runways. Hector and I buried her at the edge of the tarmac. We hauled stones from an old landscaping supply truck and built a low, crude mound over the frozen ground. No marker, just rock and silent prayers. Hector himself only lasted another week or so. We were sweeping the cargo tunnels under Terminal 5 when part of the ceiling gave way behind us. The collapse forced us down a maintenance corridor neither of us liked the look of. It was walking point. 1 second it was clear. The next, something peeled itself out of the shadows. It came at him low and fast. He got his knife up. Remember the sound, steel hitting bone, breath turning into a snarl. But there were more of them tucked back in the dark. Too many. He went down fighting, and I ran because if I hadn't, we'd both be bones in that tunnel. I barely made it back to the tower. And so now, it's just me. The tower is my fortress and my cage. From up there, I've charted every inch of the airport grounds. Safest paths between terminals, hangars, maintenance sheds. I know which stairwells creak, which doors jam, which parking garages echo too much. In the far distance, the Chicago skyline still glitters on clear nights. The Willis Tower stands stubborn and tall, though half its windows are now blown out. When the wind shifts, I swear I can hear the city breathe. Faint screams, sometimes the deep roar of a fire catching hold of something big. I try not to picture how many people might still be out there alive, trapped, hiding, waiting for rescue that isn't coming. But routine, that's what keeps me sane. Every morning I descend the narrow tower stairs, check the barricades, walk the perimeter near the base. I comb through abandoned baggage carts and rusting airport vehicles for anything worth taking. Fuel's almost gone, but I've learned to siphon it slowly and carefully. The food's worse. The vending machines were emptied a while ago. Restaurants and terminal kitchens only offered so much before they turned into rat nests and decay. And now, it's dry packets, dented cans, stale crackers. If I'm lucky, I snare a rabbit or drop a bird that strays too close. The airport, left alone, has already started to turn feral. Grass ripping through cracks in the runway, small animals reclaiming the margins. It reminds me of stretches of Illinois backcountry, where nature doesn't ask permission to take things back. Weapons were never part of my old life, but now they're non-negotiable. Early on, I pulled a Remington 870 from an airport police cruiser, along with a Glock 22 and a handful of magazines. Now, ammo doesn't grow back, so I make sure I conserve it. Emergencies only. Most days I carry a fire axe I tore off of a terminal wall and a crowbar Hector swore by. Quiet and reliable. No muzzle flash to advertise my position. Every so often people pass through. Not the infected, no, the living. Survivors, scavengers. Sometimes they're organized, sometimes just desperate. A few days back, a convoy of pickup trucks rolled along the outer perimeter road, heavily armed, no flags, no insignia, just hard faces looking for anything they could strip and carry. They cracked open cargo hangars, looted what they wanted, and were gone in less than 48 hours. I stayed dark in the tower, lights out, watching. Not every human is safer than the dead. Far from it. The infected still drift through the terminals and parking garages. Sometimes they spill onto the runways in loose clusters. Well, they're not sprinters, not monsters from a movie, but they don't quit, and they're always more than you think. Most of them still wear scraps of who they used to be. Torn business suits, faded jeans, flight attendant uniforms stiff with grime. Every now and then I recognize a face from an old ID badge I'd scavenged. And you know what? That's the part that sticks. Knowing I might have passed them once in a terminal, headset on, guiding their plane in. I track time however I can. Old office calendars help, though the days tend to blur if I'm not careful. What really anchors me is writing. I keep journals, weather reports, supply logs, sightings. I write it all down. Maybe someone will find them someday. Someone who lives long enough to understand how this place fell apart. Maybe they'll learn something from it. Or maybe they'll just know that we fought. Last week, something changed. For the first time in ages, my old aviation radio caught a signal on the emergency band. At first, I thought it was just static clawing at the speaker. Then I heard it, a voice. Weak, distorted, but definitely a real live human. Sector 45, evacuation. Repeat. Sector 45. I didn't move. I just stood there in the dim light of the tower, listening. The transmission faded almost as soon as it came through. I've tried raising it every night since, but nothing. Sector 45. I dug through old maps, traced old cargo zones and perimeter grids. If I'm right, it could point to one of the freight areas near Bensonville, just outside the airport boundary. Damn, it's a gamble. But the idea that there might be organized survivors out there, not just drifters and raiders, has been chewing at me ever since this all began. And for the first time in a long while, the tower feels less like safety, more like a trap. For 2 months, basically, I hadn't budged. Kept my head down, stayed out of the city, avoided risks that didn't need taking. The tower was enough. High ground, clear sightlines, a defensible choke point. Now, in a world gone feral, that truly mattered. But lately, if I'm honest, something's been shifting under my skin. Maybe the tower won't be my grave. Maybe I won't end up another pile of bones like Marianne and Hector. bleaching in the ruins of a place that once pulsed with movement and connection. Or maybe I will. Maybe this glass box will be my coffin, perched above cracked runways and slowly rusting aircraft. Or maybe, I'll catch that signal again. Maybe I'll track it down and find proof that the world isn't as dead as it looks. For now, I sit at the console, shotgun resting on my lap, staring out over the airfield and waiting for the static to split open. Well, it's the waiting that eats at you. Not hunger, not fear. No, the silence. Every night I work the radio dial, slowly and deliberately, sweeping through frequencies that used to be clogged with chatter. Pilots asking for clearance, ground crews calling in delays, controllers like me juggling call signs and altitudes like circus knives. Now it's just hiss and dead air. Sometimes I swear I hear voices buried in the noise, fragments, half-formed words clawing their way through the static. But when I replay the recordings, there's nothing there. Just interference and my own desperation echoing back at me. Except that one time. Sector 45, evacuation. Repeat, Sector 45. It cut through clean, enough to freeze me in place. And then it was gone. It's been living in my head ever since. Part 2. O'Hare ran on sectors, numbered zones for cargo, maintenance, perimeter security. I used to know them pretty well. Had to check this one, though. Sector 45 lines up with the old FedEx and UPS cargo warehouses on the northwest side, near Bensonville. From the tower, that's just under 2 miles. But in this world, 2 miles might as well be 20. Between here and there, open runways, yawning hangars, surface tunnels that swallow light. I studied them through binoculars, filled journals with notes. Where clusters of infected gather, which service roads stay mostly clear, where shadows seem to breed movement. The airport's a maze of concrete and steel. Every route is a coin toss. For days, I went back and forth. Leave the tower and I give up the one advantage that kept me breathing. Stay, and I rot here, waiting for a voice that might never return. In the end, the decision wasn't logical. It was instinct. When you've been alone long enough, the idea of other people, even strangers, pulls at something deep and animalistic. It's not hope, not exactly. Something older than that. Like the way you feel the forest closing in when you're hiking alone at dusk, miles from a trailhead. You start craving the sound of another human voice just to prove you're still part of the species. Well, preparation came first. I went over my gear the way I used to scan radar screens, focused and methodical. The Remington 870 got stripped, cleaned, and oiled. I checked the barrel, tested the action. 18 shells left, stacked inside an old airline catering box. Well, I counted them twice. The Glock had 15 rounds, 2 extra magazines taped together for a fast reload. Ammo's currency now, finite, but for this run, I allowed myself this weight. The fire axe rode across my back. Hector's crowbar hung at my side, metal worn smooth where his hands used to grip it. Clothes next. 2 shirts under a heavy cargo jacket, jeans reinforced with duct tape along the thighs, gloves, steel-toed boots, not armor exactly, but enough layers to buy me a second if something grabbed me. I packed light beyond that. A canvas messenger bag, a few cans of food, stainless steel water bottle, compact medkits, hand-cranked flashlight. I slid in a folded airport schematic. I'd marked up in red ink the safe lanes, the danger zones, and the blind corners. In my pocket a flare gun with 2 rounds. Not for fighting, for signaling. If Sector 45 turned out to be real, that is. The heaviest thing I carried was a portable radio receiver wired into a jury-rigged battery pack. If I could get closer to the source, maybe the transmission would sharpen. Maybe it would sound less like a ghost. The night before I left, I sat inside the glass dome of the tower and watched the city's faint glow on the horizon. Chicago was a black mass under the stars, broken now and then by an orange flare when something caught fire. reminded me of distant brush fires I'd seen in the hills of Illinois, bright blooms of light swallowed by dark woods. I thought about Marianne, about Hector, about Kevin walking west toward Wyoming with too much hope and not enough ammunition. Damn, I wondered if he'd ever made it, if his brother was still alive to open a door and pull him inside. Sadly, I doubted it, but I held on to the possibility anyway. I didn't sleep much that night, and at dawn I moved. The first light spilled across the runways as I descended the tower stairs. My boots thudded against metal steps, the echo chasing me down the narrow shaft. The air at ground level smelled like old jet fuel and rusted steel, and the runways stretched out ahead of me like dried riverbeds, cracked, overgrown, flanked by rows of silent aircraft baking in the pale morning light. I tightened my grip on the shotgun and stepped off the base of the tower. 2 miles to Sector 45. 2 miles through a graveyard. Well, I kept to the margins. Out in the open, you're exposed, a speck against miles of cracked concrete. So I hugged the service roads, cut between maintenance sheds, slipped through access corridors whenever I could. Same principle as moving through thick timber. Use whatever cover the land gives you. But the first problem came fast. A catering truck sat abandoned near a taxiway, its rear doors hanging open. Around it drifted a cluster of infected, at least 12 by my count through the binoculars. They circled the vehicle in slow, useless loops, like muscle memory still had them on shift. A few wore shredded airline catering uniforms, faded logos barely visible under the grime. Well, I didn't test them. No, I peeled off, crouching low behind a chain of baggage carts, easing each step down like it was crossing brittle ice. Sound travels out here, too far and too clean. One-drop shell casing can echo like a rifle shot in the emptiness. By mid-morning, I'd reached the edge of Terminal 2. The glass front had blown out, the concourse choked with debris and overturned kiosks. Sunlight spilled through the gaps, lighting up dust and old footprints like a crime scene. I didn't go inside. No, I'd learned by now that terminals are potential death traps. Blind corners, escalators, stairwells. Too many angles for something to come at you. Instead, I found an access hatch and slipped into the underground service tunnels that run parallel to the terminals. Those tunnels used to carry baggage carts and electricity utility vehicles, a hidden circulatory system beneath the airport. When everything fell apart, they turned into escape routes, and then choke points for the unlucky ones. The walls still tell the story. Spray-painted arrows pointing nowhere. Brown-black stains on the concrete. Shoes kicked off mid-run. Abandoned luggage split open and gutted. In our new world order, the underground is a trade-off. You're invisible from above, but down there the sound bounces around. Breath ricochets, and if you round a corner into a cluster, there's no open field to sprint across, just walls and teeth. I kept the flashlight low in my left hand. My beam tightened to a narrow one. Every 30 steps I stopped and listened. Damn, my own breathing sounded like a freight train in my skull. After nearly an hour, I climbed out near the United hangars. The structures rose ahead of me, massive and echoing, like rusted cathedrals. Their doors hung half open, revealing skeletal maintenance rigs and grounded aircraft stripped for parts. I paused in the shadow of a fuel truck, scanning all around me. 2 infected were wandering near the hangar entrance. One dragged a ruined leg, its hip twisted unnaturally, but it still moved with stubborn intent. The other wore the remains of a neon safety vest, strips of fluorescent fabric fluttering in the breeze. I gave them plenty of space, cutting wide across a fractured service road. By noon, I'd reached the northwestern perimeter, the old FedEx cargo zone. This place used to thrum with forklifts and delivery trucks, parcels flowing in and out like arteries carrying blood. Now it sat under a lid of silence. Crows had claimed the rooftops, their calls sharp and ugly against the still air. I ducked behind a concrete barrier and pulled out the portable radio. The battery pack hummed as I powered it on. Static flooded the speaker, And then, faint but unmistakable, a voice.
Sector 45. Survivors, request. Repeat, request. Immediate assistance.
The words were torn apart by interference, but they were real, stronger than before, closer. A chill ran straight through me. I twisted the dial, trying to lock onto it, but the signal thinned and vanished back into white noise. Still, it was enough. Someone was broadcasting from here. Ahead of me, the cargo buildings lined up in dull metal rows. Most were sealed tight, doors locked or welded, but one wasn't. Warehouse 45A stood slightly open. A delivery truck jammed crooked in front of the entrance like it'd been abandoned mid-unload. If there were survivors sending that signal, that was my bet. I moved in slow, sweeping arcs, checking shadows, scanning roof lines. The lot was cluttered with crates. Some were split open, cardboard sagging, packages rotted to pulp. My boots crunched over broken glass despite my best effort to stay quiet. At the doorway I paused and listened. Nothing inside but wind slipping through the gap. So I edged in, my shotgun raised. Oof, the air smelled like mildew and old paper. Sunlight cut through holes in the roof, thin beams slicing across rows of metal shelving stacked with forgotten parcels. The whole place felt suspended in time. Then I saw it. A camp set up near the center of the warehouse. Folding chairs arranged in a loose circle. A small propane stove. Bedrolls spread over flattened cardboard. Empty cans stacked neatly in one corner. On a folding table sat a jerry-rigged radio transmitter, wired into a car battery. Didn't look like it was looted. Looked like it was lived in. So I stepped closer. That's when I heard it. A faint scrape from behind the shelving. I swung the shotgun toward the sound, my finger tightening on the trigger. Oh, my pulse slammed into my ears. A man stepped out of the shadows. Not infected. He raised his hands slowly, his palms open. He was thin, his beard overgrown, and his cheeks hollowed out, but his eyes were sharp and alert. "Don't shoot," he said. His voice shook, but it held. "You heard the broadcast, didn't you?" I kept the barrel trained on his chest. The camp suggested more than one occupant. One man couldn't have kept this stocked, not with what I saw around me. If there were others, they were either hidden or gone. He lowered his hands inch by inch when he saw I wasn't firing. Oh, up close he looked wrecked. Skin pulled tight over bone, clothes stiff with old sweat and dirt. He wore an airline-issued parka, a worn United Airlines patch still clinging to the sleeve, probably scavenged from somewhere in the chaos. His gaze flicked from me to the warehouse entrance and then back again, measuring the distance, weighing his options. The kind of constant calculation you see in someone who's lived too long with danger breathing down their neck. I've seen that same wired edge in hunters deep in the Illinois backcountry, men who know one wrong step in the forest can cost them everything. "You're not infected," he said at last, his voice rough but steady. Then he let out a slow breath. "That makes you rarer than gold out here." I didn't respond. Talking too soon can get you killed. I didn't know him, didn't know what he'd do if I lowered the barrel another inch, so I let the quiet stretch out between us and kept studying the room. The propane stove wasn't cold. The metal was still scorched from recent heat, the canister only half drained. The bedrolls weren't layered in dust either. 3 of them laid out across flattened cardboard, creased and used. 3. And the stack of empty cans in the corner? That wasn't one man rationing alone. That was a group that had lasted a while. 4 people at least, maybe more. "Where are the others?" I asked. His jaw flexed. He looked at the concrete floor like it had an answer written on it. "Gone," he said in a low voice. Not in one shot, but close enough. He rubbed a hand over his beard. We were 6 when this started. Warehouse guys, drivers, people stranded here when everything went to hell. We turned this place into something solid for a while. Set up supply runs into the city. Built a perimeter, rotations. We even had a schedule. A bitter half smile flickered and died. Yeah, that broadcast you heard, that was us. Trying to reach anyone still breathing. Then he trailed off and sighed deeply. Then, one by one. I still didn't lower the shotgun. Gone, how? I pressed. Dead or, walked? His eyes snapped back to mine then. Both. He let out a slow breath. A couple didn't make it back from the runs. One thought he'd survive better solo. Another got sloppy. He couldn't stop it in time. Oh, his voice cracked at that, but he pushed through it. A couple of weeks ago, the last 3 went south. Said they picked up a signal like the one you heard. Figured they'd check it out. He shook his head. Well, they never came back. I've been here since, keeping the radio hot, waiting. Waiting. I knew that word too well. Groups don't last long unless they've got discipline and luck. Luck's been in short supply for a long time now. Still, the fact they built a transmitter, run coordinated broadcasts, well, that set them apart from the drifters I'd seen moving like ghosts through the terminals. He got the doubt in my face then. Name's Harris, he said after a beat. Arthur Harris. Ground services before this. Cargo handling, maintenance support. I know these warehouses inside out. And a dry, humorless chuckle escaped him. Probably better than anyone still alive. Then he waited. Dan, I said. Nothing more. Names are expensive, and I wasn't going to give any more than I had to. He nodded like that was enough. That signal's still running because I keep it running, he said, gesturing to the transmitter. Figured maybe I'd pull in someone like you. Someone not stupid enough to charge straight into the city. I eased my shotgun down, but still didn't let it hang loose. You, wanted company, I said. Well, now what? His shoulders sagged under the weight of the question. Well, plan was to wait for the others, he admitted. But I'm not lying to myself anymore. They're not coming back. He glanced at the dwindling supplies. Well, food's almost gone. Been thinking about moving, but alone? He shook his head at that. It doesn't matter how careful you are. Alone catches up to you. Always does. And he studied me hard. You got somewhere? He asked. You don't last this long roaming open ground. Again, I didn't answer right away. Telling him about the tower meant exposing the one advantage I had. He stayed safe because no one knew it was occupied. But there was something in his voice, not just desperation, no. Calculation, but not deceit. And if he was telling the truth, then this warehouse was already a dead end for him. I've managed, I said at last. Up in the tower, airfield side. His eyes widened. The tower? He stared at me like I said I was living in a lighthouse in the middle of a storm. Are you serious? That thing's been sitting up there this whole time. God, I figured it would have been overrun in the first month. I shook my head. Too high, too narrow. You lock it down right, nothing gets far in. Jeez, he muttered. That's like holding up on a fire tower in the middle of the woods. He let out a breath. Like an old ranger post. High ground, clean lines of sight. Well, I've been there since the start, I said. For the first time, something shifted in his expression. Not relief exactly, but there was a flicker, a spark. You've done better than we did, he said quietly. We thought these warehouses were a fortress. All we really built was a trap. Yeah, too many doors, too much space. Nowhere to choke the flow. The wind then whistled through the broken roof panels overhead. It was a thin, lonely sound. We stood there listening to it for a while. And finally Harris stepped over to the transmitter, He flipped the switch. The low hum died instantly. He unhooked the cables from the battery with steady hands. "No point keeping it alive now," he said. "If anyone else was going to answer, they would have done so." The warehouse fell into a deeper silence. Well, just the two of us then. Part 3. The rest of the day moved by under a thin layer of mutual distrust. Nonetheless, we worked side by side in the warehouse. Not as friends, not as enemies, just two men measuring each other while we stripped the place for whatever it still had to give. I found a half case of bottled water shoved under a tarp behind a stack of warped pallets. Harris dug up a crate of expired protein bars. Stale, chalky, but edible. Between the two of us, we scraped together enough supplies to make the trip back worthwhile. He showed me a storage room near the rear loading docks. Tools, spare fuel cans, cores of extension cord. I took what I could carry without slowing myself to a crawl and marked the heavier gear in my notebook. If we came back, I wanted to know exactly where to look. By the time the lights started draining out of the sky, we had to decide. Stay the night in the warehouse or risk the open air after dark. Now, I don't move across open ground once the sun's down, not unless I have no other choice. Visibility drops, shadows stretch. The infected drift more freely when the world goes quiet. Well, we stayed. Dragged crates across the doors, killed the stove, took up position near the radio table. No fire, no extra noise. I lay on my bedroll with the shotgun within reach, listening to Harris breathe across from me. Steady, but not relaxed, never relaxed. Nobody sleeps clean in a place like that. Truth be known, sleep didn't come for me at all. My head kept circling what he told me. If his group had picked up another signal deeper in the city, that meant there were broadcasts beyond the airport perimeter. Something organized, something structured, not just random static. If that was true, then the world wasn't entirely mute. At some point I drifted into a shallow half-sleep, jerking awake at every creak in the rafters, every groan of wind slipping through torn roof panels. We moved at first light. Well, the trip back was a lot slower. Extra weight on our backs, extra eyes to account for. Harris wasn't careless, but he wasn't conditioned to the rhythm I'd built over 2 months alone. He stepped a little too hard over debris, hesitated too long in exposed stretches. More than once I had to snap a hand up and freeze him when shapes shifted in the distance. He learned fast, though. By late afternoon, the tower came into view. Harris stopped walking. The glass dome caught the sun, flashing faintly above the endless spread of cracked runways. It stood there like a lone fire lookout above a burned forest. "You've really been living up there," he muttered, shaking his head. "All this time, we never even looked." Inside, I guided him through the base level, past reinforced doors and layered barricades, up the narrow stairwell, one choke point at a time. I showed him where the doors locked, where I'd rigged alarms, where I'd stacked fallback supplies. When we reached the top and the skyline rolled into view through the full circle of glass, he went quiet. Chicago's silhouette sat on the horizon, dark and jagged. "Wow, this beats anything we built," he said finally. It felt strange having another presence up there, another set of footsteps on metal stairs, another voice cutting through the silence. I'd grown used to solitude the way you get used to cold water. You stop fighting it after a while. But as night settled and we unpacked what we'd salvaged, I noticed something. The silence wasn't lighter, just less absolute. We heated canned beans on my small camping stove. The flame hissed softly in the dim control room. Harris talked while we ate. He told me about the group he'd lost, about a supposed safe zone near the lakefront, organized survivors, leadership supplies, a fortified perimeter. The last transmission they caught from that direction had been broken and weak, but convincing enough to spark hope. That hope was what had sent people south. He'd stay behind to keep the broadcast running, to guard their base. They had never come back. As he spoke, I weighed this up. I'd sworn I wouldn't enter the city. Too dense, too many infected, too many collapsed structures and blind corridors. It's like pushing deep into the backcountry without a map or weather forecast, only a lot worse. Concrete instead of trees, no trails and no mercy. But if there really was a structured survivor group out there, ignoring it meant choosing isolation until something finally broke my luck. When he'd finished, he looked straight at me. "Hey man, you've made it this long because you're careful," he said. "That's why you're still breathing. But, caution isn't a strategy forever. Supplies dry up, equipment fails, towers fall." He glanced around at the reinforced doors, the solar rig, the mapped routes. If there are real survivors out there, organized ones, we need to find them. Otherwise, we're just counting down to, Well, I didn't answer. His words dug into places that I'd tried to seal off. For 2 months, those thoughts were mine alone. Now they had a second voice. That night, I lay awake, listening to the faint hum of the solar regulator and the occasional rattle of wind against the dome's glass panes. Harris slept in the corner where Kevin's bedroll used to be. His breathing was heavy and uneven. I stared at the ceiling. Truth is, he wasn't wrong. The tower had kept me alive. I'd reinforced doors, rationed supplies, memorized every route across the airfield. But nothing like this lasts forever. Time chews through steel and concrete the same way it takes down trees in the forest. One bad break, one mistake, one unlucky encounter, and it all unravels. Each night the city sits on the horizon, a dark outline against the sky. For ages I'd told myself there was nothing there worth risking my life for. Now I wasn't so sure. Maybe I hadn't just been hiding from danger. No, maybe I'd been hiding from the possibility that something, or someone, might still be worth stepping into it for. Morning broke cold and thin over the skyline, the kind of pale Illinois light that seeps through and makes everything look abandoned. I was up before the sun cleared the ridgeline. Habit ran my body before my mind caught up, checking the barricade we'd rigged across the fire tower stairwell, testing each bolt and brace, then climbing to the roof to inspect the rain barrels and the tarps that funneled water into them. After that, I crouched by the battery bank and watched the charge meter like it was a pulse. Harris shadowed me the whole time. Didn't say much, just observed. The way a man does when he's trying to figure out how someone else managed not to die out here. Breakfast was a sleeve of stale crackers and a dented can of fruit cocktail we split with a pocket knife. We sat on opposite sides of the folding table. We circled the subject we'd both been thinking about. "Look, if there really is a group," I said finally, "if your people weren't chasing smoke in the wind, then getting to them isn't enough. We need a way in and a way back alive." Harris nodded once. "Look, charging in blind is how we get buried. We need to scout it first, identify safe stops, places to hole up if it goes bad." He bent over the rough map I'd pieced together from ranger stations and old tourist brochures. His finger traced from our tower through logging roads, past abandoned campgrounds, down toward the wider highways that eventually cut south. He tapped a few intersections where old state routes narrowed between rock walls and forest. "Choke points," he muttered. "Dead cars, fallen trees. Noise would echo like a gunshot in a canyon. Better to cut through side roads, move slow, watch the ridge lines." As he talked, I studied him differently than before. Harris wasn't military, didn't move like it, but he'd learned the hard way. There was calculation in him. He didn't carry that reckless edge Kevin had had, back when this nightmare had started. And he wasn't hollowed out like Hector had become toward the end. Harris still had direction. Out here, purpose was rarer than ammo. Over the next few days, we settled into something like a system. He reinforced weak spots in the tower's defenses I'd stopped noticing weeks ago, tightened wire, replaced rotting boards, rebalanced the counterweight on the latch. He combed through the old maintenance sheds scattered along the Forest Service Road and came back with scavenged prizes. Spare batteries, duct tape, hand tools, even a length of copper wire we didn't know we needed until we did. With 2 men working, the tower stopped feeling like a desperate perch in the trees and started to resemble an outpost. At night we leaned over maps by lantern light, marking potential routes with a grease pencil, arguing quietly over risk versus reward while wind scraped across the steel supports outside. But, well, doubt stayed with me. The forest I knew, every trailhead, every hunting blind. The way sound travelled through the valleys. Out there beyond the tree line, past the small Illinois towns swallowed by rod and silence, the unknown multiplied with every mile. I'd seen what the infected looked like in tight quarters, what they did when cornered, and that was in open woodland. Now, in clustered neighborhoods or industrial zones, the numbers alone would be a different beast. And then there were the people. Harris's group had gone out and never come back. That detail clung to me like damp clothes. Either the infected had taken them, or something else had. Out here, desperation made its own predators. On the 5th morning, after I dragged him into this tower half dead, we stood on the roof platform. The sky was clean and sharp. Through binoculars, I scanned the distant clearings where a logging camp used to be, the skeletal frames of warehouses near the old highway cut, the strip of asphalt that once led tourists deeper into the forested areas. Nothing moved, which meant, well, nothing at all. The silence pressed down on us as thick as fog. "We're not ready," I said at last. "Not with what we've got. A run that far could stretch into days if we had trouble, weeks if we're forced off route, and we need stockpiles." Impatience flickered in his eyes, but he didn't argue. "Well, then we build reserves now," he said. "Hit the outer ranger stations, the employee cabins. Most scavengers think the forest's been picked clean, or worse. Well, that works for us." So we shifted gears. Instead of hiding and waiting, we started hunting supplies on purpose. We pushed further along surface roads that I'd avoided previously, slipping between trees, keeping low. Alone, I used to move like smoke, fast and silent, gone before anything noticed. With 2, we could take risks. One watched while the other pried doors open. One covered angles. We carried more back. First haul, a case of bottled water from a collapsed campground store. Labels faded but sealed tight. Second, first aid kit stripped from a locked cabinet in an abandoned ranger office. The third run, though, had nearly ended us. We'd pushed into the lower level of an old visitor center near the edge of the forest boundary. Concrete walls sweating moisture, air thick and stale. We were looking for staff lockers, anything left behind in the early panic. The stairwell down was black as a well. We just stepped onto the landing when the sound reached us. A wet shuffle, then another, echoing upward from the darkness below. Too many of them, at least a dozen. They emerged slow at first, shapes dragging themselves up the steps. Then their heads tilted back in unison, like something had pulled their strings. They saw us at the same time. Well, the noise they made wasn't human anymore. It scraped out of them, a guttural chorus that hit the spine and froze the blood. Harris tightened his grip on the crowbar, his knuckles white. I brought the shotgun up to my shoulder and aimed into the dark. The first shot detonated in that concrete throat like a summer storm rolling off Lake Michigan. The blast punched my ears flat. The recoil slammed through my shoulders, and the muzzle flash turned the stairwell white for half a heartbeat. When my vision snapped back, they were still coming. Too many of them. We stumbled backward through the door we'd forced open minutes earlier, our boots skidding on grit. Harris nearly went down. I grabbed his jacket and hauled him through as the infected lunged for us, fingers clawing at air. We slammed the steel door shut and threw our weight against it. A second later, they hit. Oh, the frame shuddered, fists pounded, teeth scraped metal. Their snarls ricocheted up the concrete shaft, chasing us even after we'd bolted back toward daylight. By the time we made it up to the tower, our lungs were burning, and Chicago felt smaller and further away than ever. That night we sat in the control room above O'Hare. the dead runway stretching out beneath us like pale scars. No lights, no aircraft, just wind sliding across empty tarmac. Harris broke the silence first. "Man, that was one stairwell," he said quietly. "Picture a whole street downtown." Neither of us replied, and neither of us slept. Still, the supply runs had paid off. Slowly the tower stopped feeling like a last stand and started to resemble a stockpile. Canned food stacked in neat rows, cases of water tucked against the wall, batteries sorted and labeled, first aid kits raided from abandoned offices and repacked for quick grabs. Harris even got one of the old airport maintenance trucks running. The thing had been rotting near a hangar, hood half open like it had given up. We hotwired it, tore apart the ignition, coaxed the engine back from the grave with patience and stubbornness. When it finally coughed to life, the sound rolled across the airfield like an alarm. Now fuel was another story. We siphoned off what we could from vehicles left to bake in the Illinois sun. Wasn't much, but, rationed carefully, might take us part way toward the city if we chose to gamble on wheels instead of boots. The truck was both promise and threat. Well, speed meant fewer hours exposed on Chicago streets, but an engine echoed between buildings. It announced you, to the infected, and to anyone else still breathing. Weeks blurred together in preparation. The tower, once my lonely perch over a dead airport, hummed again with intent. Radios checked, maps updated, routes debated. For the first time in these long months, I felt there might be something beyond mere survival. But the choice hung over us heavier each passing day. Leave, and we bet everything on the idea that Harris's people were still alive somewhere beyond the loop. Stay, and we slowly eat through what we'd built, waiting for rust, rot, or numbers to win. One evening the sun bled red behind the Chicago skyline, skyscrapers standing like blackened teeth against the horizon. Harris lowered the binoculars with deliberate care. "We've done all we can here," he said. "Food, fuel, routes. You know staying won't save us. If that broadcast was real, they're our only shot at something better than rotting in this tower. And if it wasn't real," he shrugged, "at least we'll know. At least we didn't just sit here waiting to die." I didn't answer right away. I watched the last light drain from the city. For those 2 months, my world ended at the airport fence line. Beyond it was memory. Traffic on the Kennedy Expressway, crowds on Michigan Avenue, now replaced by silence and the threat of teeth. For the first time, I looked at that horizon without pure dread, though. "Okay, we avoid the interstates," I said finally. "No I-90, no I-94. Too exposed. Too many choke points. We take side streets, rail lines, service roads. And we mark fallback spots every few miles. If it goes bad, we don't push forward just to prove a point. We live first, move second." Harris's expression hardened into something close to satisfaction. "Well, then we start plotting tonight." He spread the maps across the console and dragged a stubby pencil across paper. I realized the truth. The decision had already been made. The tower was not going to be my grave. Chicago was calling us back into its bones. Part 4. Days before departure were tight with urgency. Every ounce mattered, every tool questioned. Harris pushed for light packs, but I argued for redundancy. Experience had taught me the one item you leave behind is the one that keeps you alive. And so we compromised. Each of us would carry a backpack, food, water, medical gear. The truck would haul the heavy load. Spare fuel, blankets, tools, extra batteries for the lanterns. We both knew the vehicle might die before we cleared the northwest side. But even 50 miles gained was 50 miles we wouldn't have to bleed for on foot. The night before we left, I walked the tower alone. My boots echoed down the stairwell, that same hollow sound I'd heard every day for 2 months on my own. In the observation deck, I stopped. Below me, O'Hare lay silent, runway stretching into the dusk, aircraft skeletons rusting at their gates, jet bridges hanging useless in the air. God, I'd memorized every shadow out there, Learned the difference between wind scraping chain link and something dragging itself across concrete. This place had been my entire universe. Leaving it felt like cutting off a limb, even if that limb had always been shackled. At dawn, we loaded the truck without speaking. The air smelled of oil, rust, and cold metal. The engine fought us at first, coughed, spluttered, then settled into a rough growl. We pulled away before doubt had the chance to catch up. I glanced back once at the glass dome of the control room high above. It looked smaller than I remembered, fragile even, like it might collapse the moment we were out of sight. The road circling the airport was cracked and overgrown. Weeds split the asphalt. Stripped cars lined the edges, windows opaque with grime. The truck rattled violently over potholes, but it kept moving. Beyond the perimeter fence, Chicago opened into industrial sprawl. Warehouses, empty highways, skeletal overpasses. Oh, the silence was even heavier here, pressed between concrete and steel. We stuck to side roads, weaving through warehouse districts where chain-link fences sagged and loading docks gaped like broken jaws. I kept the shotgun across my lap, the finger resting near the trigger guard. Harris drove with both hands locked tight on the wheel, his eyes flicking to every alley and rooftop. The infected were out there. We could feel it. But the zones near O'Hare had been stripped bare long ago. What unsettled me more were the signs of people. Burned-out campfires tucked against brick walls, a bicycle picked clean, lying twisted in the street, black spray paint across a warehouse door. Turn back. It was fresh enough that the paint hadn't fully faded. We stopped in a small industrial park to let the engine cool and double-check the route. The quiet wrapped around us as we shared a can of beans, eating straight from it with a bent spoon. In another life, it would have tasted like punishment. Now it was just fuel. Harris stared at the skyline in the distance, the towers of downtown Chicago rising dark against the haze. Whatever waited for us in there, salvation or a grave, we were already on the road to meet it. Oh, closer than I thought, Harris muttered from behind the wheel, and then he exhaled slowly. That's worse. More bodies, more of them packed in tight. He didn't have to explain. Downtown meant density, streets stacked with steel and glass, no room to breathe, nowhere to run. Well, we kept moving. For the first few miles, the truck earned its keep, chewing up cracked asphalt and spitting us further from O'Hare with every shuddering bounce. But by midday, Chicago reminded us who was in charge. The overpass ahead had folded in on itself like wet cardboard. Rusted cars were tangled in a heap beneath it, fused together by time and fire. No squeezing through, no clearing it without heavy machinery that we didn't have. Harris swore under his breath. We rolled the truck into the shadow of an overgrown service station, ivy swallowing the pumps, windows blown out and dark. He killed the engine. Well, without the growl of the motor, every sound sharpened. The distant caw of a crow, wind dragging through weeds, something metallic clinking somewhere unseen. Chicago wasn't dead. Instead, it felt like it was listening. We packed up without speaking, every strap tightened, every buckle checked twice. Harris took the crowbar, I slung the shotgun and kept it ready. The air tasted like dust and stale gasoline, the kind of smell that clings to abandoned places long after the people are gone. Past the station, the road dipped into a residential grid. Block after block of houses stood frozen in place, windows dark and hollow. My stomach tightened. Now, warehouses were one thing, big, open, and predictable. But neighborhoods were different. Tight corners, blind fences, basements, and attics full of shadows. As we stepped off the main road and onto the first quiet street, something inside me snapped. The last thin line connected me to the safety of the tower. There would be no easy retreat now. Every step pulled us deeper into Chicago's ribs. Harris walked a few paces ahead, his shoulders high, scanning porches and roof lines. I followed close, the shotgun at the ready, ears straining for the sound I dreaded the most, the dragging shuffle that didn't match the wind. For the first time in a long while, I was beyond the perimeter of my world, and I couldn't tell if we were moving toward survival or walking straight into our own obituary. The street sloped downward, lined with houses that might once have been ordinary. Brick fronts, trimmed lawns, kids' bikes in driveways. Now they carried the weight of everything that had gone wrong. Grass stood so high, the porches sagged, cars were half buried in ivy and neglect. Some front doors hung open as if families had run mid-breath. Others were barricaded from the inside with couches and dressers jammed against the frame. Not everyone had escaped. Now, every window felt like an eye socket, empty and watching. Harry slowed near a driveway and crouched down. I followed his gaze. A chalk drawing clung stubbornly to the concrete, bright blue and yellow, smeared by rain but still legible. Safe here. The letters were uneven, childlike. My chest tightened in a way I wasn't prepared for. The message sat there like a fossil, proof that hope had existed once. Harris didn't say a word. He just shook his head once and stood. We moved on. The deeper we went, the tighter it felt. Oh, that tower had spoiled me with distance and visibility. From up there, I could see threats forming long before they reached me. Here, fences and hedges forced us into narrow corridors. Driveways turned into choke points. Alleyways swallowed sound and spat it back in a warped way. A broken screen door banged somewhere nearby, and I almost fired on instinct. I tightened my grip on the shotgun, the wooden stock worn smooth beneath my palm. We found the first body before noon. It was slumped against a curb, sun-bleached and brittle, clothes shredded by weather and time. Whoever they'd been, they were long past danger. No movement, no threat. But still, it stopped me cold. Up in the tower, the past had blurred into quiet memory. Out here, it lay right at our feet, rotting proof of how fast the world had folded. We cut through backyards whenever we could, trading speed for concealment. It slowed us down, but it kept us out of the open. Harris moved with the ease of someone who'd done this before, stepping lightly, checking corners, using fences as cover. But then he froze. One hand went up, and I stopped mid-step, heart hammering my throat. He pointed toward a house across the street. The front door swung lazily in the breeze, the hinges whining. But that wasn't what had caught his attention. From inside came a faint scrape. Something dragging across wooden floorboards. We dropped low behind a hedge, thorns pressing into my arms, and we waited. There it was again. A shuffle. Uneven, followed by a dull thump. Harris leaned in close, his voice barely air. One inside, maybe two. He sounded steady, but his jaw was tight. We didn't need whatever was in that house. Didn't need supplies badly enough to justify it. The problem wasn't the building, though. It was the noise. In neighborhoods like this, sound traveled in strange ways, bouncing off brick, slipping down alleys, curling around corners. It called things in. If whatever was inside kept moving, kept scraping and knocking, it wouldn't stay alone for long. I held the shotgun level, sight fixed on the doorway, while Harris mounted the porch with the crowbar gripped tight in his fist. The boards groaned under his weight, old wood announcing every step whether we liked it or not. There was no way to move quietly on a Chicago porch that hadn't seen care in a long time. He edged the door open with a steel bar. The sound inside sharpened. Something wet and off balance shifting across hard wood. Nails dragging, a slow, ugly rhythm. And then the smell rolled out. Damp rot and sour air, mildew soaked into drywall, the heavy sweetness of decay. It poured from the dark hallway and wrapped around us. And the thing appeared piece by piece. First a shoulder, twisted at the wrong angle, then a head lolling forward, skin matte with pale scars and dried sores. His limbs moved like they'd forgotten how joints were supposed to work. Eyes filmed over, unfocused, until they weren't. Then they fixed on Harris with a raw animal hunger. I staggered closer, the jaw working open and shut in a sick mechanical chew. Teeth clicked together loud enough to carry in the stillness of the block. But Harris didn't step back. He waited until it filled the doorway and then swung. The crowbar arced up hard and fast. Steel met skull with a crack that snapped down the street like a gunshot off the lake. The body folded instantly, collapsing across the threshold in a slack heap. But I didn't lower the shotgun. I swept the street instead, porches, windows, the gaps between parked cars swallowed by weeds. I listened for answering movement, for that chain reaction sound. Nothing. Just leaves scraping pavement and a crow somewhere above us complaining about the interruption. We hauled the body inside and shut the door fast. The house was dim, the curtains drawn tight. Furniture had been overturned and never set right. Dust coated everything in a thick grey film. And on the dining table sat a board game mid-play, pieces scattered like someone had stood up in a hurry and never come back. "Family place," Harris muttered. "They didn't make it." His voice stayed flat, but the weight of it hung between us. This block, the next one, half of Chicago probably looked just like this. Rooms frozen mid-conversation, mid-argument, mid-life. We searched quickly. Cabinets, closets. Basement door locked but undisturbed. We turned up a few cans of soup, dusty box of matches, nothing worth dying for. By the time we stepped back outside, the sun had started to drop behind the skyline. The shadows stretched long across lawns gone wild. Night travel in neighborhoods like this was suicide. Too many blind angles, too many places to hide. Yes, we needed a place to hole up. Harris pointed out a 2-story brick house halfway down the block. Windows intact. Heavy front door, less exposed than the others. We cleared it slowly room by room. Kitchen first, then living room, upstairs bedrooms, closets, bathroom. No movement, no bodies, just silence and stale air. Not perfect, but defensible. We set up in the living room with a lantern turned low, light barely licking the corners. The walls were lined with photographs, smiling faces behind glass, kids in school uniforms, a couple hugging with Navy pier stretched behind them, Ferris wheel frozen bright in the background. Ordinary Chicago lives, birthdays, bills, arguments over nothing, dinner on the table, laughter in the kitchen. Now their house was a shell, and we were the ones squatting in it. Sleep didn't come easy. Every creak in the floorboard sounded like weight shifting. Wind pushing down the chimney felt like breath against the back of my neck. Harris dozed lightly, crowbar within reach, boot still on. I stayed awake longer, a shotgun across my lap, staring into the dim hallway and listening to the city settle. I wondered if leaving the tower had been courage, or stupidity dressed up as momentum. Out there beyond this block, Chicago waited, wide and silent, full of corners we hadn't turned yet. But under the fear, something else moved. A pull. I hadn't felt it in these long months, certainly not while sitting above a dead airport watching runways bleach in the sun. Moving forward, even into danger, felt better than rotting in place. For the first time since everything collapsed, I had the uneasy sense that the story wasn't over. Not yet, at least.
Symbiosis by Alice B. Sullivan. Part 1. The alarm wailed. Flashing white lights accompanied the near-deafening sound. Dr. Philip Shirley shuffled through the papers sprawled on the tabletop. He scanned the data, piece by piece, over and over again, searching for the answer to his mistake. None of his research implied things would go so wrong. He was supposed to reimagine modern medicine. Instead of changing the world, he'd ruined everything. Phil? Philip's wife, Brenda, placed her hand on his shoulder. It's time to go. Her words were calm and close to Philip's ear. Philip froze, clutching a sheet of paper to where the words formed an unreadable mass, frustration leaking from him by the sight of his trembling hands. He wasn't angry with his wife. He was angry with himself. But he couldn't leave, not yet. Leaving meant quitting, and quitting meant finality. Philip staked his entire career on nothing ever being final. Mistakes were never anything but hiccups, errors that slipped past eyes after eyes. He was a reputable parasitologist. He'd gone through so much to reach this point in his life. This was surely an error he could locate and fix. He just needed time. But time had never been a friend. And when Brenda spoke up, her nerves seemingly unperturbed by the chaos ensuing around them, Philip felt the weight he'd been so desperately avoiding start to crush him. Everything became real. His mistakes couldn't be fixed. Why didn't he predict the mutation? How could he be so stupid? It was elementary, it was careless, and it would cost many people their lives. Brenda squeezed Philip's shoulder. "Let's go," she said. Philip's body relaxed at her touch. It always did, and it always would. When the alarm sounded, Philip had checked his phone to see where it was triggered. The facility's security application read, "Histology, room 240, second floor, opposite side of the building," though the reason for the trigger was unknown. The security application wasn't designed to relay why. Its only purpose was to tell you where. Philip figured it was tied to the riots and protests going on across the state ever since his experiment took a turn no one, especially him, had expected. A mix of peaceful and not-so-peaceful protesters crowded the front entrance of the facility every morning, cursing at Philip and his colleagues, even though his colleagues had nothing to do with it. It wasn't like rioters hadn't tried breaking in before. This was the fourth time within a month the alarm had gone off, the first 3 from attempts at unauthorized entry. After staring at the papers in front of him, all with figures, notes, data tables, and charts, Philip glanced at the picture sitting at the corner of his desk. It was him, his wife, and his daughter, Jackie. It was a simple image, the 3 of them standing outside the facility, smiling faces, Philip's arms around Brenda, his hand on Jackie's shoulder. But it was them, and it was real. They were a happy, loving family. Philip did it all for his family. Jackie was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 7 years old. She got weaker and sicker, and all the chemotherapy did was empty their bank account. By the time she was 11, Jackie had relapsed twice. Philip had dedicated his work to finding an alternative treatment after the first relapse, when Jackie was 9. The second relapse only reconfirmed Philip's doubt in the worldwide accepted process. Over 6 years of research, and Symbiosis was created. The biologically engineered protozoan parasites would target abnormal white blood cells and engulf them, while simultaneously strengthening the normal ones. It was FDA approved, and on to Phase 4, where several hundred patients, including Jackie, would be injected with the parasites. Philip glanced between Brenda and Jackie in the photo. Jackie looked so much like her mother, from the slightly turned-up nose to the twinkle in her eyes, and when the chemotherapy hadn't taken her hair, it was the same shade of brown. She got her freckles and fair skin from Philip, though when Brenda was pregnant, he hoped the baby would share his soft red hair. Once Jackie was born, that no longer mattered. One look, and Philip was in love. He vowed to be the best father he could be. The picture was taken a week after Jackie's first injection. 16 years old, and she could finally have the childhood she deserved. Well, all of that work disappeared over the span of a mutation. It was all for nothing. Philip closed his eyes, trying to hold onto the image of his beloved daughter. It wasn't for nothing. It was all for her. She was healthy, she was happy. He stopped what would have killed her. Although Philip couldn't help but wonder. What if it had been her instead of Bobby? Bobby Welding, 10 years old, bedridden, diagnosed with fatal leukemia several months prior, was one of several hundred patients injected during Phase 4. Having reminded Philip of his daughter's struggle, he injected Bobby personally. Philip looked Bobby in the eyes and told him, promised him, everything will be okay now. It would never be okay again. By the second week, Bobby could walk, albeit with frequent breaks as his muscles regained their strength. Bobby was unrecognizable by week 4, the biggest, happiest grin, trying out for the soccer team, hardly ever becoming tired. It was an amazing sight. It wasn't until week 7 that everything fell apart. Bobby became catatonic. He was rushed to hospital where, upon examination, it was found that Bobby's parasites had mutated during their replication phase. 8 hours later, still hooked up to wires connected to machines monitoring his vitals, Bobby woke up. But it wasn't Bobby anymore. The mutated organisms fused with the original organisms to form what scientists refer to as autocrat parasites. Bobby's once friendly symbionts, the very things that made it so Bobby could, at last, enjoy his childhood, seized his central nervous system, turning him into nothing more than a shell of his former self, a means of spreading the parasites. That night, what used to be little Bobby Welding attacked his parents and a nurse before other nurses could restrain him. Parasymbio shut down. Corporations worked on ways to rid people's bodies of the very thing Philip spent years creating. What if it had been Jackie instead of Bobby? Philip shook the thought away, his mind desperately clinging to the image of his daughter, happy and healthy, rather than the what-if image of her attacking others, having to be sedated, to be locked up for everyone else's safety, like Bobby. When he was sure Jackie's image wouldn't fade, Philip nodded. Brenda was right. It was time to go. They should have evacuated the building already, but Philip refused to leave his research. He spent so much of his career researching and creating these organisms. Maybe there was no way he could fix his mistake, but he couldn't leave his work behind, even if it seemed like it had no place in the world anymore. Philip turned to face his wife and the first judge of his crimes. Her age shone with subtle creases at the corners of her eyes and shallow wrinkles at the middle of her forehead. Telling from the tank top under her jacket and the dirt marks on her khakis, her team must have been working in the field. Her hair probably started as a neat bun en route to her assignment. Loose strands now dangled in her face. It wouldn't be the work of a geologist if it wasn't a little messy. However, despite the dry sweat, the newly formed sunburn, and the dirt on her face, she was beautiful. Philip expected disappointment, even contempt. When he was met with soft, understanding eyes and a gentle smile, he remembered what his guilt tried so hard to cloud. Brenda would never offer the cruel judgment he thought he deserved. She knew he didn't do it on purpose. His research suggested a symbiotic relationship where the host would house the parasites, and in return, the parasites would do what they were engineered to do, suppress the cancer. Dr. Philip Shirley only ever wanted to help people. He only ever wanted to heal his daughter. Brenda knew that. How could he ever think she'd judge him? "You're my rock, Brenda," Philip said. Brenda smiled, the contrast to Philip's frown. "And you're mine," she replied. She took his free hand and led them out of the lab, down the hall, Philip still holding a mess of papers to his chest. Philip's lab was on the 3rd floor. Following proper protocol during an evacuation, elevators were off limits, leaving stairwells as the only routes to the ground floor. Once outside, Philip would face protesters who mercilessly blamed him for the chaos erupting throughout the state of California. They'd throw garbage, curse his name, and chant for his resignation, even his death. When Philip first started this experiment, he never imagined it would end like this. Part 2. The halls were empty. The last person Philip saw was a female intern leaving a neighboring lab, heading toward the stairwell not long after the alarm first sounded. Philip hadn't seen anyone since. "When we get outside, Phil," Brenda began, "whatever's out there, remember not to feed the trolls." The lulls in the alarm allowed minimal conversation, the brief silence peaceful, until the alarm wailed again. Philip looked at Brenda, catching a glimpse of her sly glance following the joke. He smiled. The joke reminded him of Jackie, the sole motivation for this project. It was the advice he expected her to take when dealing with bullies, people who didn't want to understand her condition. Then again, it's always easier to tell others how to handle things. Philip wondered if he could ever apply his advice to his life. He wasn't dealing with children bullying him because they didn't like his shoes or thought he was a nerd for wearing glasses. No, he was dealing with adults, some of whom were other reputable scientists, judging him for not a simple error in his research, but for an unpredictable phenomenon. Philip's mistake cost a little boy his consciousness and his parents' trust in medical discovery. It was Philip's fault the state of California was in an uproar. Hundreds of residents were infected with the things that turned Bobby Welding into a maniac, and people were terrified it would happen again. Philip and Brenda turned right when they hit a T-junction. As they continued down the hall, Philip spotted a piece of paper on the floor. One became two, which became a stream, until they traveled over a pile. He peered down the corridor, raising an eyebrow at the line of wide-open doors. Even the alarm, having masked every sound, left a cold, paralyzing stillness that prickled Philip's nerves. He turned to his wife, ready to discuss this peculiar observation. Brenda wasn't beside him. Twisting around, Philip was met with Brenda's pale, horrified expression. Confused fear struck him. His eyes followed her fixed gaze. He dropped his research to the floor. Good God. Blood trailed across the long rectangular windows framing the entrance to the third-floor botany lab. Beyond those windows, a ravaged workspace of turned-over tables and tossed chairs, broken glass and fallen file cabinets. Paper littered everywhere. And blood. There was so much blood. Brenda wrapped her arm under Philip's. She might have said something. She could have said anything. All Philip could hear was the alarm. All he could see was the destruction in front of him. All he could feel was the panic creeping into his chest, beating his heart against his ribs. Philip looked down the hall the way they'd come, then directed his gaze the way they were going. Nothing indicated anyone was still around, but they couldn't just stand there gawking. They needed to move. Philip began to walk, unintentionally pulling his wife along with him. He reached into his lab coat pocket to retrieve his cell phone. With each passing moment, the real cause for the alarm became apparent, and Philip could hardly stomach it. "Where are we going?" Brenda shouted. Philip strode down the hall, fiddling with his phone, inwardly trying to discredit his horrible assumption. The blood-stained walls didn't help. "Same as before," he shouted back, "only faster." The phone wouldn't turn on. He stuffed it back into his pocket, waiting for a drop in the alarm to say, "Let me see your phone." Brenda pulled her phone out and handed it to Philip. "What's going on?" Philip said nothing. Admitting he had no idea what was happening would make his powerlessness feel too real. He had to focus on getting help and getting out. He dialed 911 and brought the phone to his ear. A high-pitched beep answered. "All dispatchers are busy handling other emergency calls at this time. Please do not hang up." Philip hung up and redialed. The automated message replayed. Philip hung up again, cursing under his breath, discarding the phone in his coat pocket. The alarm should have notified the authorities immediately. This should have been handled, and yet the alarm was still screaming, and it seemed as if Philip and Brenda were the only people around. Philip guided Brenda past lab after lab. The carnage followed, and Philip's assumption rang truer. Folders and loose papers strewn the floor. Handprints stamped the walls in blood. Trails of red led through doorways to the rooms beyond. They stared in horror, but neither investigated. The implication was enough for the both of them. As they approached the third-floor pathology lab, the last room before the stairwell, Philip stopped at a puddle of something in the middle of the hall. It was a mixture of brown and red, and it smelled awful. Brenda stepped out from behind Philip, slapping a hand over her nose and mouth. At a drop in the alarm, Like a carrying whisper, Philip heard a groan. He shot a look at the pathology lab's door. It was ajar. "Did you hear that?" Philip turned his ear to the door. "I think someone's in there." He reached for the doorknob, only for Brenda to yank him back. Brenda shook her head, her eyes wide, her face pale. Philip gave her a wounded look, stealing glimpses at the pathology lab. "There's someone in there," he said, barely audible over the alarm. Regardless of if Brenda actually heard him, or if it was just a coincidence, she shouted, "The alarm's playing tricks on you." She tugged his arm then. "We need to leave." If Philip was right, and it appeared he was, then a biohazard was loose within the facility. He couldn't walk away knowing someone needed help. "We can't leave them." He pulled himself free and went for the door, sliding it through the opening, disappearing into the room. The flashing white lights slashed through the darkness, the guttural cry of the alarm begging something to sneak up behind you. Philip fumbled for the light switch. The ceiling bulbs flickered on, illuminating a seemingly empty lab. Other than a computer chair pushed too far from its desk and a few pieces of paper on the floor, the room was tidy, or as tidy as a research lab can be. There were slides and cultures at stations. Even a pair of glasses had been left sitting next to one of the microscopes. "Hello?" Philip called out. "Is anyone there?" A headache formed behind his eyes. It was faint, but it was there. He was growing tired of having to compete with the alarm. The authorities should have arrived a long time ago. The alarm had been on for well over an hour. If the authorities arrived, they would have shut the alarm off. Why hadn't they come? Philip hated pondering what-if scenarios, though science birthed discoveries based on such things. His mind wasn't buzzing with ideas. It buzzed with fear and worry, and those what-ifs weren't making discoveries. They created nightmarish scenarios involving every horror movie trope Philip had ever seen. With every bit of strength, he pushed the obscene thoughts away, walking deeper into the lab, past abandoned research and data, past equipment left in the middle of use. Nothing indicated anyone was still around. Maybe Brenda was right. Maybe the alarm was playing tricks on him. Nobody was there, and Philip was wasting time. As Philip turned, ready to leave, there was another groan. It was louder, clearer, closer. Philip whipped back around, continuing his search, his eyes scanning the lab. He halted at the sight of a foot sticking out from behind a desk. The foot flinched. "Hello?" Philip called out. The foot retracted, and the person rose. The man stood with a slight hunch in his back, his eyes glazed, his jaw slacked. His short grey hair was wild and his skin was pale. Dr. Stanley Pierce, senior pathologist. He and Philip had worked together for years. The tear in Stanley's coat sleeve caught Philip's eye. The material was drenched in red. "Stanley?" Philip's eyes darted between the wound and Stanley's face. "Stanley, are you okay?" Stanley wobbled before finding some sort of balance. He said nothing, staring at Philip with a dazed expression as he stumbled drunkenly around the desk. A chill straightened Philip's spine, a chill that demanded he turn and run. His racing heart and trembling knees agreed. "Stanley." Philip's voice quivered. "Please, talk to me." Stanley stopped at the front of the table. When he went to speak, he doubled over, wrapping his arms around himself. Vomit poured from his mouth. He retched and retched, the viscous liquid splattering on the linoleum. Philip stepped back. As he watched his colleague vomit, an awful thought bled into his mind, threatening to rise the more he forced it away. There was a biohazard loose in the facility. There was no doubt about it. But its origin... Philip shook the absurd thought away. It was impossible. Stanley adjusted himself, his movements slow and crooked. until his gaze settled on Philip. His eyes were no longer glazed, but fixed now with an intense focus. The air in the room thickened. Philip's heart beat faster, his knees threatening to give way at any moment. His intuition burned with a single command. Run. Philip put up his hands in surrender as he slowly backed away. Stanley matched those steps, going forward, rolling his shoulders, cocking his head from side to side. Stanley, Philip said, whatever's going on, you don't... Philip smacked into the corner of a table. He hissed, grasping at his hip. Stanley kept coming, unfazed by Philip's words, more interested in his movements. He cornered Philip against the table, towering over him. Philip trembled in fear as his colleague's bloodshot eyes picked him apart. He could smell the vomit on Stanley's breath, the acidic aroma churning his gut. Stanley licked his lips, then opened his mouth. His tongue glided across his upper teeth, saliva dribbling down his chin. As Philip fought the urge to yell, that awful thought sank deeper, rooting itself, until it was the only possible answer. It didn't make any sense, and Philip prayed he was wrong. Hey! Brenda's voice was half horror, half confused, but it cut through the alarm loud enough that Stanley shot her a look. He growled a gargled noise that made Philip's skin crawl. Taking the opportunity with haste, Philip drove his knee between Stanley's thighs. The pathologist howled, and when he stumbled back, Philip maneuvered around the table and fled. He grabbed his wife's hand, yanking her along. Brenda slammed the door behind them. The pair hurried to the stairwell. Brenda shouted for Philip to tell her what had happened, but Philip didn't answer. What he inferred wasn't sensical, was it? No, it couldn't be, but yet... Dr. Stanley Pierce's symptoms were comparable to Bobby's symptoms. Strange behavior, unresponsive, hyperfixation, burst blood vessels in the sclera, vomiting. There was no denying it. It was unmistakable, and it hardened Philip's stomach like a rock. He didn't know how, but what happened to Bobby was now happening to his colleagues. Part 3. The light in the stairwell flickered off-beat, with the already flashing lights, and the piercing sound of the alarm sharper in the confined space. Philip gripped Brenda's hand, pulling her as he rushed down the many flights of stairs to what he hoped was safety. He hadn't stopped moving since his sickening confrontation with Dr. Stanley Pierce, or at least what used to be Dr. Stanley Pierce. Calling whatever that thing was Stanley seemed wrong. It'd never be Stanley again. Somehow the bioengineered parasites had weaseled their way into Stanley's central nervous system, leaving behind nothing but a puppet to do their bidding, like Bobby Welding. With everything Philip had seen, a horrific question came to light. How many more of his colleagues were infected? Brenda yanked Philip back. Philip, answer me. Philip stumbled, then stared at Brenda, dumbfounded. She furrowed her brow, saying, What was that? Her words reverberated off the walls in time with a lull in the alarm. Philip swallowed hard, glancing up and down the stairwell, anxiousness creeping into his nerves. Brenda, we have to keep moving. Brenda's brooding eyes pleaded to Philip. She slowly shook her head. Clenching a fist, Philip worried his bottom lip between his teeth, stepping closer to his wife. He was foolish to think he could keep her from it for long. He thought they'd escape first. At least then they'd have time. He squeezed her hand, shame keeping his eyes from meeting hers. My experiment, he said as the alarm dropped, and then wailed not a second later. I don't know how, but Stanley, the parasites, they're inside him. Brenda said nothing, forcing Philip to look at her. Her mouth was a thin line, her gaze miles away. How do you know? Shaking his head, Philip said, We don't have time for this. We can't... We need to go. Brenda blinked, her expression hard as stone. "We need to call Jackie." Philip straightened. He scrutinized the soft creases of Brenda's face. She didn't seem scared anymore. She didn't seem angry. Philip couldn't tell how she felt, but it neared a frightening apathy, as if she accepted a fate not yet sealed. Philip pulled out Brenda's cell phone and stared at it. Jackie was with her friends at the mall. He knew she'd pick up, but was it fair? She wouldn't be able to help them. Telling her would only worry her. It wouldn't be fair. Brenda cupped Philip's hand in hers. They made eye contact, Philip's eyes trembling with uncertainty, Brenda's still with intent. She took the phone and dialed a number, then brought the device to her ear. Philip counted to 10 before she spoke. "Jackie?" She stuck a finger in her free ear. No, everything's okay, it's just..." Her gaze met Philip's. The lie she would tell burned his tongue. "It was a rioter," she said. Yeah, your father's okay. Now, Jackie, listen, we might be late coming home tonight." Brenda struggled to smile. "Of course, yeah, you can stay at Mel's, yeah. We love you too, Jackie." She paused, a tear glistened in her eye. "We love you so much." The moment lingered before she hung up, and she handed the phone to Philip. Philip's chest ached. He yearned for his daughter. He knew Brenda wouldn't tell Jackie the truth. The truth wasn't what Jackie needed. Brenda nodded, a small smile appearing on her lips. Philip couldn't help but frown. He loved her. He fell in love with her more and more every day. How could she still love him? His mistakes were unforgivable, yet Brenda never blamed him. She stayed with him, stood by him. She was everything he could ever ask for and more, and her life was in danger because of him. He'd spent years saving his daughter. His wife spent years supporting him, even when everything fell to pieces. Brenda saved him. His grip tightened on the phone. Brenda might have accepted a fate not yet sealed, but Philip refused to. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket, Philip took Brenda's hand and continued leading her down the stairs. Stepping onto the final platform, Philip threw himself around the railing, ready to charge the last set. He halted so suddenly, Brenda stumbled into him. Blood marked the shape of a handprint on the exit door. At the bottom of the staircase, a body sat slumped against the wall. The woman wasn't moving. Red coated her hands. Brown stained the chest of her white blouse. Her head lay limp, bloodied blonde hair like a veil over her face. Philip turned around, pushing Brenda back the way they came. Brenda refused Philip's advances, spying the door. "Philip!" Philip twisted around as the woman wobbled to her feet. He recognized her. The intern he saw when the alarm first sounded. Her arms hung without posture. Her spine stood crooked. Philip scrambled to push Brenda back, shouting, "Go!" The woman perked up, her hair peeling away from her face. Philip caught a glimpse of the former intern's clamped jaw and wide eyes before the staircase obscured his view. Remorse choked him. She was hired a month ago, unpaid. He didn't even know her name. When they rounded the second-floor platform, Philip snagged Brenda's arm, yanking her to a stop. They couldn't go back to the third floor. Whatever was left of Dr. Stanley Pierce was still there, and Philip had no intention of reuniting. He eyed the second-floor door. It was clean, displaced among the carnage they'd witnessed thus far. The sound of the intern struggling to climb the stairs echoed through the well. Philip reached for the door's handle, hesitation shaking his grip. He opened the door and peered down the hall. A clear path sent relief pouring through his veins. He gestured at Brenda to follow, and the two ventured into territory once friendly but now unknown. They passed walls smeared with red. They passed puddles of vomit. They passed empty labs left in ruin. Every step demanded Philip turn and run, to lock himself and his wife in a room and wait. Only he didn't know who or what they'd wait for. As they neared halfway down the hall, Philip picked up his pace, closing in on their destination. A woman in a white lab coat shuffled from a room. Into the hall, her movement stilted. Philip stopped, thrusting his arms behind himself to catch Brenda. Dr. Lin Wong, lead chemist in the facility's pharmaceutical department. She was turned the opposite way and hadn't noticed Philip or Brenda. Philip stared after his parasite-ridden colleague as she headed the way he and Brenda desperately needed to go. Before he could come up with a plan, he felt a tug on his coat sleeve. He turned, sucking in a breath at Brenda's gaped mouth, wide eyes and pointing finger. His heart stopped. Bodies, dozens of them, sat against the walls of a bisecting hall, their heads bowed, their limbs limp. None of them flinched. Blood and vomit trailed the floors. Philip didn't dare move until Brenda's nails dug into his arm. He redirected his gaze to Lynn, who was still none the wiser to their presence. An idea sparked. It was dangerous. It was stupid. It was the only thing he could do. Turning to his wife, he put a finger to his mouth, then flicked his head in Lynn's direction. Facing one was easier than facing dozens. They locked hands and tiptoed out of the T-junction toward the former chemist. Closing in on Lynn, Philip jerked himself from Brenda's grasp and sped up, gaining a distance from his wife, gaining momentum for what he needed to do. He launched himself at Lynn and they crashed to the floor. Pushing himself up, Philip groaned in pain. He spotted a horrified Brenda as the consequences of his actions struck him. He froze. Lynn twitched. Slapping his hand around Lynn's wrists, Philip shifted his weight to hold her down. "Go," he shouted to Brenda. Lynn struggled for freedom, writhing, flailing her legs. "Now!" Brenda winced, hesitating before she fled. Lynn shrieked, the height of the sound lost within the alarm. She thrashed and kicked and squirmed. Philip tightened his grip, forcing more of his weight, keeping Lynn as tamed as he could. He watched his wife flee, waiting, counting. Brenda was now over 50 feet away. It was now or never. In one fluid motion, Philip pushed himself off Lynn and darted after Brenda. He looked behind himself. Lynn attempted to stand, and the first of the staff from the bisecting hall lurched around the corner. Philip caught up to Brenda when she stopped at the stairwell's entrance. He yanked the door open, and Brenda ran through. Philip watched as more people flooded the corridor from the neighboring hall. Lynn was on her feet. Philip's stomach hardened. All these people. They didn't deserve this. They were innocent. "Philip!" Brenda cried, snapping him from his spell. "Come on!" After a final glance at the wobbling, stumbling stampede of bodies, Philip rushed through the doorway, ensuring the door closed behind him. His colleagues were gone. There was no time to mourn. Part 4. The crowd of former staff members met the stairwell door in a matter of seconds. They pounded their fists against the metal. They dragged their nails down the glass. The haunting sounds followed Philip and Brenda as they descended the stairs. 2 flights felt too long. Philip faced the spotless first-floor door. He had no time to wonder or hope or wish. It was another door they had to open, another floor they had to navigate. There was no telling what lay beyond. He opened it and peered down the hall. No one in sight. Ducking back, he gestured for Brenda to follow, and the two proceeded with caution. More labs, abandoned, bloodied, and destroyed. Research scattered. Philip eyed a puddle of fresh vomit, the pungent stench striking his nostrils, making him wince. More followed. Brown splattered on the wall, viscous liquid trailing like molasses to the floor. "Philip," Brenda said, loud enough to beat the alarm. "How could this have happened?" Philip's throat tightened. "I don't know," he said, eyes darting between blood spatters. "The only thing that makes sense is—" His voice lost itself within the cry of the alarm. The only thing that made sense was someone coming into contact with the autocrat parasites through a different host. If that were true, and Philip prayed it wasn't, then what happened to Bobby, what happened to Stanley, to the intern, to Lynn? It could happen to the rest of the state, the whole country. Millions would lose more than just their lives. They'd lose their humanity. Philip's creation should have changed the world, but not like this. The main lobby was just past the floor's T-junction. Philip sped up, wishing he could move as fast as his heart pounded. They were going to make it. After everything that had happened, after everything they'd endured, Philip and Brenda would finally be safe. It wasn't long until his racing heart froze. Someone stepped into their path. Philip slowed and gestured for Brenda to stop. More bodies emerged, each one aimlessly walking, rolling their shoulders, craning their necks, twitching. All of them slack-jawed with glazed eyes. Blood and vomit stained their skin and clothes. Colleagues, secretaries, security guards, interns, all lost. Oh no, Philip and Brenda muttered in unison. What do we do? She asked. Philip looked beyond the crowd. The mob of monsters wearing familiar faces wobbled and scuffed their feet, bumping shoulders, unfazed. The crowd had to have been just shy of a dozen. There was no room to get through, no other way. They'd have to go back. Philip turned around, ready to retreat, when several bodies lurched out of the lab, cutting off their course. Phil! Brenda's voice hitched. Philip glanced between crowds, anxiety clawing at his chest, adrenaline pumping his heart with fear. He looked at his wife's terrified face. Didn't know what to do. His friends, his colleagues, now nothing more than hosts for his experiment. He and Brenda were trapped. They were trapped, and it was all his fault. What could they do? Brenda leaned in, body stiff, eyes fixed straight. We need to do something, she said. Knots churned Philip's gut. Neither group had noticed him or Brenda yet. There was no more time to waste. Safety wasn't going back the way they came. Safety wasn't shoving Brenda in a room to force her to wait for help that might never come. Safety was 200 feet away, beyond a group of people riddled with organisms of Philip's design. He couldn't save his colleagues. Maybe he couldn't even save himself. But he could save his wife. He let Brenda's hand go. His chest tightened as he backed away, watching her terrified expression turn into horrified confusion. Sucking in a breath, he mouthed, "Run," before darting at the being standing between them and the exit. "Hey, over here," he shouted, waving his arms. "Philip," Brenda cried. The mix of staff halted with a jerk of their crooked bodies. Each one slowly turned their head, their glossy eyes putting Philip in the spotlight. "Come and get me," Philip taunted. "I'm fresh and ready to host my own experiment." Whether they understood the words or not, he didn't know, but he knew they understood sound. Sound meant something alive, which meant a viable host. If it's one thing a parasite wants, it's to survive. The hosts moved in unison toward him, their groans carrying on the alarm. Shooting a look at Brenda, he smiled apologetically, hoping she could forgive him. Part of him knew she never would. But it had to be done. He dashed down the bisecting hall before the look of betrayal on her face could change his mind. The bodies slumped against the walls didn't react until Philip passed them, their movements too slow to make him worry. His best chance was the side door at the end of the hall. He just had to get there. Elongating his strides, feeling the resistance against his lab coat, he glanced over his shoulder. His pursuers gave chase, their running more of a wobbly jog, their arms flailing at their sides. Their wide, unblinking eyes locked on him, jaws clenched. His plan had worked. He cleared the path. Brenda would be safe. It was only fair she escaped. Philip, well, he was right where he needed to be. Halfway down the hall, there were no more bodies sitting dormant on the floor. They were standing, running, chasing. Philip neared the side door. He was almost there, almost free. He'd race to reunite with Brenda. He'd hold her close. He'd kiss her. The protesters outside no longer scared him. Their thoughts, their words, their actions, they couldn't break him, not anymore. He'd face them with dignity and leave with his wife's hand in his. He and Brenda would be survivors. Whether they'd be the only survivors, he didn't know, but he refused to think about anyone else anymore. He picked up speed, spotting the greenery of the outside through the glass. Just a little further. He collided with the door. It didn't open. He pushed the latch again, feeling the metal sink into itself, hearing the lock unhinge. Again, the door didn't open. He cursed loudly. The answer stared him in the eyes, a paper promptly taped on the glass. Please use other exit. Philip slammed his fists against the sign, cursing a problem that should have been fixed days ago. If he'd had the time, he'd probably laugh at the inconvenience that seemed so minute any other day. A regular day promising regular things, like research and tests, not running for your life. The facility was gone, lost to whatever he'd created. A broken door latch would be the least of the authorities' worries when they cleared the building. But right now, a broken door latch was all that mattered. Philip shot a look behind himself. The hosts were already halfway down the hall, slowly gaining ground, their movements stilted and uncoordinated. The herd had grown. Others must have crawled out of their hiding spots after hearing their friends, joining the hunt with the hope of adding another. Philip had no intention of becoming part of their collection. He entered the stairwell to his right, skipping steps as he ascended. He could circle back to the first floor using the second. The parasites hadn't mastered motor function. The hosts were slow enough. He could make it. A few hosts caught the door before it closed, forcing their bodies against it, pushing it open, and the rest followed. Clambering sounds echoed through the well, swallowing every bit of Philip's confidence. And he pressed on, despite his growing uncertainty. The thought of holding his wife and seeing his daughter were the only things keeping the adrenaline pumping through his veins. Part 5. Philip lunged for the second-floor door, stopped only by the sight of something, shuffling on the other side. He stared in shock, his hand inches from the door's handle. The bodies came and went. A hand slapped the window, pulling a woman behind it. Her breath fogged the glass. She lazily rolled her neck, scrutinizing Philip with wide, bloodshot eyes. Her fist met the door. Again. The hollow sounds boomed through the well. Others swarmed her like cockroaches. Soon a mix of faces overtook the window, casting Philip in a daunting shadow. From the first floor, stumbling footsteps grew louder, nearer. There was no other choice. He had to go higher. The first of the mob was steps away from Philip as he lunged for the third-floor door. His fingers barely touched the handle before he was yanked back, nearly thrown down the stairs. The menacing gaze of a security guard seized him as he regained his balance. Philip straightened. He raised trembling hands in surrender, squinting to read the man's name tag pinned on his uniform. In a tremulous voice, he shouted, "Darryl, you don't have to do this." The guard's hands twitched as he drew quick breaths. From the look in his hemorrhaged eyes, Darryl was a man who no longer existed. "I know you're not feeling well," Philip continued. "I can help you." This lie turned his stomach. He had no idea if he could help him. He had no knowledge of these creatures other than the little he'd observed in the last hour. From the information gathered on Bobby Welding, vitals were higher than normal, awareness heightened, cognitive function decreased, aggression increased. Bobby was still alive, he just wasn't Bobby. As a scientist, Philip couldn't accept categorizing a group based on data recorded from one member. As someone fighting for his life, it was all he could do. His colleagues were alive. They had to be. If there was any consciousness left, it was turned off. It just needed to be re-triggered. Maybe that's what Philip had to do. If only the climbing footsteps weren't getting louder. Philip stepped forward, stealing glimpses of the door. "I know something's inside you, Darryl," he said. Darryl cocked his head, like he was listening, or maybe he was mindless and appreciated the noise coming from Philip's mouth. Either way, he seemed attentive. "I know it's telling you what to do, but you don't have to do it. You can resist." Philip took another step. "Do you have a wife, Darryl? A child?" Darryl's eyes narrowed, then widened. His snarl softened to a quivering lip. Philip picked up on the cues and pushed the boundary. "They wouldn't want this, Darryl," he said. "They'd want you to fight this so you can go home." They stared at each other. The alarm, the flashing lights, the echo of footsteps, all of it seemed to disappear as they locked gazes. Darryl's knees wobbled, stepping forward, a timid, fearful look seeping into his stone expression. Tears glistened in his eyes. Every ounce of air left Philip's lungs. It was working. Darryl reached out. The urge to reciprocate struck Philip, his heart leaping from his chest. Would it set Darryl off if he didn't? With a shaky hand, Philip returned the gesture, his fingers grazing Darryl's. Darryl's shoulders went limp as he stared longingly at the small embrace. He opened his mouth as if to speak, only to clamp his teeth shut and stumble backwards. His face twisted in pain. He groaned, grunted, winced, doubling over, shaking his head. "Darryl!" Philip cried. Darryl's scream set Philip's feet like concrete. The guard hit himself in the head over and over and over and over. Mouth agape, Philip watched in horror. "Darryl, stop!" Darryl jolted upright. The look of fear was gone, replaced by a hard, fixed stare. Philip extended his hand. "Darryl," he said in a gentle tone, "you have to fight it. You have to." Darryl's head twitched, his hands trembled. "Please, Darryl. What about your family? You have to try. You have to try for the—" Then Darryl leapt. Philip dodged, and the guard struck the railing. "Please," Philip shouted. "You don't have to do this. You don't have to listen to them." Darryl whipped around, his lip curling into a snarl. He pounced again. Philip dove out of the way, landing at the edge of the staircase. Darryl now faced him, panting, growling. Philip stood, using the railing as a crutch. "I'm begging you," he whimpered. "Please." Darryl charged. But Philip evaded the attack, and the guard tumbled down the stairs just as the infested mob rounded the platform. Philip bit his lip, listening to the groans. A twinge of sadness prickled his eyes as he hurried out of the stairwell. He didn't look back. Darryl was the first to fling himself at the door. His snarling face only hurt Philip more. The second and third of the crowd joined Darryl. 3 became 5, became too many to count. The image behind the window was squirming massive limbs. Philip rubbed his forehead and sniffed, fighting back tears. It almost worked. He had Darryl. He had him. And then he was gone again. Was it worth it? He scanned the indistinguishable body parts as they pressed against the glass. The door handle jiggled. He sucked in a breath. Surely those things weren't smart enough to... He shook his head. He couldn't risk finding out. He bolted down the hall, past the all-too-familiar bloodstains and destruction. The stairwell burst open moments later, the echo of metal smacking concrete shooting nails into Philip's spine. He looked over his shoulder. They were gaining on him, their movements more precise, smooth, quick. He turned back in time to collide with someone. Philip somersaulted several times before landing still, sprawled out on the cold linoleum floor. His ears rang and his vision spun. The former secretary stood, then twisted to bare teeth at her prey. Red veins snaked across manic eyes. Philip scrambled to his feet and ran. Pumping his arms faster, he begged his muscles not to quit. But those things were too close, and he was too tired. He couldn't go on. So he darted into a nearby room, slamming and locking the door just as the former secretary reached for him. The pounding fists came soon after. It was dark, save for the flashing lights. Philip flicked the light switch on to reveal an empty, cramped histology lab. An L-shaped island centered the room. Counters, cabinets, and shelves lined the side and back walls. Microscopes sat on the island in front of each chair. Binders, folders, boxes of latex gloves, and bottles of staining solution riddled everywhere in between. Brown slop freckled the floor. Out of breath and drenched in sweat, Philip stripped his lab coat and threw it over a chair. He had to think. He couldn't think. His thoughts felt like static. He spun a chair around and sat down, burying his face in his hands. Maybe those things would forget what they were doing. Maybe they'd think he was gone and wander off. Maybe if he just stayed quiet. Wherever rationalizing led him, it helped ease his racing mind. If only Brenda's mind could be eased. She had to be worried sick, terrified and distraught. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. He and Brenda had been together for 20 years, and of those 20 years, they'd been married for 15. She was the first person he pitched this catastrophic idea to. She was the one who told him to go for it. He worked on Parasymbio for years, and Brenda only ever cheered him on. She was a wonderful woman with a wonderful heart. And she made it out. He had to believe she did, for his own sanity. As he listened to the panting and grunting lingering behind the door, he didn't know if he deserved the same mercy. Part 6. A ringtone filled the lulls in the alarm with a lively tune. Philip perked up. It took a moment for him to distinguish the song from the alarm, but when he did, he dashed from the chair, scrambling for his lab coat. He rummaged through the pocket, retrieving his wife's cell phone. He'd forgotten he had it. He raised the device and stared at the unrecognized number headlining the black call screen. A tired, desperate man stared back. A man who saved his daughter, a man who, in doing so, had created a plague, who destroyed his career and ruined so many lives. There wasn't a doubt in his mind he'd do it all again. He swiped the call button and brought the phone to his ear, plugging the other with a finger. Licking his lips, he swallowed hard, his throat like sandpaper, his tongue like chalk. "Hello?" he croaked. A stilted, familiar voice answered. "Phil, oh my God, you're alive!" Brenda sobbed, short breaths begging for oxygen. "Brenda!" Philip's heart twisted. She made it out. She made it out. He could say it with certainty. His plan had worked. Every muscle in his body relaxed at this realization. "Oh, I'm so relieved you're okay." "Phil?" She sounded in pain. Her voice yearned for his name. "Dear, I'm here. The words struck him as soon as they left his lips. He should have been with her, holding her, comforting her. Instead, he was locked in a room with no exit other than a door leading to the things that chased him there in the first place. Brenda continued to cry. His chest tightened. He needed to do something. He couldn't let her lose herself. "Brenda," he whispered. He could barely hear himself over the alarm, but he knew she could hear him. She quieted, yet her breath still came in gasps. "Do you remember the first time we took Jackie to the zoo?" She was silent before replying. "She begged to see the lions, but the exhibit was closed." Philip smiled. It was small, but it was genuine. "Yeah," he said. "Over 10 years later, and she still talks about it. Still can't believe she tried to sneak into the lion house when we weren't looking. What a card." He could still hear his daughter's voice, small, growing into something strong and mature, yet still holding a childlike wonder as she told and retold the story of how her father got her a private tour of the lion house. Brenda laughed. "Yeah, a wild card. If you hadn't gotten us in there, I don't think she would have let us live it down. She knows what she wants, Philip said, and she tries and tries until she gets it. Well, she's her father's daughter. There was distance now in Brenda's voice. So smart, so full of ideas. Philip frowned, his eyes shaking. My ideas are why I'm here and not with you. Brenda was quiet. Phil? The tears came back. He could hear it in her voice. He knew what she was going to say. He dreaded this moment since he let go of her hand, and he couldn't avoid it any longer. There were always risks with the kind of work he did. He just never thought it would ever come to this. How will they do it? There was a silence, an awful heart-wrenching silence as if to punctuate Brenda's next words. They're going to blow it up. He nodded slowly as if Brenda could see the motion. With wide eyes he saw so many cherished memories flash in front of him. His and Brenda's first kiss, the moment he proposed, their wedding, when they brought Jackie home from the hospital. It all sped by in a second, ending on the day of Jackie's first injection, the day she could finally enjoy life to its fullest. It wasn't death that chilled him. It was the horror of leaving his family behind. Phil? I'm here, he squeaked, biting his lip. What do I do? Her tone became frantic, choppy with sobs. What do I tell Jackie? Taking a deep, quivering breath, Philip found his nerves and said, I regret none of it. He wiped his eyes. Tell her I'd do it all again if it meant she could live. The incessant pounding of his former colleagues had dwindled to occasional soft thuds. They were still out there, stalking the halls, waiting for him to be naive enough to leave. He glanced at the door, and a taunting thought manifested. Maybe if he had a little more time. The idea vanished as quickly as it came. He didn't have the right to beg for time. Asking was selfish. If he had it, could he even make it? He relished the fantasy. If he escaped, he could figure out how to destroy the parasites. He could bring those people back. Nobody understood what they were. They could still be alive. There could be a way to save them. He punched the floor. Grinding his teeth, he cursed at himself for giving in to an instinct he'd created. Curiosity for the unknown. His desire to learn, to know. He knew it was just a convoluted attempt to right his wrong. These people were trapped inside their minds because of him, and he couldn't tell if his inclination to cure them was purely out of selflessness. He had to accept what he promised he never would. He couldn't fix this. Brenda, I'm sorry. His voice hitched. I love you so much. I didn't mean for this to happen. You have to believe me, please. Believe me, I didn't. The words poured from his mouth. He couldn't stop them, and he didn't want to. Phil, Brenda whispered. He barely heard her over the alarm. He cupped his mouth, stifling sobs. I never thought this was your fault, she continued, calm, sincere. You made it so our daughter could live a happy life. All you ever wanted was to help people. None of this was your fault. Tears ran down Philip's cheeks. You've always been my rock, Brenda. And you'll always be mine. He wiped his eyes and then cleared his throat. Will you promise me one thing? Brenda said nothing. She was probably fighting tears, trying to keep a level head, unwilling to break the way Philip wanted to, but couldn't. Neither of them could. Make sure Jackie never stops talking about the time Daddy showed her the lions. After a long pause, she whispered, I will. I love you. And I love you. Philip hung up. There was nothing else he could say. It was selfish to make Brenda continue, though all he wanted was to hear her voice as long as he could. He was already gone. He couldn't make her hold on. The phone's battery blinked 10%. Philip stared longingly at the screensaver, an image of Brenda and Jackie. Jackie draped over her mother's back, both of them making goofy faces at the camera. He caressed them. They were the loves of his life, and this was the last time he'd ever see them. He smiled as the first bomb made contact. The building trembled, jostling him. Dust and pieces of dry wall fell from the ceiling. He wasn't scared. Brenda had made it out, and he was at peace knowing that. He never took his eyes off the image of his family. The alarm cut off, leaving behind a deafening silence disturbed only by the impact of the second bomb. Part 7. Philip wasn't alive to witness a third explosion. Brenda would never truly know the moment her husband had died. She told herself he was gone when the first bomb hit, praying he didn't suffer, but she knew in her heart he was gone the moment he let go of her hand to lead the creatures away. Philip wouldn't want her to, but she blamed herself. She could still feel his fingers slipping through hers as he pulled away. His terrified eyes and soft, uncertain smile lingered at the front of her mind. She painfully unwillingly wondered if he knew he'd never see his family again, but either answer was too much to bear. So instead she replayed their last conversation, desperately searching for the sound of his voice. The right sound, no fear, no sorrow. She wanted his laugh, the way his words sounded when he smiled. What he did for his family. Everything was always for his family. It was the reason she fell in love with him more and more every day. How would she tell Jackie? Her beloved daughter, the light of her life, enjoying her childhood with her friends. Her heart would break. What could Brenda do? Philip was gone. She had no choice but to move forward, to face the world as it was, broken. As the building burned, black smoke exploding into the sky, she closed her eyes, letting tears stream down her face. She clung to the sound of Philip's voice, even as it threatened to fade within the bombs, the chatter of people and sirens. She'd fight to hold on to his voice for the rest of her life.
Well, my dear friends, I did want to kind of wrap up things United States-wise with this series because it is continuing. It's going to continue probably in the next video, but we're moving continents. We're going over to Europe and more specifically England. So we've got a story set up in the north at a military base, RAF and United States shared military base, actually set close to where I grew up. And then we're moving down to the River Thames and London. So that's where we're going with this series. So hope you've enjoyed everything so far. So this was a nice way to end the US section. Might go back there, of course, later on. There's lots of the US to explore in this apocalyptic situation. But anyway, that's it for now. So, all right, back again tomorrow night probably. See you then. Bye.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.